WCW was, without a doubt, one of the greatest wrestling promotions of all time, and it all began in the late 80s when the promotion was technically first formed. But how did it all happen? Well, join us as we take a deep dive into the entire story in the WCW in 1988, a year in review. Yes, before it was known as World Championship Wrestling, the promotion that by the late 80s served as the crown jewel for the National Wrestling Alliance went by the name of Jim Crockett Promotions, the local territory covering the North Carolina area. And the reason this was considered the crown jewel for the NWA was because it was home to the biggest stars of the era who weren't already signed up to a contract with Vince McMahon, namely Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, Sting, Lex Luger, the Road Warriors, and the Midnight Express. And it would be those key players who were, for the most part, on display for the territory's first big show of the year, Bunkhouse Stampede, held live at the Nassau Coliseum on January 24th. Yes, this show would see a number of notable bouts featuring the core members of the promotion, the first of which was actually a dark match pitting then up-and-comer Sting and his tag team partner Jimmy Garvin against the Sheepherders, a duo better known today by most fans as the Bushwhackers. No surprises for figuring out that the babyfaces won here then, and no prizes for guessing that once the show fully started, there would be plenty more moments of note still to come. After all, the very next contest saw Nikita Koloff and Bobby Eaton go to war over the NWA World Television title, and in the end, run out the clock at 20 minutes for a time limit draw. Was it a controversial choice to have the match get no satisfying finish? To some, yes. In fact, to those people, it was just another sign that head booker Dusty Rhodes' time with the pencil needed to come to an end, as he'd grown a little long in the tooth in the role by then. That said, it wasn't like Dusty couldn't still book a good finish when he needed to, something our next match would show, as this one saw Larry Zbyszko defeat Barry Windham to become NWA Western States Heritage Champion. And that wasn't the end of the babyfaces getting the wins over heel champions on this show, as the next bout saw Road Warrior Hawk take part in a rare singles match when he challenged then NWA World Champion Ric Flair one-on-one. Of course, while he would win this one, it would only be via disqualification, and so, as per the rules of the NWA, the belt would not change hands. But that wasn't the end of the show. No, there was still one more competition left to come, the main event, if you will. And that main event would see Dusty Rhodes, Arn Anderson, Lex Luger, Tully Blanchard, Road Warrior Animal, The Barbarian, Ivan Koloff, and the Warlord all take part in a Bunkhouse Stampede match. What was a Bunkhouse Stampede match? Well, it was basically a battle royal with the added twist that wrestlers would have to wear bunkhouse gear, namely jeans, t-shirts, and cowboy boots, while fighting. That said, this particular version of the bout was extra special, because while all the ones which had taken place before happened inside a normal ring, this one was happening inside a ring surrounded by a steel cage. How do you throw someone over the top rope when there's a cage there? That was something fans were going to find out, and when they did, they weren't too impressed, as in order to eliminate people, the wrestlers involved had to either awkwardly get their opponents over the top of the cage or through the cage door. Yes, this was like something Vince Russo would have booked at the turn of the millennium, and was yet another example of the overbooked messes Dusty Rhodes shows were turning into. And to make matters worse, it was the American Dream who ended up winning this one, a seemingly obvious decision given that he was the babyface, but a decision fans were now tiring of seeing nonetheless. Clearly, something had to change then, as with booking generally considered to be at a low point and ticket sales to shows getting soft as a result, Jim Crockett was going to have to pivot away from Dusty and find a new top babyface to replace him. And luckily, he would find this very person sooner rather than later, because at their next major show of the year, the inaugural Clash of the Champions on March 27th, a certain Steve Borden was about to rise to the occasion. But before we get into that, we have to add some context as to why Clash of the Champions was such a big deal at the time, and that's because it was a pay-per-view caliber event held on free TV. Sure, it might not be uncommon to turn on Dynamite nowadays and regularly see 4- and 5-star classics, and it may be an all too familiar occurrence to see major storyline developments take place on Raw or SmackDown every week. But back then, TV was largely made up of jobber squash matches and promo segments designed to hype up fans so they would go attend the house shows in their area. With Clash of the Champions though, well, the game was changed, as this was going to feature big-time matches with big-time consequences, and it was all going to be free of charge. Why was Jim Crockett Promotions doing such a thing? Well, it was a shot fired back across the bow at WWF, as this one was going to air on the same night as WrestleMania 4, with Crockett hoping that a free show competing with Vince McMahon's pay-per-view would siphon away some of his viewers and pay him back for the whole attempt to kill Starrcade the year prior by bullying pay-per-view providers into holding Survivor Series instead. Yes, years before the Monday Night Wars, the two promotions were already at each other's throats. And given the show they were going up against, JCP were extra incentivized to knock it out of the park. So when fans tuned in their droves once it came time for the show to air live from the Greensboro Coliseum that night, then they were treated to something special. And that specialness began with the College Rules match between Mike Rotunda and Jimmy Garvin, a match which would ultimately see the future Irwin R. Shyster get the win after 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Then, once that was over, it was time for the NWA United States Tag Team titles to be put on the line, as champions the Midnight Express faced off against the Fantastics duo of Bobby Fulton and Tommy Rogers. Who reigned victorious in this one? Well, that would be the incoming champs. That said, the other tag title holders of Jim Crockett Promotions wouldn't be so lucky, because when it came time for Four Horsemen members Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard to defend their NWA World Tag Team titles later on in the show, they'd find themselves falling to the babyface alliance of Lex Luger and Barry Windham. But that wasn't the match people had come to see on this night. No, after the trio of the Road Warriors and Dusty Rhodes defeated the Powers of Pain and Ivan Koloff in a barbed wire match, it was time for the real main event. A main event which would see NWA World Champion Ric Flair put his belt on the line against rookie sensation Sting. And if you were paying attention during Sting's 2024 retirement tour, then you'll know this was the night he established himself as a main eventer going forward with an absolutely star-making performance. And the way he did this was to spend 45 minutes taking the Nature Boy to the absolute limit. Seriously, of all the bouts Steve Borden would ever have in his lengthy and illustrious career, this one might be the most important. That said, it didn't mean he'd walk out the champion. No, after the time limit expired at the 45-minute mark, Slick Rick was able to escape with the gold, even if he would have to later admit his opponent had more than proved himself by hanging with him for so long. Yes, all of a sudden it felt like despite all of the booking woes that were happening backstage, and the financial issues which were causing Jim Crockett to sweat as the success of Hogan-era WWF caused him to slide closer and closer towards bankruptcy, suddenly, the territory had a true ray of hope again in the form of the Stinger. Would this be enough to turn the ship around, however? Well, that's something we would start to get an idea of when the annual Crockett Cup came around in April. Now, the Crockett Cup, or to give it its full name, the Jim Crockett Sr. Memorial Cup Tag Team Tournament, was a knockout-style tag team tournament held by the territory every year in honor of their founder, Jim Crockett Sr., with the gimmick by this point being that the winners would receive a prize of $1 million. One team who wouldn't be appearing in this tournament, however, would be that of Lex Luger and Barry Windham because, not long after winning the NWA World Tag Team titles from Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, they'd end up dropping them back to the group in mid-April, when during the rematch, Windham turned heel on his partner and became the newest member of the Four Horsemen. How would this affect the brackets of the Crockett Cup then? Well, instead of Luger teaming up with Windham, he'd team up with Sting. And that wouldn't be the only last-minute change made to the proceedings either, because on top of this, Dusty Rhodes and Nikita Koloff ended up losing their spot when the son of a plumber was kayfabe suspended after hitting Jim Crockett Jr. with a baseball bat on the March 26th episode of their soon-to-be prophetically named weekly television show, World Championship Wrestling. So because of that, by the time the first night of the Crockett Cup aired on April 22nd, the main players were Luger and Sting, the Four Horsemen, the Fantastics, and the Powers of Pain. And as it happened, it would be these four teams who found themselves in the semifinals come night 2, with that round seeing Luger and Sting come out victorious over the Powers of Pain, all while Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson got the win over the Fantastics. Before the final pitting those two duos against one another would come though, there were other bouts to get through on night 2, with one of the biggest of these being a bull rope match between the Midnight Rider and J.J. Dillon. Who was the Midnight Rider? Well, as we'd all find out soon enough, he was a poorly disguised Dusty Rhodes. Yes, this was another Russo-rific way to get the American Dream on the show and have him be involved in a big-time singles bout. But while he would end up winning this one, it wasn't exactly well received, just as the bout which came before it, a blindfold match between Jimmy Garvin and Kevin Sullivan, also received tepid reviews. That said, things could still be salvaged if the two main events delivered as hoped, the first of which was Nikita Koloff challenging Ric Flair for the NWA World's title. Would this one win fans over? Kind of, as it was a pretty good match, exactly what you'd expect from 80s Flair. Of course, in the end, it would see him walk out retaining though, because despite losing to the babyface here, the disqualification nature of the finish meant he held on to his belt regardless. When it came to the actual main event, however, fans would be sent home much happier because after a battle which waged on for 16 minutes and 5 seconds, Sting and Lex Luger were able to come out on top of Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, with this making them not only the winners of the Crockett Cup, but the last team to do so up until it was revived again in 2019 by Billy Corgan. That's right, as a result of the impending change in management, the Crockett Cup, like with many traditions in Jim Crockett Promotions, was soon to become a thing of the past. And it wasn't just old traditions which were becoming a thing of the past for the Southern Wrestling Company either now, because as a result of Vince McMahon having a seemingly endless checkbook and continuing on with his desire to poach away every talent he could, the Powers of Pain would leave JCP to go join the WWF in July, right before the planned blow-off of their feud with the Road Warriors at the Great American Bash on July 10th. Not that this would be the end of the world though, because Jim Crockett and Dusty Rhodes had a backup plan for this show, and that backup plan would see the Road Warriors team up with Dr. Death Steve Williams and Ron and Jimmy Garvin to take on Ivan Koloff, Kevin Sullivan, Mike Rotunda, Al Perez, and the Russian Assassin in a Tower of Doom match. What was a Tower of Doom match? Well, it was basically a triple-decker cage match, similar to the one WCW would later use in 2000 during the infamous David Arquette as World Champion storyline. And unfortunately, while this one wasn't quite as badly received as that latter bout, it wasn't far off because, with the rules being unclear and it being hard for fans to see what was going on at the best of times, the whole thing quickly devolved into a bit of a mess. Still, at least the rest of the card would have some highlights, right? Well, yes, because in an event which aired live from the Baltimore Arena, Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard were able to have a pretty great NWA World Tag Team title defense against Sting and Nikita Koloff. And after that was over, the Midnight Express proved they still had it when they defeated the Fantastics to become NWA United States Tag Team Champions. Then, as if this wasn't enough, the semi-main event would see Dusty Rhodes finally make his pay-per-view return from his kayfabe suspension by challenging Barry Windham for the NWA United States Heavyweight Championship. What were the circumstances surrounding this match? Well, after teaming up with Sting to take on NWA World Tag Team Champions Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard on June 8th's Clash of the Champions 2 Miami Mayhem, the same show which saw the Fantastics beat the Sheepherders and the Garvin brothers beat the Varsity Club, the American Dream found himself getting screwed out of the victory by an interfering Barry Windham. So because of that, the battle the two were about to engage in had a lot of bad blood surrounding it. But no matter how motivated Dusty was, in the end it would be the younger star who got the better of him when after 15 minutes and 55 seconds, the champ retained. Not that this would be the end of Dusty's involvement in the show, however, because during the main event he'd be there in spirit via the dreaded Dusty finish. Yes, after spending 23 minutes wearing down Ric Flair enough to get him in a torture rack, Lex Luger made the champion submit, only for this win to then be immediately reversed when the referee decided that as a result of the total package's excessive bleeding, the bout would retroactively be judged a no contest as per Maryland State Athletic Commission guidelines. Yes, what ended up becoming the final ever pay-per-view for Jim Crockett Promotions closed out in limp fashion, and as such, served as a perfect example of why the territory was in the state it was in. Of course, just because the pay-per-views were over though, it didn't mean JCP was quite done yet, because on September 7th they'd hold Clash of the Champions 3 Fall Brawl, an event which saw Dusty Rhodes get a singles win over Kevin Sullivan, Ricky Morton get the better of Ivan Koloff in a Russian chain match, and Sting defeat NWA United States Heavyweight Champion Barry Windham, albeit only by disqualification. Once that was over, however, it really would be time for the once mighty territory to die, because aside from allowing some of their big names to take part in the second annual Eddie Graham Memorial Show, where they competed against the stars of the AWA, WCCW, and Championship Wrestling from Florida, there was nothing else of note which happened for the next couple of months. Well, we say nothing, but there was Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard seeing the writing on the wall and jumping ship to WWF after dropping the NWA World Tag Team titles to the Midnight Express on September 10th. And there was also Ron Garvin making a similar exit for Pastures New around the same time. And as if that wasn't enough, there was reigning NWA Western States Heritage Champion Larry Zbyszko's farewell too, though in his case, he would go to the AWA rather than the WWF. That's right, things were looking pretty grim for Jim Crockett, and so that's why he jumped at the chance to accept a lifeline from media mogul Ted Turner when it was offered to him in late October. What was this lifeline exactly? Well, it was Turner, the owner of Turner Networks, the same networks which aired JCP, purchasing the company outright for $9 million. Unsurprisingly then, this meant major changes behind the scenes, as while the future of the company was now secure, what with it having the financial backing of a billionaire and all, a lot of the old ways were going to change as part of Ted's attempts to modernize the product and make it more appealing to a younger audience raised on Vince McMahon's idea of sports entertainment. And his first big change would be the name of the promotion because, while Jim Crockett would remain on board as a consultant going forward, the company his father began would no longer bear their name. No, instead, it would take on the name of their weekly television show, World Championship Wrestling. Of course, with this deal not being finalized until November 1st, it left little time for the newly named WCW to get things in place for what would formally be their first major show, Clash of the Champions 4, Seasons Beatings, on December 7th, live from Chattanooga, Tennessee. But even with all this pressure on them to make things happen fast, they were still able to put on a pretty decent show, one which saw a lot of new experimentation with things like top-down camera angles, and which also featured undercard bouts pitting Dr. Death Steve Williams and the Italian Stallion against each other, as well as Ivan Koloff and Paul Jones going one-on-one. That said, neither of those matches were the selling point of the show. No, the real selling points were threefold. 1. The finals of a tournament to crown new NWA United States Tag Team Champions, which would ultimately be won by the Fantastics. 2. Two-thirds of the NWA World Six-Man Champions coming to blows when a newly heel Road Warrior Animal squared off against Dusty Rhodes. And 3. Ric Flair and Barry Windham of the Four Horsemen teaming up to take on the Midnight Express. Luckily for WCW then, these bouts would all deliver to varying levels, with this signifying that, while there was still a lot of work to be done, Ted Turner's World Championship Wrestling wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. No, Jim Crockett Promotions may have been dead, but the company which had arisen out of its ashes was in it for the long haul. And to prove just how serious they were, they'd aimed to put on an absolute banger with their first ever pay-per-view effort on December 26th, the non-WrestleMania highlight of the wrestling calendar, Starrcade. Would they be able to do this? Yes. As while it wasn't an all-time great show, Starrcade 88 True Grit was still a pretty good one overall, and a sign that things were moving in the right direction. And it all started with a great undercard bout which saw Kevin Sullivan and Dr. Death Steve Williams defeat the Fantastics to become the new NWA United States Tag Team Champions. Then, once that was over, it was time for 2 additional tag showings, as the Midnight Express of Bobby Eaton and Sweet Stan Lane got a win over the original Midnight Express of Dennis Condrey and Randy Rose, all before the Russian Assassins demolished the pairing of the Junkyard Dog and Ivan Koloff. And that subsequently gave way to some singles competition after that, because from there it would be the NWA World Television Championship getting put on the line when challenger Rick Steiner was able to get the better of champion Mike Rotunda in just under 18 minutes. What followed on from this? Well, after Barry Windham was able to successfully defend his NWA United States heavyweight title against Bam Bam Bigelow via countout, it would be back to tag team action as Sting and Dusty Rhodes paired up to defeat the Road Warriors, and in the process, win the NWA World Tag Team titles. Of course, all of this was just place setting for the main event, however, the match which would see Lex Luger get another chance to win the NWA World title from Ric Flair. Was he able to come out victorious this time? Well, no. Because after a war which lasted for over 30 minutes, the Nature Boy managed to eke out a victory after Luger's injured knees buckled at a crucial point, causing his opponent to fall on top of him. And so, like that then, the first pay-per-view for World Championship Wrestling came to an end, with the heel champion retaining, but the fans being sent home happy with the near classic they'd seen regardless. But that wasn't the most notable thing to come out of this show historically, because after it was over, Dusty Rhodes found himself in hot water after he'd been caught blading during his tag team bout, a practice which was now outlawed under the new management regime of Ted Turner. So because of this indiscretion then, he'd be fired, and as a result of that, the next place fans would see him would be WWF, where he was presented in a much more garish polka dot themed incarnation. As for what this meant for the rest of the company heading into 1989 now that someone new was booking the show, well, it would be an absolute brilliant year of wrestling. After all, it was the one which gave us not only a few new champions rising to the top, but also one of the greatest trilogies the industry has ever seen, Flair vs. Steamboat. 1989 was a year that saw one decade end right before the next one dawned. And so, it's fitting then that this would also be the first year a technically all-new wrestling promotion got a chance to spread its wings fully. After all, this was no longer a regional territory. No, now it was a powerhouse owned by a billionaire in Ted Turner. But how would the company fare under this new management? And how would it be able to compete with the other big behemoth of the time, the WWF? Well, join us as we take a deep dive into the entire story in WCW in 1989, a year in review. When we last left off, Ric Flair was still the NWA World's Champion, though big changes had been occurring all around him, as not only was the company under new management and Dusty Rhodes now in WWF after getting fired, but a fresh babyface star named Sting was on the rise fast. That said, the Stinger would have to wait for his next shot at the title because the first opportunity would go to a certain Ricky Steamboat, and his title shot would be set up at Clash of the Champions 5 St. Valentine's Massacre on February 15th, as that was where he officially signed the contract for his upcoming bout with the Nature Boy. Elsewhere on this televised special, meanwhile, both the NWA United States Tag titles and World Six-Man titles would be successfully defended by the Varsity Club in their bout against the Fantastics, and the Road Warriors and Genichiro Tenryu during their showing against the trio of Mike Rotunda, Kevin Sullivan, and Dr. Death Steve Williams. And outside of title action, we'd also see some pretty decent exhibitions pitting the Midnight Express against the Russian Assassins and Lex Luger against the Blackmailer. That said, this show was always going to be a setup for the first big pay-per-view of the year, Chi-Town Rumble, on February 20th, as this would see the start of what, to this day, is still considered by many to be the greatest wrestling trilogy ever. Before we'd get to that main event though, the undercard started with Michael Hayes and Sting both picking up wins against Russian Assassin 1 and Butch Reed respectively. And once that was over and the crowd was warmed up, it was time to put some stakes on the line, as the third bout of the evening would be a loser leaves NWA match, with this one seeing the original Midnight Express duo of Jack Victory and Randy Rose be forced to pack up their bags after they got defeated by Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane. Not that fans had much time to mourn the loss of the OG Midnight Express though, because right after that they'd be treated to a title change when Mike Rotunda pinned Rick Steiner to win the NWA World Television title. And that wasn't the only title change happening here either, as once this was over, Lex Luger would also add some gold to his collection when he beat Barry Windham for the NWA United States Heavyweight title. Luckily then, the Road Warriors would have much more success defending their NWA World Tag Team titles against the Varsity Club in the semi-main event. And once they'd done this, fans could sit back and enjoy a very special moment, as in the final bout of the night, Ricky Steamboat and Ric Flair went one-on-one, and for just over 23 minutes, put on an absolute clinic, one which ended with the babyface getting a small package victory over the champ while he was trying to apply a figure 4 leg lock. Yes, there was a new champion in town, but that wouldn't be the end of the feud. Rather, it was just the beginning. And the next chapter would take place a couple of weeks later on April 2nd at Clash of the Champions 6, Ragin' Cajun, an event which actually went head-to-head with WrestleMania 5. Of course, this rematch of the century wasn't the only big-time bout on a card designed to compete with Vince McMahon that night though, as there would also be successful World Tag Team and United States Tag Team title defenses from both the Varsity Club and Eddie Gilbert and Rick Steiner respectively. And on top of that, WCW fans got an early opportunity to see what the Samoan SWAT team of Samu and Fatu could do when, with the help of their manager Paul E. Dangerously, they were able to get the better of James E. Cornette and the Midnight Express. But for as exciting as this was for fans in attendance, the real reason they were there was to see the main event pitting the Dragon against the Nature Boy for the second time. And this time, they not only managed to live up to the standards of the original, but in many people's opinion, they actually exceeded it, as in a 2 out of 3 falls match which went just shy of an hour, they had the crowd in the palm of their hands throughout. Of course, what else would you expect from two masters like they were though, with them proving their greatness during that first fall when, at around the 20-minute mark, Flair got a pin and put the babyface on the defensive. Luckily for Steamboat, however, he'd tied things up at the 35-minute mark, setting things up for a final fall which went so close to the time limit that fans surely assumed it was going to be a draw after a certain point. But it wasn't a draw. No, just when it looked like it was over, a double pin attempt ended with Steamboat getting his shoulder up at the last minute, giving him the overall victory, though only by an inch in what proved to be one of the greatest wrestling matches ever seen at that point. That said, Because things were so close, a third bout between the pair would be signed to finally decide things once and for all, with this being set to take place at May 7th's Wrestle War. And with that being such a big-time bout then, it meant the company had less pressure on them to produce a great undercard to go along with it. But if you thought WCW were going to shortchange fans for this reason, then you'd be wrong, because need we remind you, 1989 was quietly a banner year for them in terms of quality, and that's why fans got treated to some great showings here, including the American pay-per-view debut of the Great Muta as he took on Doug Gilbert, Sting defending his newly won NWA World Television Championship against the Iron Sheik, and the Road Warriors going to war with the Varsity Club once more over the NWA World Tag Team titles. Then, as if that wasn't enough, Lex Luger would also seek revenge on Michael Hayes after Hayes had turned on the Total Package and joined up with the villainous Yamazaki Corporation stable, and in the process of doing this, the babyface would end up dropping his NWA United States Heavyweight title to his foe. Still, at least the NWA United States Tag Team Champions would have better luck defending their gold, as when Eddie Gilbert and Rick Steiner went up against Kevin Sullivan and Dan Spivey, they'd be able to walk out of the whole thing with a victory. Could the same thing be said for incoming NWA World's Champion Ricky Steamboat, however? Well, that was a question everyone wanted an answer to, and they'd finally get that answer when the two locked horns for a third time toward the close of the show, all while the traditional NWA judges panel watched on, a judges panel which included industry legend Terry Funk. Not that the judges would have to make a decision here, however, as after 31 minutes and 37 seconds of a hard-fought battle, it would be the Nature Boy who eked out the victory this time, with such a win finally giving him back the big gold belt he coveted so much. But Steamboat didn't have to feel too upset in defeat here, because over the course of that half hour or so, what he and Slick Rick were able to put on was the perfect capper to a perfect trilogy, a series that no one would even come close to touching until decades later when Kenny Omega and Kazuchika Okada had their own feud over in New Japan Pro Wrestling. And now that this trilogy was over, Flair would have no time to rest, as almost immediately after the bell had rung, Terry Funk got in the ring and demanded a title shot next. And when Rick tried to let him down gently, telling him he'd have to first rise up the rankings if he wanted to get a chance to share the ring with the champ, the Funkster took this personally and laid him out with what was at the time considered to be an absolute savage beatdown. Yes, this was the famous pile driver through the announce table spot, something which was unheard of in wrestling back in 1989. And because of how brutal the attack had been then, it made Terry the biggest heel out there, and as a consequence, formally turned Rick babyface for the first time in years. What it would not lead to, however, at least not right away, was Funk getting that title shot he wanted so badly, as first he'd have to take on Ricky Steamboat, someone who, now with a whole new level of respect for the Nature Boy following the wars they'd been through, wanted to get some revenge in the champ's honor. When would that match take place? Well, this would be at Clash of the Champions 7, Guts and Glory on June 17th, an event which aired live on TBS from Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And while it would see the babyface walk out of the main event with the win, that would only come via disqualification. So because of this, Funk was able to argue he hadn't really been beaten, and as such, still deserved to be #1 contender to the NWA World's title. But that wasn't the only notable thing here, as on the undercard we'd also see some other memorable moments take place, such as Sting continuing his rise with an NWA World Television title defense against Bill Irwin, the Varsity Club getting the better of the Steiner brothers, and the Ding Dongs pinning Cougar J and George South. Wait, the Ding Dongs? Wasn't WCW in 1989 supposed to be this high watermark of quality? Well, yes, in many ways it was, but that wasn't to say there wasn't a fair amount of nonsense too. Nonsense which largely came at the direction of the man who was, by now, in charge of booking the overall show, Jim Herd. Now when it comes to Jim Herd, his name is infamous amongst wrestling fans for a reason, because despite having no experience in managing anything other than a Pizza Hut prior to his time taking over day-to-day control of World Championship Wrestling, he'd be put in that position by Ted Turner anyway. And as he knew very little about the wrestling business overall, it meant his only barometer of success would be the cartoonish antics of WWF's golden era over on the other channel, with this being what led him to demand more wacky characters be added to the show, characters such as Norman the Lunatic, and of course the aforementioned Ding Dongs. Needless to say then, this was not something fans of the more traditional wrestling Jim Crockett Promotions had offered wanted to see, and so whenever such gimmicks were presented on screen, they'd reject them outright. Thankfully though, for the time being at least, the quality of the main event level guys was able to outweigh the bad on the undercard, and so by the time Clash of the Champions 7 was over, the live crowd were more likely to be talking about the Fabulous Freebirds versus the Dynamic Dudes, or Terry Gordy versus Dr. Death Steve Williams, than they were Ranger Ross versus the Terrorists. And this kept the goodwill up as the Great American Bash rolled around on July 23rd, a show which would see a number of major matches take place, not least of which was the battle between Ric Flair and Terry Funk over the NWA World's title. Before we'd get to that main event, it would be down to the undercard to impress, as there, a young Brian Pillman made an early impact with a win over Bill Irwin. The Steiner brothers defeated the Varsity Club in a Texas Tornado tag bout, the Skyscrapers came out victorious in a King of the Hill double ring battle royal, and in a fun comedy sideshow, Jim Cornette and Paulie dangerously went at it in a tuxedo match. Of course, once that was over though, it was time to get serious, as in the first of 4 main events, Sting racked up another great NWA World Television title defense, this time against the Great Muta. Then after that, newly heel Lex Luger also defended his NWA United States Heavyweight title against Ricky Steamboat in another mat classic for the Dragon. In the end, however, that was all table setting in many ways for what came next, a bloody and brutal War Games match which pitted the Road Warriors, the Midnight Express, and the now babyface Dr. Death Steve Williams against the Samoan SWAT team and the new NWA World Tag Team Champions, the Fabulous Freebirds, with these being championships which the trio of Michael Hayes, Jimmy Garvin, and Terry Gordon unsurprisingly defended using the Freebird rule going forward. On that night though, it wasn't about the gold. No, it was about blood, as over the course of the next 22 minutes and 18 seconds, each side absolutely destroyed the other, with it all finally coming to an end when Hawk forced Jimmy Garvin to submit following a Hangman's neckbreaker. And, with that out of the way then, it was time for the true main event, the heated battle between Ric Flair and Terry Funk for the top prize in the industry. Who would come out of this one the winner? Well, that would be the Nature Boy, as after 17.5 minutes, he was able to get the pinfall and ensure his reign on top continued. Not that this would be the end of the feud, though. No, it would continue on for a while yet, with the next step in it coming at Clash of the Champions 8 Fall Brawl on September 12th in Columbia, South Carolina. That was where, following his and his former rival Sting's big tag team win over the Great Muta and Dick Slater, Slick Rick found himself getting laid out by the Funkster and almost suffocated with a plastic bag in a scene which would never make it onto TV today. Hell, so violent was this that the show actually ended with fans in panic as Flying Brian Pillman came out and attempted to perform CPR on the champ. Of course, in truth, Flair was fine though, and in retrospect, that made it easier to enjoy the rest of the card. A card which also saw the Road Warriors pick up a win over the Samoan SWAT team, the Fabulous Freebirds defend their NWA World Tag Team titles against the Steiner brothers, Lex Luger keep the NWA United States Heavyweight title around his waist following a big victory over Tommy Rich, and a still green Sid Vicious rise up the ranks with a win over Ranger Ross. And it also made it easier to enjoy what WCW were doing going forward, with their next show of note being Halloween Havoc on October 28th. What happened on this show? Well, after an undercard which saw the Fabulous Freebirds rack up another NWA World Tag Team title defense over the Dynamic Dudes, and the recently formed team of Doom have a stiff as all hell battle with the Steiner brothers, things would really get cooking when Lex Luger faced arguably the toughest challenge to his NWA United States Heavyweight title yet, in the form of Brian Pillman. Yes, the future loose cannon was rising up the card fast now. That said, this momentum wouldn't be enough to see him pick up the win on that particular night. No, while he did put on an impressive effort, by the time all was said and done, it would be the total package who had his hand raised. And the same thing could be said for both the Samoan SWAT team and the Road Warriors too, as in their respective bouts against the Midnight Express and the Skyscrapers, they'd each come out on top. One team that most certainly wouldn't have come out on top by the time the show was over, however, was that of Terry Funk and the Great Muta. And this was because, after joining forces once the latter was able to successfully wrangle the NWA World Television title away from Sting, they'd find themselves losing to Steve Borden and Ric Flair in the main event match of the evening, the Thunderdome match. What's a Thunderdome match? Well, it was basically an early prototype for Hell in a Cell, something which would later be made famous by Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker in 1997 WWF. And while this one wasn't as good as the latter Bad Blood bout, it was entertaining enough anyway, with an added level of notability being given to it by the fact it featured Bruno Sammartino acting as the special guest referee. But while this might have given the Nature Boy another win over his chief rival, it still wasn't enough to end the feud, as the Funkster wanted one more shot at the gold in a one-on-one encounter. And as it happened, he would get this soon thereafter on November 15th at Clash of the Champions 9, New York Knockout. That said, before this final showdown between the pair could come, the rest of the show would have to take place. And as it happened, this would be one of the better Clash of the Champions cards of the era, as it saw a number of notable bouts take place, the first of which was the Fabulous Freebirds and the Road Warriors having exactly the kind of hard-hitting brawl you'd expect from those teams. So with this setting the pace for the night then, fans were ready to see the likes of Doom and the Midnight Express dominate Eddie Gilbert and Tommy Rich and the Dynamic Dudes respectively after that. Then, once those fights were over, the crowd were even more excited to see Dr. Death Steve Williams, the Steiner Brothers, and Lex Luger also all score big wins, with the latter coming after the total package once more got the best of his NWA United States heavyweight title challenger for the evening, Brian Pillman. Of course, it wouldn't be all bad for Flying Brian though, as after his loss, Sting would come out to help him when Lex continued to beat down on the rookie following the closing bell, with this setting up a big-time Sting and Lex Luger grudge match at the next pay-per-view as part of a tournament which was to be held there. But that wasn't going to happen for a few weeks yet, and this show still had one major bout to go, the main event between NWA World's Heavyweight Champion Ric Flair and Terry Funk. And what made this one even more anticipated than the first one was that it was going to be contested under I Quit rules, meaning someone was going to have to suffer the ultimate insult of being forced to give up before all was said and done. Who would be the one doing the quitting at the end of the night? Well, that would be the Funkster, as after a hard-fought war which went on for 18.5 minutes, Slick Rick finally caused his opponent to throw in the towel, after catching him in a figure 4 leg lock. Yes, like that, the feud that readers of Dave Meltzer's Wrestling Observer newsletter would go on to vote the best of the year would be over, and the Nature Boy would still be on top. But that still wasn't the end of the year for the man who had now put out 2 all-time classic programs over the course of one 12-month period, as following this, he'd be forced to team up with Sting again in order to fend off the challenge of Gary Hart's J-Tex Corporation, a group helmed by not only Terry Funk and the Great Muta, but also Dick Slater, Buzz Sawyer, and the Dragon Master too. Luckily for the babyfaces though, they wouldn't be alone in this fight for long, because by the time December rolled around, Flair would have called in a favor from Ole and Arn Anderson, reforming the Four Horsemen with them and Sting here. And that would all lead us into the final big show of the year on December 13th, Starrcade, an event which would, unlike Starrcades of the past and present, be made up entirely of Iron Man and Iron Team tournaments. That's right, rather than have a WrestleMania-style card made up of dream matches and big blow-offs, Jim Herd went with the curious choice to have the biggest show on the WCW calendar effectively be made up of 2 one-night round-robin tournaments in the style of the G1 Climax or the Continental Classic instead. Not that this made for a bad show, of course, just one that didn't feel as big as it should have overall. Still, even if it was comparatively small scale, the WCW roster wanted to go out with a bang anyway after what had been a creatively high watermark year in many ways. And so that was why the singles group of Sting, Lex Luger, Ric Flair, and the Great Muta gave it their all here, with some of the highlights of the matches between those four being Lex Luger and Ric Flair's time limit draw, as well as the final bout of the evening pitting the overall winner Sting against the Nature Boy. And when it came to the tag team brackets, they also put in a shift, as between the Road Warriors, the Steiner Brothers, the New Wild Samoans, and Doom, all 8 men involved did everything they could to send fans home happy, with that side of things ultimately being won by Hawk and Animal after they reigned victorious in 2 out of 3 of their matches. Of course, once that was over though, it meant a line was finally drawn on WCW for the year 1989, as after this, there were no more moments of note worth talking about. No, while Sting would get a shot at his Four Horsemen stablemate Ric Flair's NWA World's title as a result of winning the Iron Man tournament, that title shot wouldn't come until the following year. And while there would be a lot of controversy surrounding both the build-up and aftermath to this, we'll leave that story to be told for another day, because for now, we're going to close this chapter on the story of WCW. And what a chapter it was, because while all the momentum might have been with the WWF, you could make a solid argument that in 1989, WCW was putting out the best wrestling at the time. It's just a shame that when 1990 rolled around then, they wouldn't be able to maintain that standard. 1990 was the start of a new decade for the world, and in many ways, a new era too, as it saw us begin to enter a very different age, one which was going to smell a lot less like hairspray and a lot more like Teen Spirit. Would the change in decade see World Championship Wrestling get off to a good start, however, especially after having such a stellar year in 1989? Well, join us as we take a deep dive into the entire story in the WCW in 1990, a year in review. When we last left off, Ric Flair was still standing tall as the NWA World's Champion following back-to-back legendary feuds against both Ricky Steamboat and Terry Funk. That said, a certain young upstart stablemate of his named Sting was beginning to nip at his heels, and this would cause some problems within the ranks of the Four Horsemen as 1990 got going. Why was that? Well, as time went on, it became clearer and clearer that the Stinger saw himself as being the one to hold the top prize. Obviously then, the Nature Boy didn't want that. So when at Clash of the Champions 10 Texas Shootout, Sting formally accepted the title shot he was owed after winning the Iron Man tournament at the prior December's Starrcade, Slick Rick had Ole and Arn Anderson boot the rookie out of the Horsemen, with this move serving to turn the group heel once more. And this turned out to be a disaster for Steve Borden, not only because he lost his friends, but also because somewhere during his forced exit from the group, he legitimately tore his left patella tendon, meaning any title hopes for him would have to be put on ice as he spent the next 5 months on the shelf. Luckily for fans though, there would be someone who could temporarily step up in his place, with that being Lex Luger. Before we'd get to the showdown between Luger and Flair though, the Nature Boy still had to deal with his own match at Clash of the Champions 10, a main event bout which pitted him and the Andersons against the Great Muta, Buzz Sawyer, and the Dragon Master inside of a steel cage. And that wasn't the only bout worthy of note happening during this show either on February 6th, as the undercard also saw Doom be forced to unmask following a loss to the Steiner brothers, the Road Warriors pick up a big win over the Skyscrapers, and Cactus Jack get an early showing in WCW by doing the job for Mil Mascaras. Once that was over though, the Clash of the Champions series was put to the back of fans' minds for a while, as the next big show would be a pay-per-view. More specifically, it would be Wrestle War, held live from the Greensboro Coliseum on February 25th. And this was the show which saw Lex Luger sub in for an injured Sting and take on the champ. Would he be successful? Well, we'd all find out soon enough. Before we did though, the undercard saw such early highlights as the Rock and Roll Express going 2-on-2 with the Midnight Express, the Road Warriors once more battling it out with the Skyscrapers, and Cactus Jack Manson, as he was now temporarily being referred to, doing another job, this time to Norman the Lunatic. Two people who would not be doing the job, however, would be the reigning and defending NWA United States Tag Team Champions Brian Pillman and Tom Zink, as when they went up against the fabulous Freebirds duo of Michael Hayes and Jimmy Garvin, they were able to beat them in just under 25 minutes. Then, once that was finished, it would be on to the semi-main event, the NWA World Tag Team title match pitting the Steiner brothers against the Andersons. Unfortunately for the Four Horsemen, however, the Andersons would end up losing this one, with that meaning it was now all up to Ric Flair to save face for the stable by defeating Lex Luger in the main event for the NWA World's title. Of course, he would do just this by the time all was said and done. After all, it was clearly Sting who was being positioned as the man to take that belt from him eventually, so there was no chance Flair was going to drop it before then. But even if he lost here, Lex wasn't done with the Nature Boy quite yet. No, due to the screwy nature of the finish, which saw Sting come out on crutches to be in the babyface's corner and then get beat up by the Andersons, distracting Luger in the process, WCW boss Jim Herd agreed to award the total package a rematch at May 19th's Capital Combat. This time though, things were going to be even tougher for him because in the lead up to Capital Combat, the Horsemen bolstered their ranks even further by moving Ole over to more of a managerial role and having him be replaced in the ring by Barry Windham and Sid Vicious. So that was why, in a further attempt to even the playing field then, Jim Herd announced this rematch was going to take place inside of a steel cage. But for as much as fans were happy with this move, they were becoming less and less happy with some of the other decisions Herd was making in his role as boss, decisions which appeared to be moving the company in a far more cartoonish direction than they wanted. And nowhere was this more evident than in the infamous moment which came right in the middle of the show here, when Sting arrived at the building and was subsequently attacked by the Four Horsemen, only for him to then be saved by RoboCop. No, you didn't hear us wrong. RoboCop showed up to help the Stinger fight off the heels in one of the stupidest moments in wrestling history. So thank God at least there were some good matches at this event to help make up for that disaster somewhat. Matches which included the Midnight Express winning the NWA United States Tag Team titles from Brian Pillman and Tom Zink, Doom dethroning the Steiner brothers in the NWA World Tag Team title bout, and a young Mark Callis going one-on-one with Johnny Ace. We think he might have gone on to do a few things after this, but we can't be sure. Then of course there was the main event, a match which also delivered, and which actually saw Lex Luger get the win after 17 minutes and 21 seconds. Sadly though, as this happened via disqualification, a disqualification which we remind you occurred in a steel cage bout, the belt stayed around the waist of Slick Rick for a little while longer. But at least there was something of a happy ending for the babyfaces as the show went off the air, because after the Four Horsemen ran in to lay out the total package once the bell had rung, Sting returned to fend them off once more. And like before, he wasn't alone, though this time it wouldn't be RoboCop accompanying him. Rather, it would be a debuting El Gigante, firmly establishing which side of the heel-face alignment chart he'd be on going forward. Obviously then, this meant bad things for the Horsemen, not only because they now had a new giant to contend with, but also because it meant Sting was closer than ever to returning from injury. In fact, he'd be fully cleared to return by the time July rolled around. Before that would happen though, Flair would squeeze in one more title defense, with this happening at June 13th's Clash of the Champions 11, Coastal Crush. Yes, even if he was a dastardly heel, one thing you could never say about the Nature Boy was that he wasn't a workhorse, as he was there on every show. Two people who wouldn't be on this show, however, would be the Road Warriors, because after teaming with Norman the Lunatic to defeat Cactus Jack, Kevin Sullivan, and Bam Bam Bigelow at Capital Combat, they'd leave the company to go sign with Vince McMahon's WWF instead, where they'd be rebranded as the Legion of Doom. So with them gone then, it was left to duos like the Rock and Roll Express and the Midnight Express to keep the tag team division alive by having another in their lengthy series of bangers. And that wasn't the only great tag team bout on display at Clash of Champions 11, because elsewhere, the Southern Boys would be beating the Fabulous Freebirds, and Doom would be successfully defending their NWA World Tag Team titles against the Steiner brothers. Meanwhile, in singles action, that guy we could have sworn we eventually saw somewhere else, Mean Mark, scored a win over Brian Pillman, all while Lex Luger defended his newly won NWA United States Championship against Sid Vicious. And in the main event, the Junkyard Dog got his shot at the NWA World's title in a match he actually won, although, like with Lex Luger the month prior, this would also only come via disqualification, meaning the belt stayed around the waist of Ric Flair. That's right, as far as Slick Rick was concerned, he was on top of the world, as not only did he always seem to keep hold of his gold even in the face of defeat, but he had one of the toughest stables ever assembled backing him up at every turn. It's just a shame for him then that his time on top was about to come to a temporary end, because at the next pay-per-view of the year, the Great American Bash on July 7th, he was finally going to go one-on-one with Sting. Before we'd get to that big-time main event, however, there would be a pretty meaty undercard to first contend with, an undercard which began with a series of short singles matches seeing Brian Pillman beating Buddy Landel, Mike Rotunda scoring a win over the Iron Sheik, Doug Furnas getting the better of Dutch Mantel, and in his last televised bout for WCW, Harley Race pinning Tommy Rich. Of course, for as notable as this was historically though, it was all just table setting for the bouts which came next, the first of which saw the Midnight Express successfully defend their NWA United States Tag Team titles against the Southern Boys duo of Tracy Smothers and Steve Armstrong in a predictably hard-hitting war. Then, after that was over, it was time for someone to hit even harder, as in what served as an early introduction to what he could do for WCW fans, Big Van Vader made short work of Tom Zink in a bout which lasted for less than 3 minutes. Thought this was going to represent the peak of the proceedings? Far from it, as there were still 5 matches to go following this, with these matches consisting of a Steiner Brothers win over the Fabulous Freebirds, the trio of Paul Orndorff, the Junkyard Dog, and El Gigante scoring a victory over Sid Vicious, Arn Anderson, and Barry Windham, Doom defending their NWA World Tag Team titles against the Rock and Roll Express, and Lex Luger keeping hold of the NWA United States title after barely escaping a battle with Mean Mark Callis. Again, we're sure we've seen that guy somewhere else. Leave a comment if you recognize him, because it's bugging us. One thing which doesn't bug us though is the outcome to the main event of this show, because there, finally, after sitting on the sidelines for 5 months, Sting got his chance to go up against Ric Flair, and in a battle which waged on for just over 16 minutes, became the man to end the Nature Boy's time on top. Yes, there was a new champ in town, and his name was Steve Borden. So you'd think that with a massively over babyface having just been crowned then, the future was looking bright for WCW. Well, while there certainly were a lot of good things yet to come, there was also going to be a lot of bad too, as this was still a show Jim Herd was in charge of. And unfortunately for the Stinger, a lot of the bad was going to center around his run as the guy. What would this bad entail? Well, not long after winning the title, Sting began being tormented by the mysterious Black Scorpion, a figure who, while hiding his identity in the shadows, constantly warned the babyface star that he was coming for him and his title. And while this had the potential to be a decent storyline if done right, for many old-school Jim Crockett fans it was just further evidence of how the company was moving away from its roots. Still, at least those who were into it would get an entertaining angle, right? Well, no. Because pretty early on it became clear WCW had no idea who the Black Scorpion was or how this whole thing was going to play out. In fact, while 2 of the main suspects at the time were Ric Flair and the Ultimate Warrior, with the latter being a former tag team partner of Sting, Jim Herd at least initially had no intention of it being either of these men. No, he was just winging it on a week-to-week basis and having the character be voiced in promos by a heavily distorted Ole Anderson. Hell, even when it came time for the Black Scorpion's first match at Clash of the Champions 12 Mountain Madness Fall Brawl on September 5th, the company still had no idea who would be playing the character. And so that was why they hastily put journeyman performer Al Perez under the mask and had him go out and wrestle Sting for the NWA World's title. Unsurprisingly then, this didn't go too well, and once the snoozer which followed was over and Sting had pulled his opponent's black mask off only to reveal an additional red mask underneath, the real Black Scorpion appeared at the top of the entrance ramp and began laughing at the champ, apparently pleased at his ability to get one over on him by failing to win the world title. That's right, it was all pretty dumb and fans weren't really into it, but at least the rest of the show had stuff worth watching, as in the undercard the Southern Boys got a big win over the Fabulous Freebirds, Stan Hansen made a huge impact with a victory against the Z-Man, and in the NWA United States title bout, Lex Luger managed to keep the gold around his waist following a hard-fought battle with Ric Flair. And there would also be further good things for fans to watch on the next big show of the year too as it happened, with this being Halloween Havoc taking place live from the UIC Pavilion in Chicago, Illinois on October 27th. What specifically took place here? Well, aside from early bouts like Tommy Rich and Ricky Morton defeating the Midnight Express in what turned out to be Jim Cornette and Stan Lane's last appearance for WCW, the Steiner brothers scored a victory over the Nasty Boys to retain the NWA United States Tag Team titles, and Doom also kept their NWA World Tag Team titles around their waists following a tough battle against Ric Flair and Arn Anderson. Not that no titles would be changing hands on this night though. No, quite the opposite, as after holding on to the NWA United States title for a full 523 days, Lex Luger finally met his match in the form of Stan the Lariat Hansen, one of the shoot toughest men to ever step foot inside of a wrestling ring. Would Sid Vicious be so lucky though once he stepped up to challenge Sting for the NWA World's title in the main event? Well, in a word, no, because after it briefly looked like the heel had won the title, Sting revealed that he'd taken a few lessons from the Black Scorpion and had performed a switcheroo mid-match with the man who Sid actually pinned, turning out to be a face-painted Barry Windham. So because of this confusion then, the champ was given the opportunity to quickly run back into the ring and get the better of his confused opponent with a Stinger Splash. And with Sid now out of the way, the only question left was what was next for the Stinger, and how would this involve the still mysterious Black Scorpion? Well, We'd find out the answer to that soon enough as it happened, though before we did, there would be another televised special to contend with, because on November 20th it would be time for Clash of the Champions 13 Thanksgiving Thunder, live from Jacksonville, Florida. What matches would this card be made up of? Well, the 5,000 fans in attendance would be treated to some pretty great showdowns here, as early on they'd get to see the Fabulous Freebirds defeat the Southern Boys, Brian Pillman pin Buddy Landell, and the Motor City Madman feel the wrath of Lex Luger. Then, once that was over, the two main events would send fans home happy, as the first saw the Steiner brothers successfully defend their NWA United States Tag Team titles against Magnum Force, all before the final showing of the evening saw Ric Flair beat Butch Reed and, in the process, ensure that Arn Anderson and Barry Windham got a shot at Doom's NWA World Tag Team titles at the following month's Starrcade. Not that they'd be NWA belts for much longer, however, because on December 1st, another big change would come to World Championship Wrestling, as this was the point they formally severed any lingering ties they still had with the National Wrestling Alliance. And that meant no more NWA branded belts on their shows once the year was over, something Jim Herd planned to get around by doing what Vince McMahon Sr. had done in the 60s by creating a whole new set of WCW exclusive belts. Was this a sad moment for many fans who still thought of WCW as the last real bastion of the old territory system, a shining light representing what the industry had once been prior to Vince McMahon completely overwhelming it with his idea of sports entertainment? Sure. But by this point, change was inevitable, as it hadn't been Jim Crockett Promotions for 2 years by that point. And with other major territories like the Continental Wrestling Association in Memphis and World Class Championship Wrestling in Dallas also closing their doors around this same time, it was more of a case of when and not if. Of course, that didn't mean WCW wouldn't still do their best to represent the old traditions of territorial wrestling as best they could when they weren't doing goofy sports entertainment angles like the Black Scorpion or Sting fighting alongside RoboCop, that was. And this harkening back to old traditions would be apparent in their final show of the year, Starrcade, on December 16th, live from St. Louis, Missouri. After all, this was the show that Dusty Rhodes had started as a tribute to just how great Southern wrestling could be a few years prior, and with it taking place from the hometown of Harley Race, there was a further connection to that history the NWA represented. And that wasn't the only thing looking back toward the past on this show either, because in a one-night tag team tournament which took up the bulk of the event, the late Pat O'Connor, one-time AWA World Champion and creator of the O'Connor role, would be honored by having the whole thing be named after him in memoriam. How would this tournament play itself out? Well, after surviving the quarterfinals, American representatives the Steiner brothers would see themselves going up against the Mexican duo of Rey Mysterio and Conan in the semis, all while in the other semi, it would be the Great Muta and Mr. Saito carrying the flag for Japan against the Soviet pairing of Viktor Zangief and Salman Hashmikov. And when the American and Japanese sides came out the victors here in their respective bouts, that would set up a big-time final between the Steiners and Muta Saito, with this final ultimately being won by the Shoot Brother duo. Yes, Rick and Scott had won the tournament, but their victory was far from the only big thing happening on this show, as elsewhere, the York Foundation was beginning its rise when Michael Wallstreet beat Terry Taylor, Tommy Rich and Ricky Morton would get a pinfall victory over the Fabulous Freebirds, and in a Texas Lariat match for the NWA United States title, champion Stan Hansen and challenger Lex Luger were bound together at the wrists with a leather strap. And while you might think this match type favored the four-time Triple Crown champion, in the end it would be the total package who came out the victor, and in the process, the US champion once more. So that meant he could go backstage, grab a beer, and enjoy what was still to come, with the first of two main events which followed seeing Doom take part in an absolutely brutal street fight against Arn Anderson and Barry Windham over the NWA World Tag Team titles. Who won this one? Well, after all was said and done, it didn't matter how tough the Enforcer and his partner were, because the team which included Ron Simmons was always going to match them in that department. So this meant that with no pairing able to get the upper hand over the other, it all finished in a double pinfall draw, meaning Doom retained their titles which would soon be repackaged as the all-new WCW World Tag Team straps. Would the same fate await the NWA World Champion Sting as he hoped to become the inaugural WCW World Champion? Well, fans certainly wanted things to play out that way, but before it could, first he'd have to beat the Black Scorpion in the big blow-off between the two, a bout which this time was being held inside of a steel cage. Needless to say then, given how little fans had enjoyed this program, the match which ended it didn't exactly light the world on fire. But at least it ended the right way, with the Stinger getting his hand raised. And it also mercifully brought an end to the mystery of who the Black Scorpion was, as after being beaten, his mask would be ripped off by the champ to reveal the shocking identity of the figure underneath. It was just Ric Flair, with the kayfabe explanation for this being that he wanted to get another shot at the world title so he could win it back, and such a move was the best way he could think of to do so. Sure, it was pretty weak and didn't really make that much sense, but at least it was better than the higher power reveal, and at least it would lead to Flair getting what he wanted in the end, because in early January of the following year, he would become the champ once more after defeating Sting at a house show. But as far as the full story behind that and what came next, we'll save it for another day, because the end of Starrcade also marked the end of WCW in 1990. And what a whirlwind year it had been, one which had seen some highs and more than a few lows too. Still, at least the company was firmly established as its own thing now, separate from Jim Crockett Promotions. And WCW would continue to establish themselves as the only real competitor left to the WWF over the next 12 months, which followed by bringing even more names up to the main event level, one of whom was going to spell absolute doom for everyone in his path. The big question the world had as 1991 dawned was, what was this new decade going to hold for us all, and how would it differ from what had been happening during the 80s? And while the answer to that question might have varied depending on your circumstances, in wrestling, things were clearly on something of a downturn for both the WWF and WCW. But while WWF would still have some sense of momentum, down south, things weren't quite the same. So join us as we take a deep dive into how Ted Turner and company weathered the storm right now in the WCW in 1991, a year in review. When we last left off, WCW had fully parted ways with the National Wrestling Alliance. Sting had risen up the ranks to become the last NWA World's Champion under the Atlanta banner, and the threat of the dreaded Black Scorpion had ended. But while the Black Scorpion was gone, the man under the mask, Ric Flair, most certainly wasn't, because at a live event on January 11th, he'd pinned the Stinger to start yet another reign on top, with this win formally being recognized as the first in the new WCW World Heavyweight title's lineage. And that would lead us into the first big show of the year then, Clash of the Champions 14, Dixie Dynamite, held on January 30th from the Georgia Mountain Center in Gainesville, Georgia. What took place at this event? Well, in the undercard, now former world champion Sting would team up with Lex Luger to beat inaugural WCW Tag Team Champions Doom by disqualification. Then, once that was over, it would be on to Tom Zink and Bobby Eaton, a bout which saw Zink, the first WCW World Television Champion, successfully defend his gold. But it wasn't all about titles at Clash 14. No, it was also about getting big wins, something evident in the contests pitting the Four Horsemen against the Renegade Warriors and Brian Pillman against Buddy Lee Parker. That said, while the Horsemen and Pillman certainly impressed audiences with their victories here, the real main event the people had come to see was the WCW World Heavyweight title bout between Ric Flair and Scott Steiner. How would that one go? Well, after 24.5 minutes, it would be the Nature Boy who managed to come out on top after a hard-fought battle, which saw him be pushed to the absolute limit. And this allowed him to walk into Wrestle War on February 24th, still the top dog in the entire promotion. Not that he'd be defending the big gold belt at this show, though. No, instead, he'd be taking part in the most brutal of all matches, War Games. Before we get there, though, the night would kick off with some other memorable moments such as Ricky Morton, Tommy Rich, and the Junkyard Dog successfully defending their WCW World Six-Man Tag Team titles against the State Patrol, Terry Taylor pinning the Z-Man in a non-title no disqualification match, and the Young Pistols duo of Tracy Smothers and Steve Armstrong picking up the Duke over the royal family of Jack Victory and Rip Morgan. That said, it wasn't all about established stars getting over here. No, we'd also see a lot of up-and-coming talent make an impact too, something which was clearly evident when a young Eddie Guerrero was able to beat Ultraman in a pre-show encounter, and an even younger Dustin Rhodes was able to get a 3-count over Buddy Landel soon after that. Why was Dustin Rhodes in WCW now? Well, this was because his father Dusty had by then returned to Atlanta after a brief spell in the WWF. And while he wouldn't be wrestling much himself anymore, he would serve an important role going forward as a commentator and backstage booker. So this meant he had the pencil when it came to booking our next match, a match about as hard-hitting as it came, as it saw Stan the Lariat Hansen go one-on-one with Big Van Vader. Yes, this one wasn't for the weak at heart, and by the time it was all said and done, neither man would have been able to get the better of the other, as the whole thing ended in a double disqualification. Was that a result which fans found a little disappointing? Sure, but at least there was no disappointment to be found in the results of the next two bouts, as these saw Lex Luger successfully defend his WCW United States heavyweight title against Dan Spivey, and the Fabulous Freebirds get the better of incoming WCW World Tag Team Champions Doom. And as a result of his loss in that latter match then, Ron Simmons would formally leave his partner behind and turn babyface in the process. But while this left fans wondering what was going to come next with that particular story, they wouldn't get any answers yet, as what came next would be all about full-scale war, as it featured Ric Flair, Barry Windham, Sid Vicious, and Larry Zbyszko going up against Sting, Brian Pillman, and the Steiner brothers inside of that iconic double cage. And this one really was a bloody war, one which almost ended in disaster when at the close of the bout, Sid botched a powerbomb and almost legitimately dropped Pillman on his head. So sensing the danger of the situation then, El Gigante ran out to the ring at this point and begged the referee to call the match off on Flying Brian's behalf, something said official was only happy to do. That's right, War Games had ended with the Four Horsemen standing tall. But for as strong as this may have positioned them, outside forces were about to enter the fray and challenge their dominance. And no, we're not talking about the NWO here. That wouldn't happen for a few years yet. What we're talking about instead is New Japan Pro Wrestling, as at a crossover show held live at the Tokyo Dome on March 21st, a show perhaps predictably called WCW New Japan Super Show 1, we'd see such highlights as Arn Anderson and Barry Windham taking on Masahiro Chono and Masa Saito, the Great Muta battling it out with Sting, and the Steiner brothers briefly unifying both the WCW and IWGP tag team titles after they got the better of Kensuke Sasaki and Hiroshi Hase. But that wasn't all, because outside of this, the precursor to AEW and New Japan's Forbidden Door pay-per-view would also feature a minor classic in Jushin Thunder Liger vs. Akira Nogami for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title. And once that was over, it would be on to the main event where, in another champion versus champion bout, incoming IWGP Heavyweight Champion Tatsumi Fujinami defeated NWA World's Champion Ric Flair to walk away with both prizes. Wait, NWA World's Champion? That's right, as the Nature Boy was still formally recognized by the National Wrestling Alliance as their champion at this point, and as WCW didn't want an outsider winning their top prize, it would be the older belt which was up for grabs in this one, and which was subsequently lost to the top dog in Japan. But that wouldn't be the end of the story, because just 2 months later at Super Brawl 1 on May 19th, Flair and Fujinami met once more, with it this time being both the WCW and NWA World titles that were on the line. Who would win here? Well, we'd find out soon enough. Before we did though, the Fabulous Freebirds would find themselves beating the Young Pistols to win the vacant WCW United States Tag Team titles which had become vacated after prior champs the Steiner brothers won the WCW World Tag Team Championships and were deemed unable to defend both at the same time. Yes, it was a good start to the show, but things were about to take a downswing, as after that some true lowlights would occur. The first of which was the pay-per-view debut of Oz, that awful Kevin Nash gimmick when he pinned Tim Parker in just 26 seconds. And as fans were still trying to recover from that, not only would they be hit by a second WrestleCrap bomb when El Gigante and Sid Vicious went one-on-one, but they'd also witness a lame duck debut in the form of Johnny B. Bad. Luckily then, things would pick up from here, as after Doom came to blows when Ron Simmons defeated his now former partner Butch Reed inside of a steel cage, all while their manager Teddy Long was dangled above the ring in a smaller cage, the Steiner brothers would continue their reign of dominance as World Tag Team Champions with a victory over Sting and Lex Luger. And after that was over, Bobby Eaton would shock the world by taking the WCW World Television title away from champion Arn Anderson, with this all setting the table for the main event title for title rematch from the Tokyo Dome. Of course, there was no chance the Nature Boy was going to lose 2 in a row then, so that's why it should come as little surprise that he won this one and once again called himself both WCW and NWA World Champion, even if both of those reigns were about to come to an untimely end. Yes, we were now getting to that point with Flair where he was about to jump ship to the WWF. Before this happened though, some further moments worthy of note would take place, because on an episode of WCW Worldwide on June 3rd, a young rookie by the name of Stunning Steve Austin pinned Bobby Eaton to become the new WCW World Television Champion. And this led us directly into Clash of the Champions 15, Knoxville, USA, live from the Civic Auditorium in Knoxville, Tennessee on June 12th then, as there Austin would defeat Joey Maggs. That said, because the episode of WCW Worldwide where he won the title hadn't aired yet, it meant he wasn't recognized as champion on this show. Rather, the champion was still recognized as being the man who would take part in the main event, Bobby Eaton. Was this a little convoluted? Sure, but these kind of things sometimes happen. And it's not as if it hurt the overall show, because aside from Austin continuing his rise, we also saw Dustin Rhodes continue his own ascendance with a win over Terry Taylor, Sting returned to singles action with a big pinfall win over Nikita Koloff, and the Steiner brothers successfully defend their IWGP Tag Team titles against Masahiro Chono and Hiroshi Hase. Sure, there were lowlights too. Lowlights such as Oz appearing again to make short work of Johnny Rich, the Diamond Stud, aka Scott Hall, having a nothing match against Tommy Rich, and Brian Pillman being forced to kayfabe quit the company after getting pinned in a loser leaves WCW tag team bout, pitting him and El Gigante against Arn Anderson and Barry Windham. But outside of that, things would go out with a bang of sorts, as in the 2 out of 3 falls main event for the WCW World Heavyweight title, Ric Flair won by a score of 2-1 over Bobby Eaton. Unfortunately for the Nature Boy and his fans, however, this would be the last big WCW show he'd appear on for the foreseeable future, as after getting into a dispute with Jim Herd, someone who was still in charge of running day-to-day operations back then, Slick Rick quit and jumped over to WWF, where he began proclaiming himself to be the real world's champion. What happened here exactly? Well, in a true moment of someone not knowing what the hell they were doing, Herd had apparently decided that Flair was too bland of a character for the direction he wanted to take the promotion going forward. And that was why he asked him to change things up in a dramatic fashion here by cutting his hair and morphing into a new Spartacus-inspired character. Needless to say then, the Nature Boy had no interest in this, and so, rather than do what his boss had asked of him, he walked out and went to the competition. And as it happened, he was able to take the big gold belt with him when he did so. But wait, wasn't the big gold belt property of WCW? Well, yes and no, because back then when a champion won a title, they'd have to put a deposit down to prove their loyalty to the promotion, with this being a practice which began during the territory days when people weren't locked down to long-term contracts. And as Jim Herd refused to give Flair his deposit back after he told him he was quitting, all while he was also withholding additional money the champ was owed, Slick Rick decided he was well within his rights to take the belt over to WWF with him, and there paraded around on TV. Of course, this wouldn't last for long though, as after filing a legal injunction to stop Vince McMahon showing the belt on his television, WWF would have to stop doing so. Not that this solved all of Jim Herd's problems, however, as he now found himself without both a world champion and a title belt. And to make matters worse, all this happened days before the Great American Bash, a show which was supposed to be main evented by Flair and Lex Luger. So how would the company work around such a major problem then? Well, by substituting Flair with Barry Windham at the last minute and having the now vacant WCW World Heavyweight title be represented by a hastily repurposed old Championship Wrestling from Florida belt that Dusty Rhodes still had in his possession. Of course, even then though, fans were having none of this. And so, that was why throughout the show they'd drown out the proceedings with loud "We Want Flair" chants, creating a scene the likes of which wouldn't be replicated until decades later with Daniel Bryan's Yes Movement. Yes, it was quite an atmosphere, and one which represented the feelings of WCW fans towards management and the way they were steering the company. But none of that was the wrestlers' fault, of course. No, they were just there to do a job. And do their job they did then, as in the undercard, we see such moments such as the Diamond Stud defeating Tom Zink, Ron Simmons mercifully making short work of Oz, and the Rock and Roll Express exploding when Ricky Morton got the better of Robert Gibson in a one-on-one bout. No matter what the performers in the ring did though, fans were only interested in demanding Ric Flair. And this made it hard for anyone else to get over. It didn't matter if a young rapping rookie by the name of PN News was winning a capture the flag scaffold match, or if Johnny B. Bad was doing the job to the Yellow Dog, a poorly disguised Brian Pillman. The live crowd just wasn't interested for the most part. Sure, they would pick up a little for the first of the three main events, Sting and Nikita Koloff's Russian chain match, which saw the heel come out the victor. But by the time the WCW World Heavyweight title match pitting Lex Luger and Barry Windham happened, it was right back to chanting for Flair rather than paying attention to what was going on in the ring. And that meant when Luger won after 12.5 minutes and was crowned new champion, it didn't feel like anywhere near the big moment it should have. And it didn't get much better in terms of fan response when the actual main event took place, because as a result of everything that had gone on, as well as an unrelated injury picked up by Scott Steiner, what was originally supposed to be a tag team steel cage match pitting the Steiner brothers against Arn Anderson and Barry Windham now saw Rick Steiner have to find a new partner in Missy Hyatt, as he went up against the equally makeshift duo of Arn Anderson and Paulie Dangerously. Or at least that's the way it would have gone had the Maryland State Athletic Commission allowed intergender wrestling bouts to take place. Because they didn't though, it ended up being a handicap encounter instead after Hyatt was kayfabe injured ahead of time. And to make matters worse, this supposed main event only ended up going for 2 minutes and 8 seconds before Rick Steiner mercifully brought things to a close. So to say the Great American Bash had been something of a disaster for WCW would be a bit of an understatement. But all they could do going forward was push on. And that's exactly what they did, is following a tournament to crown a new WCW United States Heavyweight Champion, which saw Sting defeat Steve Austin in the finals at a house show on August 25th, September 5th's Clash of the Champions 16 Fall Brawl would also see new WCW World Tag Team Champions be crowned in the finals of another tournament. Why had both of these belts been vacated? Well, in the case of the former belt, it was because once Lex Luger became world champion, he was deemed unable to defend his US title anymore. And when it came to the tag straps, the Steiner brothers would be forced to vacate them as a result of Scott's injury. Who would be the new tag champs once Clash 16 was over then? Well, that would be the Enforcers duo of Arn Anderson and Larry Zbyszko. And they wouldn't be the only ones walking out of the evening as champions either, because elsewhere on this show, which took place live from the Augusta-Richmond County Civic Center in Augusta, Georgia, Sting would retain his newly won United States title against Johnny B. Bad, and Steve Austin would get the better of Tom Zink in a television title bout. Outside of that, though, the rest of the show would feature such lowlights as El Gigante winning a 20-man battle royal and Van Hammer beating Terry Taylor. And it's not like Halloween Havoc on October 27th would fare much better, as this one started out with the infamous Chamber of Horrors bout. Yes, this is the one where after battling it out with Sting, El Gigante, and the Steiner brothers for 12.5 minutes inside of a steel cage, the team of Abdullah the Butcher, Cactus Jack, Big Van Vader, and the Diamond Stud were defeated when Scar Tissue Abby was supposedly fried to death in an electric chair set up right in the middle of the ring. What a stupid idea that was. And it didn't get much better from there because, while the truly bizarre referee camera was being used throughout the course of the evening, fans would watch on in horror as Big Josh and PN News defeated the Creatures, Van Hammer got the better of Doug Summers, Oz ate a loss to Bill Kazmaier, and the Halloween Phantom beat Tom Zink. So thank God things would pick up somewhat around the midway point of the show then, as this was when not only did stunning Steve Austin and Dustin Rhodes go to a time limit draw in their World Television title bout, but also Brian Pillman became the inaugural WCW Light Heavyweight Champion after beating Ricky Morton in the finals of a tournament. And once that was over, the two main events would also deliver to varying degrees, as in the first, the Enforcers successfully defended their WCW World Tag Team titles against the Patriots, and in the second, Ron Simmons came within an inch of becoming the first black WCW World Heavyweight Champion when he was ultimately beat 2-1 in a 2 out of 3 falls match against incoming champ Lex Luger. No, we weren't quite at the point of the future Farouk reaching the mountaintop yet, that was still a little while away. But at least Simmons had proven he could hang with the best of them, and this would serve him well going forward. Of course, it wouldn't serve him well at Clash of the Champions 17, live from the Savannah Civic Center in Savannah, Georgia on November 19th though, as he wouldn't be on the show. No, instead that show would be made up of a number of other bouts, some of the earliest of which saw Tom Zink go one-on-one with the Diamond Stud, Steve Austin successfully defend his WCW World Television Championship against PN News, and Cactus Jack make short work of Van Hammer. Then after that was over, it would be on to the World Tag Team title bout, a bout which pitted incoming champions the Enforcers against the pairing of Dustin Rhodes and Ricky Steamboat. And in a moment which left fans in attendance happy, this one would end with the babyfaces getting both the win and the titles, and the Natural taking the next step towards superstardom as a consequence. Would Johnny B. Bad fare as well during his light heavyweight title match against Brian Pillman? No, Pillman would come out of this one the winner. That said, Rick Rude would ultimately be successful in his attempts to wrangle the United States heavyweight title away from Sting in their one-on-one showdown. But in the end though, this was all table setting for the real main event, Lex Luger versus Rick Steiner for the WCW World Heavyweight title. And from there, after going to war for 11.5 minutes, it would be the total package who came out on top and, as a result, remained champion. And this would be the last time he'd defend this belt in 1991 as it happened because, yet again, WCW chose to make Starrcade feel like the least important show of the year when it took place on December 29th. And the way they did this was to not have any belts defended. Hell, there wouldn't even be any singles matches. No, instead, 95% of the show would be taken up by a series of lethal lottery tag team matches where the partners were picked at random, with this giving us such unmemorable moments as Ricky Steamboat and Todd Champion defeating Cactus Jack and Buddy Lee Parker, Steve Austin and Rick Rude going up against Van Hammer and Big Josh, Big Van Vader and Mr. Hughes getting the better of Rick Steiner and the Night Stalker, and Scott Steiner and Firebreaker Chip coming out strong against Johnny B. Bad and the short-lived Arachnaman. Yes, for something that was supposed to be WCW's version of WrestleMania, it was a pretty uneventful show. Even the main event Battle Bowl Battle Royal, which ultimately saw Sting come out the victor, was a whole lot of nothing. But then we guess this was pretty emblematic of where WCW was in 1991, because while they had all the talent in the world, bad booking and poor management was stopping them from translating this into a great product overall. Sure, they had some high points, but even with WWF going through struggles of their own that year following the Gulf War angle, they were still well ahead in terms of public perception. So maybe it's for the best this was the end of 1991 for the Atlanta-based promotion then, as a change in the year would give them a perfect opportunity to regroup and decide where they were going next. Want a hint of what was to come? Well, let's just say it was about to fully become Vader time. By the time 1992 came around, we were all getting fully settled into the new decade. Or at least most of us were, because while many places were managing to adapt to the 90s quite well, the world of wrestling was not doing such a great job. And this was very apparent in what was going on in World Championship Wrestling, as they'd had a pretty spotty start to the decade, to say the least. Could they turn things around at this point though? Well, that's exactly what we're going to be looking at right now in WCW in 1992, a year in review. When we last left off, Ric Flair was gone, Lex Luger was WCW World Heavyweight Champion, and Sting, after winning Battle Bowl in December, had earned a shot at his title. But he wouldn't get this shot immediately because before he could, WCW had another big crossover show to host when they once more ventured out to the Tokyo Dome on January 4th for WCW New Japan Super Show 2. What happened on this show? Well, in keeping with the Forbidden Door-esque theme to the proceedings, we'd see such meetings as Dusty and Dustin Rhodes taking on Masa Saito and Kim Duke in a tag team bout, Lex Luger defending his WCW World title against Masahiro Chono, and in the main event of the evening, Sting and the Great Muta teaming up to defeat the Steiner brothers. Yes, it wasn't as noteworthy of a show as prior years had given us, which was perhaps why it didn't actually air in America until March, but it was still worth watching just for the novelty, if nothing else. And it would lead us quite nicely into our next big televised special on January 21st, Clash of the Champions 18, live from the Kansas Expo Center in Topeka, Kansas. And this show turned out to be a pretty decent one as it happened, with its early goings giving us such highlights as the Steiner brothers defeating Big Van Vader and Mr. Hughes, Johnny B. Bad getting the better of Ricky Morton, Van Hammer doing the job to Cactus Jack, and Vinny Vegas making an early appearance after having dropped that god-awful Oz gimmick. Of course, the real showstoppers were saved for the Dangerous Alliance, however, WCW's de facto top heel faction in the wake of the Four Horsemen dissolving. They'd get the two main event spots here, because in the semi-main we'd see Art Anderson, Bobby Eaton, and Larry Zbyszko go up against the babyface trio of Dustin Rhodes, Barry Windham, and Ron Simmons. And then, once that was over, it would be on to Steve Austin and Rick Rude pooling their resources to take on Sting and Ricky Steamboat. And with Sting's team winning this one then, it set him up perfectly to finally get his shot at the WCW World title at the next pay-per-view of the year, February 29th's Super Brawl, as there, two former friends turned bitter enemies would finally clash when Steve Borden faced off against Lex Luger. Before that would happen though, the undercard would deliver in a big way, continuing WCW's upward trend, as it started with a true banger in the form of Brian Pillman versus Jushin Thunder Liger for the WCW Light Heavyweight title. And once that one was over and Pillman was holding the belt above his head, it would be on to other highlights such as Ron Simmons getting some help from a returning Junkyard Dog to overcome the threat of Cactus Jack and Abdullah the Butcher, Barry Windham and Dusty Rhodes getting the better of Steve Austin and Larry Zbyszko in a tag team bout, and Arn Anderson and Bobby Eaton successfully defending their WCW World Tag Team titles against the Steiner brothers. Sure, there were some lowlights too. Lowlights such as Marcus Alexander Bagwell stinking out the joint with Terrence Taylor, and the duo of Vinny Vegas and Ricky Morton jobbing out to Van Hammer and the Z-Man, but by the time the two main events came along, most of that had been forgotten, as there the first bout would see Rick Rude and Ricky Steamboat put on a clinic over the United States heavyweight title, with incoming champ Rude ultimately coming out of this one the victor. Unfortunately for incoming world champion Lex Luger, however, he would not be so lucky, as when he stepped into the ring with Sting after that, even an interference spot from his manager Harley Race toward the close of the bout wasn't enough to stop the babyface from getting the win and becoming the holder of this particular belt for the first time. That's right, we had a new champion in town. And just in time too, because immediately after the show, Lex Luger left WCW to go join Vince McMahon's new World Bodybuilding Federation. So looking to put on another good event in order to take attention away from this high-profile exit then, the Southern Wrestling Company headed into Wrestle War on May 17th with a major chip on their shoulder, with this being the reason they brought out the big guns in War Games. Yes, it was that time again, and this time around it would be a War Games match for the ages, but before we get there though, the early parts of the show saw such highlights as Brian Pillman successfully defending his light heavyweight title against Tom Zink, Ron Simmons continuing his rise with a win over Mr. Hughes, and the Fabulous Freebirds pairing of Michael Hayes and Jimmy Garvin partnering up to win the soon-to-be deactivated WCW United States Tag Team titles from Terry Taylor and Greg Valentine. Why were the US Tag Team titles about to be deactivated? Well, because the company didn't really need mid-card tag belts anymore, and they wouldn't be the only belts retired before the year was out either, but we'll get there eventually. For now, we'll focus on the two closing bouts of Wrestle War, the first of which was the Steiner brothers beating Tatsumi Fujinami and Takayuki Iizuka to earn a shot at the IWGP Tag Team titles. Then, once that was over, it was time for the true main event, Sting's squadron of Barry Windham, Dustin Rhodes, Ricky Steamboat, Nikita Koloff, and the Stinger himself, going up against Paulie Dangerously's dangerous alliance of Rick Rude, Arn Anderson, Bobby Eaton, and Larry Zbyszko inside of that iconic double-ringed cage. And boy did these two teams deliver here, because even to this day, this is widely regarded to be the greatest War Games match of all time. What made it so great? Well, it felt like a real fight between 10 men who wanted nothing more than to kill one another. And this was evident in the finish, where Sting purposefully attacked the injured shoulder of Bobby Eaton and forced him to quit, costing his team the win in the process. So how would WCW top this one then? Well, with some title changes, as not long after winning the IWGP Tag Team titles on June 26th at a New Japan show, the Steiner brothers would drop the WCW World Tag Team titles they were also in possession of to the terrifying duo of Terry Gordy and Steve Williams. That's right, for the first time since the crossover from Jim Crockett Promotions, it really felt like the tag team division was on fire down in Atlanta. And this would be apparent in their next notable show of the year, Clash of the Champions 19, held at the McAllister Fieldhouse in Charleston, South Carolina on June 16th. What happened on this show? Well, in what came as a surprise to some, given they were effectively entirely separated at this point, the National Wrestling Alliance and WCW would do business together, as this one saw the first round of a tournament for the NWA World Tag Team titles take place. And that meant lots of excellent tag team action, as with the likes of Ricky Steamboat and Nikita Koloff versus Dean and Joe Malenko, Barry Windham and Dusty Rhodes versus Arn Anderson and Bobby Eaton, and Jushin Thunder Liger and Brian Pillman versus Chris Benoit and Biff Wellington appearing on the card, there was plenty to be entertained by if you were a fan of in-ring wrestling. That said, for some, the idea of the entire show being taken up by a tournament for an outside company's belt felt like a step back for WCW following a series of well-received shows.
So it's just as well these fans would generally be more satisfied with what came after that, as it was just 4 days later on June 20th that Beach Blast took place.
What happened on this show? Well, a lot as it happened. And we're not just talking about the in-ring action either, because following Ted Turner deciding that Jim Herd wasn't cutting the mustard as a day-to-day boss of WCW, he'd fire him and bring in a new head booker in the form of Bill Watts to book Beach Blast. Of course, while this was a welcome move for some, for others it wasn't so much, as Watts had a very old-school mentality when it came to booking a wrestling show and sticking by the established rules, with him even going as far as to institute a ban on jumping off of the top rope. And while this attitude might have served him well with everyone back during the territory era of the 70s and 80s, by the time the 90s rolled around, there was a growing contingent of fans and performers who wanted to see the more spectacular high-flying style instead. Needless to say then, this left performers like Brian Pillman and Scotty Flamingo, the future Raven, feeling somewhat handcuffed when they went into the ring for their light heavyweight title match at the start of this show. That said, they'd managed to put on a good performance anyway, with this one actually seeing Flamingo come out the winner and new champion. And that wasn't the only big moment of Beach Blast either, as after this was over, we'd see such memorable bouts as Sting and Cactus Jack absolutely brutalizing each other in a Falls Count Anywhere match, Ricky Steamboat and Rick Rude going the distance in an excellent 30-minute Iron Man contest, and the trio of Dustin Rhodes, Barry Windham, and Nikita Koloff earning a hard-fought victory over the Dangerous Alliance team of Steve Austin, Arn Anderson, and Bobby Eaton. Not that any of those would be in the main event though. No, in keeping with the growing momentum of the WCW Tag Team division, the main event to this show would see the Steiner brothers go to a time-limit draw with Terry Gordy and Steve Williams in a battle over the WCW World Tag Team titles. And with that bout sending fans home happy once it was all said and done, it seemed like, for now at least, Bill Watts' job as head booker was safe. But would he be able to keep fans on his side going forward, especially given his very traditional and inflexible way of doing things? Well, we'd get an idea of this soon enough, as only a few weeks later on July 12th, the Great American Bash would take place, and this one would be packed with big-time showdowns. Sure, most of these showdowns would be made up of the remainder of the tournament to crown new NWA World Tag Team Champions, but that didn't make them any less entertaining to watch, as in the quarterfinals alone, we got to see Nikita Koloff and Ricky Steamboat defeat Jushin Thunder Liger and Brian Pillman, Hiroshi Hase and Shinya Hashimoto get the better of the Fabulous Freebirds, and Dustin Rhodes and Barry Windham pick up a win over Steve Austin and Rick Rude. And once the semifinals were over and we were left with two teams, with those being Rhodes and Windham, and the winners from a prior night, Terry Gordy and Steve Williams, they'd begin preparing themselves for a major clash in the finals. Before that happened though, the WCW World Heavyweight title would be put on the line, and this one would be another barn burner as it saw Sting defend against his toughest opponent yet, Big Van Vader. Hell, so tough was Vader here that after 17 minutes and 17 seconds, he'd actually pinned the champion to take the belt home for his own. Yes, it was finally Vader time in Atlanta, and it was Vader time in a major way because not only had the Mastodon won this one, but in doing so, he'd shoot injured his opponent, meaning any planned rematches between the pair would have to be put on ice for the time being. But as for major of a moment as this was, it wasn't the main event. No, the main event would see the finals of the tournament to crown the new NWA World Tag Team Champions. And after just 21 minutes of predictably hard-hitting fare here, it would be Terry Gordy and Steve Williams who came out the winners and second new champs of the evening. So the only question left then was what would happen next, and how would these two new title reigns change the course of WCW going forward? Well, when it came to the world title, the injury picked up by Sting in the semi-main event meant a wholesale change of immediate plans for that particular piece of hardware. Why was that? Well, for as dominating as Vader was here, it appears the plan had always been for him to have a short run and then drop the title back to the babyface soon thereafter. But with Sting now on the shelf, it meant a backup option would have to be called in. And that's how we got the events of August 2nd, where on an episode of WCW Main Event, Ron Simmons would step up to the incoming champion and would beat him in what has since been remembered as a truly historic moment. Why was this so historic? Well, it marked the first time an African American had held the WCW World title, and Ron Simmons didn't take this honor lightly. No, he took his new responsibilities as top dog of the company very seriously as it happened, with him doing everything he could going forward to prove to both fans and his bosses that he really was the best man for the job. Of course, if this meant defending his belt against a psychopath at Clash of the Champions 20, aired live from the Center Stage Theater in Atlanta, Georgia on September 2nd, then so be it. That was just what he had to do as champion. And so, when he stepped into the ring with Cactus Jack on this evening, he was fully prepared to give everything he had, with this ultimately being enough to see him come out the victor and still world champion. As for the rest of the milestone card, meanwhile, well, that would be mostly made up of multi-man matches, each of which hit to varying degrees, with Arn Anderson and Bobby Eaton defeating Dick Slater and Greg Valentine, the Barbarian and Butch Reed getting the better of Barry Windham and Dustin Rhodes, and in 8-man action, Rick Rude, a fresh off of WWF Jake Roberts, Super Invader, and Big Van Vader making relatively short work of Nikita Koloff, the Steiner Brothers, and the newly returned from injury Sting. Yes, Sting was back from injury already, making it a curious decision that WCW didn't just stick to their original plans and wait the extra few weeks for him to return. But it wasn't like Ron Simmons as champion was a bad decision in fans' eyes anyway, so everyone just accepted this. And they were also only too happy to accept a new world television champion because, in what was probably the highlight of Clash 20, Ricky Steamboat won that particular piece of gold after putting on a bit of a mini classic against incoming champion Steve Austin. That's right, this Steve Austin guy was going places. Something which wasn't going places, however, was the WCW Light Heavyweight title, as at Clash 20, that belt was effectively deactivated when champion Brad Armstrong fell to injury and vacated it, with the tournament which was supposed to be held to crown a new title holder never going ahead. And that wasn't the only belt which was undergoing an erratic time either, as just weeks later on an episode of WCW Worldwide, Ricky Steamboat would drop his newly won television title to Scott Steiner. Of course, this would lead us right into Halloween Havoc on October 25th then, a show in which some of the limitations of Bill Watts' booking were starting to become more apparent, and as a result, the entire event wasn't as well received. That wasn't to say there weren't high points though. No, the singles bout between now former television champion Ricky Steamboat and Brian Pillman certainly delivered, as did the brutal affair between Big Van Vader and Nikita Koloff, a match so stiff it actually ended Koloff's career. Hell, even Barry Windham and Dustin Rhodes going to a time-limit draw with the makeshift duo of Steve Austin and Steve Williams was a hit with fans, as was Rick Rude's victory over Masahiro Chono to become the new NWA World's Champion. That said, overall, the negatives outweighed the positives here, with one of the biggest negatives coming in the pre-show dark match, as this was where Eric Watts, son of Bill Watts, continued to prove he had no business being in the ring when he stunk out the joint during his tag team encounter, pitting him and Van Hammer against the Vegas connection of Vinny Vegas and Diamond Dallas Page. And once that was over, the two main events made fans just as unhappy because, in the first, we were all forced to watch as Ron Simmons defended his World Heavyweight title in the most nothing of nothing match against the Barbarian of all people. Then after that was over, we'd get a true moment of wrestle crap, as the final bout of the night saw WCW introduce the spin the wheel, make a deal concept, a gimmick which involved a large Wheel of Fortune style wheel which would unsurprisingly be spun to decide the stipulation of Sting versus Jake Roberts. What stipulation would this wheel land on? A coal miner's glove match. Basically just a weighted glove on a pole which someone could use to get a very slight upper hand over his opponent. Yeah, this one sucked, and so it's no surprise WCW never used the stip again afterwards. So bad was it, in fact, that even if the Stinger did come out the winner, it was still a pretty sour note to end the night on. Would WCW's next noteworthy show of the year fare any better? Kind of. Because this one would be Clash of the Champions 21, held live from the Macon Coliseum in Macon, Georgia on November 18th. And there, mere days after a contract dispute led to Scott Steiner leaving WCW with his brother in tow and vacating the television title as a result, fans would get to see how the mid-card responded to this. Not that the belt would be on the line here, though. No, instead, we'd see a series of non-title matches pitting the likes of Brian Pillman against Brad Armstrong and Eric Watts and Kensuke Sasaki against Arn Anderson and Bobby Eaton. Then, once that match was over, a special boxing match would take place between Scotty Flamingo and Johnny B. Bad. Did this feel like a strange choice of stipulation for a wrestling show? Yeah, but it at least garnered some interest, as did the intergender bout where Medusa made short work of Paulie Dangerously, and from there sent him packing over to Eastern Championship Wrestling. And there was even more interest generated when, following these two bouts, Too Cold Scorpio made his WCW debut to help Ron Simmons get the better of Cactus Jack, Tony Atlas, and the Barbarian in a 3-on-2 handicap match. Of course, even if Simmons was the world champion now, though, he wouldn't main event this show.
No, the two main events would see Sting get a win over Rick Rude via judge's decision, and a young Shane Douglas partner up with Ricky Steamboat to briefly win both the WCW and NWA World Tag Team Championships from Barry Windham and Dustin Rhodes, with this loss causing Windham to turn heel on his partner. So that meant that the now former champs were set for a big showdown at Starrcade on December 28th then, right? Well, not exactly, because, well, this year, the biggest show on the WCW calendar would fare better than it had in the past few. It still wasn't at the WrestleMania level it should have been. After all, the first half of the show would once more be made up of a series of random lethal lottery tag team bouts, not exactly the stuff you'd expect from a showstopper event. And even when the bigger main matches started, they didn't feel like they were booked as well as they should have been. Sure, Masahi, but this wasn't the NWA anymore. And when the WCW World Champion got his chance to shine, it wouldn't be against Rick Rude as had been planned. Rather, as a result of an injury picked up by the Ravishing One prior to the match, a substitute challenger would be added at the last minute in the form of Steve Williams. So there was no doubt Simmons was going to win here then, just as there was little doubt that Shane Douglas and Ricky Steamboat were going to win during their WCW and NWA World Tag Team title defense against Barry Windham and Brian Pillman. And when it came to the two main events, a one-on-one battle between Sting and Big Van Vader, and the second annual Battle Bowl, this left fans even less satisfied. Why was that? Well, despite Sting beating Vader here, and despite the Great Muta ultimately winning Battle Bowl 2, it would be Vader who got the next shot at the WCW title in a booking decision which made absolutely zero sense in kayfabe. So perhaps that was why, almost immediately after the show was over, Bill Watts would finally be fired from his position as head of creative, with him subsequently being replaced by a young Eric Bischoff. Yes, the Bischoff era was about to begin, and with that in mind then, it's perhaps fitting that a whole new world champion would be crowned before the year was over, because right at the last minute, during a live event on December 30th, Vader would challenge Ron Simmons and beat him to start his second reign on top with the WCW World Heavyweight title. What an ending to the year. And it was a shakeup which was drastically needed by WCW because, while there might have been some pretty strong points for the company in the first half of 1992, by the time Bill Watts had gotten his hooks into things fully, it was clear his way of booking wasn't going to work in this new decade. But now, with a new champion and a new regime in charge, the future was looking positive once more. What would 1993 hold for them? Well, we'll give you a hint. The Nature Boy was coming home. By 1993, the decade had fully settled in, and so it felt like everyone should have figured out where they were going and what they were doing over the course of the 90s. Unfortunately for the world of wrestling, though, this was not the case, as both major North American companies were continuing to struggle. That said, while for the WWF, this would at least see them get a brief return from their biggest star ever, WCW would not be so lucky, or at least they wouldn't be right away. But we'll get there soon enough. For now, let's start at the beginning as we look at WCW in 1993, a year in review. When we last left off, Big Van Vader had just beaten Ron Simmons to become WCW World Champion, Bill Watts was out as booker and was on his way out of the company as a whole, and the Eric Bischoff era was beginning. And he'd sure get 1993 started in a big way then, because in its early days, for the third year in a row, WCW and New Japan Pro Wrestling would host their Forbidden Door-esque crossover show, aptly titled WCW New Japan Super Show 3, live from the Tokyo Dome. And while this one wouldn't air in the States until March, it actually took place on January 4th, with the card here seeing such highlights as Jushin Thunder Liger defeating Ultimo Dragon to win the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title, the Great Muta unifying the IWGP and NWA World Heavyweight titles following a win over Masahiro Chono, and in the televised main event of the evening, Sting getting the pinfall over Hiroshi Hase in a one-on-one contest. Yes, it was another successful event for both companies. That said, there wouldn't be much time to celebrate for WCW, because once it was over, they'd have to immediately head home, as it was there they were about to put on a tournament to crown a new United States champion after Rick Rude had been forced to vacate the belt a month earlier due to injury. Who won this tournament? Well, that would be none other than Dustin Rhodes. And this wasn't the only big change happening within the company at that point, because mere weeks later, Bill Watts would finally leave WCW altogether, with this leaving space for Eric Bischoff to not only take on the role of head booker, but also executive producer of the entire company. And this made the next big show of the year, Clash of the Champions 22 from the Mecca in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on January 13th, particularly noteworthy, as now, with the regime change fully completed, it was going to be interesting to see what new direction the company was going to move in, if any. So what happened here? Well, any big overall changes that Eric Bischoff had planned wouldn't take effect quite yet, because what fans ended up getting at this show was pretty much the same as they'd been getting in 1992, with a card that saw Cactus Jack defeat Johnny B. Bad, Shane Douglas and Ricky Steamboat successfully defend both their WCW and NWA World Tag Team titles against the newly paired duo of Stunning Steve Austin and Flyin' Brian Pillman. And in the main event Thunder Cage match, the trio of Dustin Rhodes, Sting, and Cactus Jack proved to be too much for Big Van Vader, Barry Windham, and Paul Orndorff to overcome. Sure, it was a decent show, but nothing too inspired, and certainly not the kind of thing that was going to draw new fans in. So that's why Eric Bischoff continued going forward with additional changes as the weeks went on then, with his next two big moves leading to a big exit and an even bigger return when over the course of a 5-day period, Jim Ross parted ways with WCW, all as Ric Flair was finally making his return. That's right, after his excursion over to WWF, the Nature Boy was back. Unfortunately though, due to the nature of his contract with Vince McMahon, he wasn't allowed to actually wrestle for a few months yet. So instead, he'd be used on screen as an interviewer for the time being, with his Flair for the Gold segments usually being amongst the most watched of any given show he was on. Would WCW have loved to get him back in the ring sooner? Sure. But it wasn't like they didn't already have a great main event for their next big show of the year, Super Brawl 3 on February 21st, as this one would pit WCW World Heavyweight Champion Big Van Vader against Sting in a White Castle of Fear strap match. What was a White Castle of Fear strap match? It was just a strap match named after the White Castle that Vader had claimed as his own in some pretty goofy segments leading up to the bout. Would this lead to a great match at least? Yes, it was pretty great as a matter of fact, though anyone hoping to see the Stinger come out of the evening the victor would be disappointed, as once all was said and done, Vader would still be standing tall as champ. Elsewhere on the show, meanwhile, other highlights would see the Hollywood Blondes duo of Steve Austin and Brian Pillman continue their rise with a win over Eric Watts and Marcus Bagwell, Cactus Jack get the better of Paul Orndorff in a Falls Count Anywhere match, and Dustin Rhodes successfully defend his newly won United States title against Max Payne, a man better known to mid-90s WWF fans as Man Mountain Rock. One title which was still up for grabs at this point, however, was the WCW World Television title, as following Scott Steiner's exit from the company towards the end of the prior year, that has also been vacated. So in order to crown a new champ then, yet another tournament was going to be required, with this tournament ultimately being won by Paul Orndorff on the March 27th episode of Power Hour. And that wasn't the only big title change happening around this time either, because not only would the Hollywood Blondes win the World Tag Team titles from Ricky Steamboat and Shane Douglas on an episode of Worldwide that same day, but earlier on in the month, the WCW World Heavyweight title would do a bit of a hot potato around the house show circuit when Sting beat Vader for it on March 11th, only for him to then drop it right back to the big man on March 17th. Yes, everything was changing now that Eric Bischoff's power with the company had grown. In fact, another notable change would happen at May 23rd Slamboree too, as here we would get the first ever inductees into the WCW Hall of Fame class. Who was inducted on that inaugural show? Well, that would be Lou Thez, Vern Gagne, Eddie Graham, and Mr. Wrestling 2. But of course, none of those men would be in the ring that night. No, the wrestling would be left to the current day roster, with things kicking off with Too Cold Scorpio and Marcus Bagwell getting the better of Bobby Eaton and Chris Benoit in a tag team bout. Then, once that was over, Sid Vicious would make his triumphant return to WCW after having main evented WrestleMania the year prior, with him here making short work of Van Hammer. And that wasn't the only big news coming out of the show either, because with Ric Flair now back in the fold, a new version of the Four Horsemen would be formed. A version which this time included the Nature Boy, Arn Anderson, Ole Anderson, and Paul Roma. No, it wasn't the most celebrated version of the group ever, but at least seeing it come together was more entertaining than the absolute stinker of a match between Sting and The Prisoner, the man previously known as Nails in the WWF. Come on now, Steve Borden can only be expected to do so much. Two people who didn't have to worry about terrible opponents though were the Hollywood Blondes, because when their tag team title defense came up later in the night, they'd be facing off against the Dos Hombres duo of Ricky Steamboat and Tom Zink in a steel cage match. And after that was over, an arguably even better bout would follow as Barry Windham successfully defended his NWA World's title against Arn Anderson. But of course, neither of these bouts were the main event. No, the real main event would see Davey Boy Smith, fresh off of his own run with the Fed, step up to challenge Big Van Vader for the WCW World Heavyweight title. Would he be able to win this one? Yes, though only through disqualification, meaning that once all was said and done, the belt would remain around the Mastodon's ample waist. Seriously, at this point, it seemed like no one was ever going to be able to dethrone the champ. And so maybe that's why at the next big show of the year, Clash of the Champions 23 on June 17th, a show held at the Norfolk Scope in Norfolk, Virginia, no one even tried. No, while Vader would appear on this show, it would only be in a 6-man tag match where he teamed with Sid Vicious and Rick Rude to take on the babyface trio of Sting, Dustin Rhodes, and Davey Boy Smith. But that wasn't even the real selling point of this event though. No, the real selling point was that finally, after all this time, Ric Flair was going to lace up his boots and wrestle for WCW once more. And he wasn't going to be taking it easy either, because in the main event of the evening, both he and his Four Horsemen stablemate Arn Anderson would take on the challenge of the Hollywood Blondes in a 2 out of 3 falls match, a match which Flair and Anderson ultimately won by a score of 2-0. That said, as the final fall came as a result of a disqualification, Austin and Pillman were able to keep a hold of their tag team titles, meaning they'd still be champs when in early July, WCW Worldwide began doing tapings exclusively from Disney MGM Studios in one of Eric Bischoff's continued attempts to differentiate the company and turn things around business-wise. Would that prove to be a good move for Eazy-E? Yes, but this wouldn't become apparent right away. No, we were still a few years away from the mid-90s boom yet, and we were still a year or so away from the debut of a certain Real American too. In the meantime then, WCW had to settle for using every big gun they had when it came time for Beach Blast on July 18. Yes, after the success of this show the year prior, the company decided to run with the concept again here. And in a continued attempt to make themselves look more big league when compared to their chief rivals in New York, WCW even went as far as to produce a short film prior to the event that would hype up the big-time tag team main event, pitting Sting and Davey Boy Smith against Big Van Vader and Sid Vicious. Sure, it was all a bit cheesy by modern standards and not the kind of thing you'd expect to get a warm reaction on an episode of Raw or Dynamite today, but for 1993 this was pretty fun and pretty well put together, as it showed the babyface superpowers doing the right thing by turning down a bribe to not show up at Beach Blast, all while the heel Masters of the Powerbomb hired a midget with a fake shark fin on his back to plant a bomb on a boat and attempt to kill the Stinger in the process. Yeah, we didn't say it wasn't weird. Still, as weird as it was, at least it led to a great pay-per-view. Well, we say great, but what we really mean is okay, because despite the card looking pretty good here, the actual event itself was somewhat underwhelming. And the tone was set for this early on when Paul Orndorff beat Ron Simmons to keep hold of his World Television title, continuing the former Doom member's slide back down the card following his world title loss in December of the prior year. Following that, WCW fans got a look at Lord Steven Regal as he made short work of Eric Watts, watched on as Johnny B. Bad scored a win over Max Payne, and cheered on the Four Horsemen duo of Arn Anderson and Paul Roma as they tried and ultimately failed to take the World Tag Team titles away from the Hollywood Blondes. But while the Horsemen wouldn't win this one, that didn't mean they'd come out of the night empty-handed, because after Dustin Rhodes and Rick Rude went to a 1-1 draw during a 30-minute Iron Man match for the United States title, Ric Flair would win the big one again when he defeated Barry Windham to become the NWA World's Champion. And that wouldn't even be the main event of the night. No, this would be the aforementioned tag team bout pitting Sting and Davey Boy Smith against Big Van Vader and Sid Vicious, with that one ending with the babyfaces standing tall after 16 minutes and 44 seconds. So now that they'd won the bout then, did this mean there were title shots in Sting and Davey Boy's futures? Well, yes, at least as far as the latter was concerned, because at Clash of the Champions 24 on August 18th, an event held live from the Ocean Center in Daytona Beach, Florida, it would be the Manchester native going one-on-one with the champ. Before we'd get there, though, the undercard would see Arn Anderson and Paul Roma beat the team of Steve Austin and Lord Steven Regal, a last-minute substitute for an injured Brian Pillman, to win both the WCW and NWA World Tag Team titles. And after that was over, other highlights would see Ricky Steamboat becoming the new World Television Champion after besting incoming champ Paul Orndorff, a returning Road Warrior Hawk team up with Dustin Rhodes to defeat Rick Rude and the Equalizer, and Sting and Ric Flair defeat the Colossal Kongs duo of King Kong and Awesome Kong. No, not that Awesome Kong, and obviously not that King Kong either. As for the main event, well, while Davey Boy Smith would put up a valiant effort, in the end he simply wasn't able to overcome the might of Vader. Yes, the Mastodon's time hadn't come yet. But of course, that's not the thing this show is best remembered for today. Rather, it's best remembered for the infamous Flair for the Gold segment where, after being revealed as the final member of the babyface team in the upcoming War Games match, the Shockmaster shocked the world by falling flat on his face while trying to burst through a wall, creating one of the most memorable moments in wrestling history in the process. That's right, you'd be hard-pressed to find a scene more unintentionally funny than this, as the sight of Fred Ottman collapsing into the floor and then immediately trying to recover his bedazzled stormtrooper mask, all as Davey Boy Smith can be heard saying, "He fell on his fucking arse!" in the background, still stands up today as pure comedy gold. But for as much of a failure as it turned out to be in making the Shockmaster seem like a legitimate threat, it didn't stop him from appearing at War Games in September. That said, before we'd get there, further big changes were coming for WCW. What were these changes? Well, once more, World Championship Wrestling and the National Wrestling Alliance were going to sever ties, with this marking the last time the two sides would ever do business together. And because the NWA World and Tag Team titles were on active WCW talent at this point, it meant stripping said talents of those belts. So no longer would Arn Anderson and Paul Roma be able to call themselves the unified WCW and NWA World Tag Team Champions going forward then, just as no longer would Ric Flair be able to call himself NWA World's Champion. That said, as WCW still wanted to recognize the Nature Boy as a champ, they'd get around this by just creating an all-new belt for him, the WCW International World Heavyweight title. Would this belt be on the line at Fall Brawl on September 19th? Yes. But it wouldn't be the only one up for grabs, as outside of this, Lord Steven Regal would win the television title from Ricky Steamboat in the match of the night, and the Nasty Boys would become the new WCW Tag Team Champions after pinning Arn Anderson and Paul Orndorff. And when it came to Rick Rude, the challenger for the International World Heavyweight title, well, he would be just as lucky when he faced off against Flair toward the end of the show, as here, he bested the champ and made it 3 for 3 in terms of failed title defenses on the night. What else was happening at Fall Brawl 93 outside of this? Well, not a huge amount else worthy of note as it happened, because in what was a pretty lame duck show overall, the only other moment really worth mentioning was the main event War Games bout, pitting Sting, Davey Boy Smith, Dustin Rhodes, and of course the Shockmaster against Vader, Sid Vicious, and Harlem Heat. Needless to say then, this one could not reach the same heights as the all-timer War Games match from the prior year. Still though, it would end the right way at least, as by the time all was said and done, the babyfaces would be standing tall. And that would lead us directly into Halloween Havoc on October 24th then, as there, spinning off from their interactions in War Games, Sting and Sid Vicious would go one-on-one, with the Stinger ultimately coming out the victor here. Not that this was the only noteworthy thing happening at Halloween Havoc though. No, there would also be title defenses in the form of Lord Steven Regal and Davey Boy Smith going to a time limit draw over the World Television Championship. And once that was over, there would also be a mini classic which took place when Dustin Rhodes successfully defended his United States Heavyweight Championship against Steve Austin. Sure, not every title bout of the evening could meet these standards, something the Nasty Boys wore with Marcus Alexander Bagwell and Too Cold Scorpio over the WCW World Tag Team titles proved. But Rick Rude retaining the International World Heavyweight title in a rematch from the month before against Ric Flair soon made up for that. Then there was the main event, the bout which pitted World Champion Vader against Cactus Jack. Why was this one non-title? Well, because it wasn't about winning gold. No, things were far more personal than that between these two men after the Mastodon nearly killed Jack during a prior bout they had in April. So perhaps it's fitting that the stipulation which was ultimately selected as part of the spin the wheel make the deal gimmick here was that of a Texas death match, meaning both men could absolutely brutalize each other without any fear of the referee getting in the way.
And this meant the bout which followed was absolutely savage, with it all eventually ending when, after 16 minutes, Mrs. Foley's baby boy was too beaten up to answer a 10 count following being zapped with a stun gun by Vader's manager Harley Race. So like that, Jack's time in the main event scene came to a temporary end as WCW moved on with an all-new challenger just in time for Clash of the Champions 25 on November 10th, live from the Bayfront Arena in St. Petersburg, Florida. Who was this challenger? Why, it was Ric Flair. That's right, after Vader's planned next opponent Sid Vicious got himself fired for taking part in an infamous scissor fight with Arn Anderson at a hotel room on October 27th, an audible had to be called at the last minute. And who better of an audible to call upon here than the Nature Boy? So this is how we got Flair versus Vader in the main event of Clash 25, with the challenger managing to do the seemingly impossible here and pin the champ. That said, before anyone could celebrate, in typical Dusty Finish fashion, the decision would be reversed and it would instead be called as a disqualification on Vader's part as he'd accidentally knocked down the referee earlier on in the bout. Yes, if you could count on WCW to do one thing at this point in time, it was to deliver a disappointing finish when it really counted. As for the rest of the show, well, that would also be pretty underwhelming, as it would be made up of matches like Rick Rude and Road Warrior Hawk going to a double countout in the International World Heavyweight title bout, the Hollywood Blondes exploding before their time when Steve Austin beat Brian Pillman one-on-one, and the Nasty Boys continuing to be tag team champions in 1993 after they got the better of Sting and Davey Boy Smith. Clearly then, what we were looking at with World Championship Wrestling was a situation where for every good move they made, they couldn't help themselves from making an equally bad one. But at least they'd make the correct move when it came to Starrcade this year, because after multiple years of the company's premiere show being swallowed up by Battle Bowl and the Lethal Lottery, this time those events would be given their own separate pay-per-view held on November 20th, one which was aptly titled Battle Bowl. What happened here then? Well, in the Lethal Lottery portion, the randomly selected tag matches would see the likes of the Shockmaster and Paul Orndorff take on Ricky Steamboat and Lord Steven Regal. Ric Flair and Steve Austin get the better of Too Cold Scorpio and Max Payne, and Davey Boy Smith and Booker T do the honors for Road Warrior Hawk and Rip Rogers. Then once that was over, in the main event Battle Bowl of the evening, WCW World Heavyweight Champion Vader would outlast 15 other men to win the Battle Royal. What did this mean in terms of him getting a challenger for Starrcade on December 27th? Well, with no obvious one set up after Battle Bowl, Ric Flair staked his claim at having one more shot at winning the title. And to prove how serious he was about this, he even agreed to hang up his boots for good should he lose the match. That's right, it was all on the line as for the first time in years, Starrcade felt like a big deal. And this extended to the rest of the card too, because if we weren't watching Lord Steven Regal and Ricky Steamboat kill it in a time limit draw over the World Television Championship early on in the show, we were seeing Steve Austin continue his rise with a 2-0 victory over Dustin Rhodes in the 2 out of 3 falls United States Heavyweight title bout. Then of course there was the International World Heavyweight title contest between Rick Rude and don't call him the Big Boss Man, the Boss, one which the Ravishing One managed to come out on top in. Yes, there was a wealth of good stuff to watch here. Hell, even the tag team titles got redeemed when Sting and Road Warrior Hawk managed to win them from the Nasty Boys. Still though, the real reason everyone was there that night was to find out if Ric Flair could indeed be the man to finally slay Vader. Come on now, you know how this one ends. In an absolutely fantastic match which represented a highlight of each man's career, Slick Rick was able to pin the champion after just over 21 minutes to once again call himself the top dog in all of WCW. And like that then, all seemed right with the world at last. Sure, WCW was still dragging behind the WWF in terms of popularity, and they were still making more than their fair share of mistakes, but with new management at the helm, and the guy fans wanted being on top, things were moving in the right direction overall. As far as our telling of the story goes though, well, that's where we'll end it for today, because this represented the last big moment of 1993. What was to come in 1994? Just a little storm that went by the name of Hulkamania. Huge moves were being made in wrestling in 1994, moves which would set things up for that big boom period which was soon to come. And in World Championship Wrestling, those moves involved bringing in some major stars from the other side. But how did it all play out? Well, join us as we take a deep dive into the entire story from start to finish in the WCW in 1994, a year in review.
When we last left off, Ric Flair had just won the WCW World Heavyweight title from Vader, Sting was continuing to be a strong babyface star for the company, and other young talent like Steve Austin, Brian Pillman, and Dustin Rhodes were also progressing nicely. And as evidence of this, all of those performers' skills would be on display to varying degrees at the company's first notable show of the year, Clash of the Champions 26, held live from the Riverside Centroplex in Baton Rouge, Louisiana on January 27th. Yes, here, fans would get to see a pretty decent show, all things considered, one which included matches like Lord Steven Regal defending his World Television Championship against The Natural, Brian Pillman forcing Colonel Robert Parker to wear a chicken suit after he made short work of him in the ring, all as Steve Austin watched on from ringside, and the Stinger teamed up with Ric Flair to fend off the threat of Vader and Rick Rude. That said, perhaps the most notable thing about this show in hindsight is that not only did it feature the debut appearance of Nick Bockwinkel as an on-screen WCW authority figure, but it would also be the first time Bobby Heenan showed up in his new role of commentator. That's right, the era of ex-WWF guys jumping ship in order to take the big money contracts Eric Bischoff was offering had begun, and this would become even more evident as the year progressed. Before any of this happened though, we'd first have to get to the next big show of the year for the company, with that being February 20th's Super Brawl 4. What happened here? Well, in the undercard, we'd see another promising young talent take the next step when alongside his tag team partner Stevie Ray, Booker T scored a victory over the duo of Thunder and Lightning. Then, once that was over, Diamond Dallas Page's rise would hit an early roadblock when he ate a loss to Terry Taylor. Lord Steven Regal would once again successfully defend his television championship, this time against Arn Anderson, and Cactus Jack would team up with Max Payne to defeat WCW World Tag Team Champions The Nasty Boys via disqualification. Of course, that was all table setting for the two main events though, the first of which would feature Sting, Brian Pillman, and Dustin Rhodes combining their powers to beat Steve Austin, Rick Rude, and Paul Orndorff inside of the Thunder Cage. And when that was done, it was time for the final bout of the evening, a second Thunder Cage match, this one pitting Ric Flair against Vader in a rematch from Starrcade. Would the Mastodon be able to win back his lost gold here? No. In the end, it was the Nature Boy who retained and continued his run on top. So by the time Spring Stampede came around on April 17th then, he was still in possession of the title. The only question was, who would he be defending against here? Well, despite Steve Austin coming very close to earning the #1 contendership spot in the weeks leading up to the show, in the end it would be Ricky Steamboat who emerged as the top challenger, meaning yes, we were going to get another match in that epic series. Before this match happened, however, the undercard would first have to take place. And this began with Johnny B. Bad defeating Diamond Dallas Page, Lord Steven Regal and Brian Pillman going to a time limit draw over the television championship, and the Nasty Boys getting the better of Cactus Jack and Max Payne during a Chicago street fight. Then, once everyone was settled in, things would reach another gear altogether when Steve Austin was able to successfully defend his United States Heavyweight title against the Great Muta, all while Sting was winning the International World Heavyweight title from Rick Rude. After that, what turned out to be a pretty great show continued with a bunkhouse match between Dustin Rhodes and Bunkhouse Buck, and a singles bout between Vader and the Boss, with all this leading us into the main event of the night. Would that one be able to live up to the classic trilogy from 1989? Sure. As well, it may not have been quite as good, it was still Ric Flair versus Ricky Steamboat. Hell, so big was this one, the Nature Boy had even invited Hulk Hogan to the show ahead of time to watch it in person, teasing what was to soon come. Not that Hogan appeared at this particular show though. No, he'd miss out on the bout which followed, one which saw both men go to war for 32 minutes, and which ended with a double pinfall after each of the competitors pinned the other during a double chicken wing. So, because of the controversy surrounding this finish then, after the match was over, Nick Bockwinkel would vacate the WCW World Heavyweight title and set up a rematch between the pair at the May 14th episode of Saturday Night. Who won that one? Ric Flair, meaning he'd be champion once more as the company headed into their next big show of the year, Slamboree, on May 22nd. And what made this one particularly big wasn't just that it involved a pay-per-view. No, it was also the night the 1994 WCW Hall of Fame class was inducted. Yes, it was that time again, and this year the list of inductees would be truly legendary, as it would include Harley Race, Big Cat Ernie Ladd, Dick the Bruiser, and Ole Anderson. But what of the show which followed the ceremony? Could that live up to the expectations of those legends? Not really, as this was a pretty meh show overall. That said, it did have some memorable moments, such as an undercard match pitting two legends of the ring against one another when Terry Funk locked up with Tully Blanchard in a one-on-one bout. Outside of this though, the show would be marred by injuries forcing plans to have to be changed at the last minute, with the most notable of these injuries being one picked up by Rick Rude while he was defending his International World Heavyweight title against Sting at New Japan Pro Wrestling's Wrestling Dontaku event on May 1st. So bad was this injury, in fact, it would force the Ravishing One to retire from in-ring competition altogether, and because of that, the belt he held had to be vacated. So when Sting met Vader in the main event of this show, it would now be with the vacant gold on the line. Who would win that bout? Well, we'd find out soon enough. Before we did though, the rest of the show would give fans matches such as Steve Austin beating Johnny B. Bad, Dustin Rhodes and Bunkhouse Buck going at it one more time in a bull rope match, Ric Flair defending his WCW World Heavyweight title against Barry Windham, and Cactus Jack teaming up with Kevin Sullivan to win the WCW World Tag Team titles from the Nasty Boys. Then, finally, once that was over, Sting would get the big win in the main event to take home the International World Heavyweight title. But that wouldn't be the big story in the weeks to come. No, the big story would be that after being teased by Ric Flair a couple of months prior, Hulk Hogan himself decided to join WCW on the May 28th episode of Saturday Night, with him officially signing his contract on screen just a couple of weeks later. Obviously then, this was a major coup for Eric Bischoff, as while the power of Hulkamania had certainly cooled off toward the end of his run with the WWF, Terry Bollea was still the biggest star the wrestling world had ever seen. And Eazy-E's ability to steal him away from the WWF and have him appear on his show instead was seen as a major shift of momentum in his direction. The only question left then was, what would Hogan's first match as part of the World Championship Wrestling roster be? Well, the answer to that was obvious. After all, if there was one dream bout fans had wanted during the latter days of the Hulkster's run in the WWF, one that they felt they'd been promised and then cheated out of, it was the showdown between him and Ric Flair. So realizing this was exactly what people wanted to see, Eric Bischoff wasted no time in booking it. Not that we'd see it quite yet though. No, before that happened we'd have another Clash of the Champions show to get through, namely Clash of the Champions 27, live from the North Charleston Coliseum in Charleston, South Carolina on June 23rd. What happened here? Well, big things, because finally realizing there was no need to have a World Heavyweight Championship and an International World Heavyweight Championship on their books, WCW decided to set up a match between the respective holders of these belts, one in which the winner would unify them. And this meant that the main event of the show would be a major one, as it pitted Ric Flair against Sting. Who won here? Well, while some had hoped it would be the Stinger re-cementing his place at the top of the WCW card, there was no way the Nature Boy wasn't going to walk into his big match against Hulk Hogan without a title to drop to him. And that's why, in the end, it was him who came out of the night the victor. But that wasn't all that was happening on this show, because elsewhere we'd see Cactus Jack and Kevin Sullivan successfully defend their World Tag Team titles against the Nasty Boys, Lord Steven Regal win the television title match against Larry Zbyszko, and Johnny B. Bad score a big-time victory over United States champion Steve Austin, though only via disqualification, meaning the belt didn't change hands. And now that this was out of the way then, it was time for a whole new age of WCW to begin, because on July 17th at Bash at the Beach, the Hulkster would make his official in-ring debut with the competition in a moment that just a few years prior would have seemed unthinkable to any fan who'd grown up watching him be the face of the WWF. But it was happening, and we could all see it with our own eyes. The only question left was, would the match live up to the year's worth of hype? Well, before we found out the answer to this question, the undercard would begin with Lord Steven Regal successfully defending his World Television Championship against Johnny B. Bad. And once that was over, the beef which had been continuing to develop between Vader and Ray Traylor would reach another checkpoint when the Mastodon scored a win over his rival in a grudge match. But this wouldn't be the end of the big moments, as after that, Terry Funk returned to a WCW ring again, this time to team up with Bunkhouse Buck as the pair proceeded to defeat Dustin Rhodes and Arn Anderson. And when that was all said and done, another undercard match would take place, one pitting United States Heavyweight Champion Steve Austin against longtime rival Ricky Steamboat, and one ended up probably being the show stealer of the evening, at least in terms of quality. Not in the terms of star power though. No, the show was only going to be stolen in that respect by one bout, and one bout alone, the main event between Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair. Sure, you could argue it wasn't as good as it could have been if it had happened in the 80s, but even if this was the case, it was still the match everyone had waited to see for so long, and so they watched it with glee anyway. And what they bore witness to that evening was the beginning of the Hulk Hogan era of WCW because, after a battle which waged on for 21 minutes and 54 seconds, it would be the babyface who came out on top. So because of that then, the closing image of the show would be him celebrating with the big gold belt, all as a number of his celebrity friends gathered around him, celebrity friends who included Mr. T, Muhammad Ali, and Shaquille O'Neal. Where would WCW go from there now that Hulkamania had arrived? Would this lead to an all-new period of prosperity for the company as they finally overtook their chief rivals, the WWF? Not yet. No, we were still a couple of years away from the boom period of the mid-90s, and part of the reason things continued to stall at this point was because, while Hogan had been a perfect star during the 80s, by the time 1994 rolled around, the act had grown pretty stale for many fans. And as if that wasn't bad enough, there was also a sense that the Hulkster coming on board and turning the show into more of a child-friendly one was a betrayal of what World Championship Wrestling had up until that point stood for, with this being a more territorial, sports-based style of pro wrestling, which had made its name on the likes of Ric Flair, Harley Race, and Dusty Rhodes. But whether those more traditional fans liked it or not, the times they were a-changin', as Eric Bischoff's ultimate goal with WCW was simple: to turn it into the biggest wrestling company in the world. So he continued on pushing Hogan as the guy going forward then, with the next step in his plan for global domination of the industry being to book the rematch between the new champ and the old one at August 24th's Clash of the Champions 28, held live from the Five Seasons Center in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Yes, it was here that we would get to see the rematch between the Hulkster and the Nature Boy, and in what was probably considered a shock result to fans watching, Slick Rick would actually get his win back. That said, as said win came via means of a countout, it meant Hogan kept the title around his waist, all while his opponent was getting to save face a little bit by proving he could beat the five-time WWF champion. Elsewhere on the card meanwhile, Ricky Steamboat would win the United States title from Steve Austin in another banger, Dusty and Dustin Rhodes got the better of Terry Funk and Bunkhouse Buck, and New Japan founder Antonio Inoki made a rare appearance inside of a North American wrestling ring to go one-on-one with Lord Steven Regal. But while that match was great, it would be mostly forgotten as soon as it was over because once the show had ended, the focus immediately shifted toward building up the next big pay-per-view of the year, Fall Brawl, on September 18th. What happened here? Well, as a result of his contract stipulating that he'd only work a limited amount of dates every year, new WCW World Heavyweight Champion Hulk Hogan would not appear. And for that matter, neither would United States Heavyweight Champion Ricky Steamboat. Why didn't the Dragon show up? Well, because prior to the show he suffered a back injury and, as a result, his planned match with Steve Austin had to be scrapped, forcing Nick Bockwinkel to award Austin the belt by forfeit. Not that it would be a night off for the future Rattlesnake, however, as, mere moments after being awarded the title, he'd be tasked with facing a surprise challenge in the form of Jim Duggan. And with Austin being completely unprepared for this one, it meant he'd lose his newly won gold in just 35 seconds. But this wouldn't be the only big moment of the undercard, because prior to that, fans of WCW would all be saying goodbye to Cactus Jack. Wait, why was Cactus Jack leaving? Well, after losing an ear during a live event in Germany and realizing that Eric Bischoff had no intentions of using the incident to help further his character with a storyline, Mick Foley figured there was no future for him down in Atlanta. So after handing his notice in then, he'd be booked to do the job to Kevin Sullivan in a loser leaves town match here. Elsewhere, meanwhile, Johnny B. Bad would win the World Television Championship from Lord Steven Regal. The Pretty Wonderful duo of Paul Orndorff and Paul Roma would get the better of Stars and Stripes in a World Tag Team title bout, and in the main event, if legend is to be believed, the War Games match pitting Dusty Rhodes, Dustin Rhodes, and the Nasty Boys against Terry Funk, Arn Anderson, Bunkhouse Buck, and Colonel Robert Parker ended with not only a babyface win, but with a bout of diarrhea in the ring for the Colonel. How would WCW top this the following month then? Well, by not having someone soil themselves in the middle of the ring. No, instead at Halloween Havoc on October 23rd, the event would be sold on yet another singles bout between Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair, with the stipulations this time being that not only would things take place inside of a steel cage with Mr. T as the special guest referee, but whoever lost would be forced to retire forever. Before we'd find out who was about to be out of a job, though, the undercard would feature such lowlights as Johnny B. Bad defending his World Television Championship against the Honky Tonk Man, Jim Duggan and Steve Austin having a nothing rematch for the United States title in which the former retained via disqualification, and Vader mercifully ending his feud with the Guardian Angel, aka Ray Traylor. Really, this was a pretty bad show, and one which was desperately in need of a good main event to rescue it. Unfortunately for WCW, though, the main event turned out to be a bit of an overbooked mess, one in which it was apparent that this reheated version of Hulkamania was already beginning to outstay its welcome for fans of the Southern Wrestling promotion. Still, at least it had a notable ending, what with it seeing the Nature Boy lose and be forced to retire. Spoilers, he'd be back in the ring by January. And as if that wasn't enough, after the match we'd also get the debut of an all-new heel stable for Hogan to feud with, that being the Three Faces of Fear, a trio made up of Kevin Sullivan, Avalanche, aka Earthquake, and Brother Brutai, aka Brutus Beefcake. Yes, Hulk Hogan had seemingly got his buddy Ed Leslie a job in WCW, and what's more, the Hulkster would also at this point begin setting things up for a showdown between the pair in the main event of Starrcade. Before we'd get there, however, in lieu of another WCW New Japan Super Show this year, Eric Bischoff would instead send wrestlers like Chris Benoit and Too Cold Scorpio down to take place in a crossover with AAA at November 6th when Worlds Collide. And if you were watching this show when it first aired, you'd have been treated to a glimpse of the future of WCW's Cruiserweight division, as on it, a number of future superstars then signed to the Mexican powerhouse promotion would appear. Performers such as Psychosis, Conan, Rey Mysterio, and Eddie Guerrero. Not that they'd sign on the dotted line with Bischoff quite yet, though. No, once the show was over, they'd remain in Mexico for the meantime, all while WCW returned stateside for Clash of the Champions 29 on November 16th, a show which was held live from the Jacksonville Memorial Coliseum in Jacksonville, Florida. What happened at this show? Not a great deal if we're being honest. No, the most notable thing which happened was probably the fact that the Stars and Stripes pairing of the Patriot and Marcus Alexander Bagwell won the World Tag Team titles from Pretty Wonderful. Aside from that, it would be a lot of bouts with no consequences, this in a pretty dire main event pitting Hulk Hogan, Sting, and Dave Sullivan against the Three Faces of Fear. In the weeks following the event, however, two important things would happen, as not only would Booker T finally get some gold around his waist when Harlem Heat beat Stars and Stripes for the tag team titles on an episode of Saturday Night on December 8th, but 5 days prior to this on December 3rd, another big name would make the jump over from WWF, Randy Savage. That's right, the Macho Man had arrived, with this serving as both another blow for Vince McMahon over the WWF and a giant feather in the cap of Eric Bischoff as he continued his plan for complete dominance. All of this led us into December 27th, where Starrcade took place. Here, we saw a card that gave us the Nasty Boys beating Harlem Heat, Mr. T having a one-on-one match with Kevin Sullivan, and Vader walk out of the night the new United States champion after defeating Jim Duggan. Unfortunately for fans, though, the main event was Hulk Hogan versus The Butcher. Yeah, probably the worst Starrcade closer of all time. Was this a fitting way to end the year for WCW? Yes and no, and we say that because while this was certainly representative of where the company was now that they were making a bigger push to move away from the roots and be more like 80s WWF, it wasn't like the entire year was bad. No, there was great stuff in there. The only problem was that as 1995 began, those great elements like Steve Austin, Dustin Rhodes, Brian Pillman, and others would all get pushed further and further into the background as Hulkamania at home continued its wave of creative control-fueled dominance. Yes, we still had a while to go before the NWO turned things around, and this meant 95 was going to have to deal with a truly infamous stable, one who had the power to make water not hot, brother, the Dungeon of Doom. 1995 wasn't quite the year World Championship Wrestling would start to turn things around, but things were getting pretty close to that point by now. That said, before a new world order could take over and spark the first fires of a second boom period, we'd first have to deal with some truly bad television, with some gems hidden in amongst it. But how did it all happen? Well, join us as we take a deep dive into the entire story from start to finish in the WCW in 1995, a year in review. When we last left off, Hulkamania was running wild in Atlanta, and this has led to some pretty terrible moments, such as the birth of the Three Faces of Fear and Starrcade main eventer Ed Leslie. And as it happened, this wouldn't be the last time the former Brutus the Barber main evented a big WCW show, as on January 25th he'd once more go on last during Clash of the Champions 30, held live from Caesar's Palace in Paradise, Nevada. Was this night as iconic as the one the two friends had shared at WrestleMania 9 in the same location a few years prior? No, though what followed might have actually been better quality, as the main event saw Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage unexplode the Mega Powers in order to fend off the challenge of The Butcher and Kevin Sullivan. And that wasn't the only notable moment coming out of this show either, as elsewhere, not only would Sting score a submission win over Avalanche, but Harlem Heat would continue their reign as World Tag Team Champions with a victory over Stars and Stripes. Of course, even if they had successfully defended here, there was little time for Booker T and Stevie Ray to celebrate, as by the time the next big pay-per-view of the year came around, Super Brawl 5 on February 19th, they'd have a whole new set of challengers. Yes, it was at this show that Harlem Heat would have to take on Hulk Hogan's old friends, the Nasty Boys. But at least the Nasty Boys didn't win here, meaning we didn't have to see them walking around with the titles after the fact. As for what else was happening at Super Brawl, well, not a great deal unfortunately, as in another stinker, WCW gave us a card made up of bouts such as Alex Wright versus Paul Roma, Jim Duggan taking on Bunkhouse Buck, and the Blacktop Bully battling it out with Dustin Rhodes. Honestly, it's no wonder it was so hard for people to care about the company at this point. Sure, the two main events did have some star power, as they saw Sting and Randy Savage team up to take on Avalanche and Big Bubba Rogers, all before Hulk Hogan then defended his WCW World Heavyweight title against Vader. But the matches themselves were pretty lame, with the former ending in a convoluted disqualification finish, and the latter being yet another example of Hulk Hogan playing the hits from the 80s as Ric Flair got involved toward the end of the bout. Really, by now it was clear that while the Hulk Hogan experiment might have brought in a few extra viewers, it was doing more harm than good, as the quality of the Terry Bollea shows was awful by and large. And that trend would only continue at the next big pay-per-view of the year, March 19th's Uncensored. What happened here? Well, after an undercard which gave us matches like the infamous King of the Road match, the one which saw Dustin Rhodes be fired from WCW for blading, as well as a supposed martial arts match between Ming and Jim Duggan of all people, things got even weirder when Johnny B. Bad and Arn Anderson had a boxer versus wrestler showdown, one in which the rules stated Bad, a former Golden Gloves boxer, could only win the match by punching out his opponent. But this wasn't the weirdest thing we'd see on this show. No, following that, Avalanche got himself disqualified during a no disqualification bout against Randy Savage, a disqualification which occurred when Ric Flair interfered in the proceedings while dressed in drag. And then once this was over, the main event would see the Nature Boy return to do the job in a match he wasn't even in. Yes, in the main event of the evening, a leather strap match between Hulk Hogan and Vader, the Hulkster ended up carrying Flair to all four corners so that he could win the match as per the rules of the stipulation. Well, at least it would have been the rules had Slick Rick actually been his opponent and not the Mastodon, but WCW in 1995 evidently didn't care too much about logic. Oh, and did we mention that this match also featured the Renegade in Hogan's corner? Who was the Renegade? Well, to reference The Simpsons, he was basically the non-union Mexican equivalent of Jim Hellwig, someone who looked and sounded exactly like the Ultimate Warrior, but for legal reasons was not the Ultimate Warrior. No, this wasn't WCW 2000, we promise. And 1995 was only going to go harder with the bizarreness from there, as the next big show on April 28th and 29th would be the infamous Collision in Korea. Now, some will argue the biggest wrestling show of all time is WrestleMania 32 on account of the fact it had the highest turnstile count. Others, meanwhile, will argue that the biggest wrestling show of all time is All In 2023, as it had the most tickets sold. In truth, though, if we want to get technical, the biggest wrestling show ever is Collision in Korea, as the actual numbers they had in the building here were 150,000 on night 1 and 165,000 on night 2. Sure, you could argue this one doesn't really count as it was less people going to a show because they wanted to, and more people being told they had to go to a show by the government. But even if this is the case, the end result is the same. And this is that a staggering amount of people witnessed another WCW New Japan crossover event, which saw the likes of Shinya Hashimoto and Scott Norton go to a time limit draw in an IWGP heavyweight title bout. The Steiner brothers make relatively short work of Hiroshi Hase and Kensuke Sasaki, And in the main event of the weekend, Antonio Inoki go one-on-one with Ric Flair. Of course, considering this whole show had been designed specifically by Inoki as an attempt to bring diplomacy to North Korea, the political tensions surrounding it were sky high. And for that reason then, once it was over, the WCW roster were only too happy to make it back home to America unscathed. And they would do so just in time for their next big show of the year as it happened, May 21st's Slamboree. But Slamboree wasn't the only thing taking place that weekend, as this would also be when the final ever WCW Hall of Fame class was inducted. A class which included legends like Dusty Rhodes, Terry Funk, Gordon Solie, and perhaps partially as a result of the fact that the company had worked with him so recently in Korea, Antonio Inoki too. Not that any of these performers would hit the ring here though. No, they'd watch from the sidelines instead, as the current day roster did their thing. That said, in keeping with the tradition of bad WCW shows in 1995, what they did here was not so good. Hell, it was often outright terrible, and this was pretty much evident as soon as the show got started, as the opener would see the Nasty Boys once more become WCW World Tag Team Champions after beating Harlem Heat. And things didn't get much better from there, unfortunately, because after the follow-up match between Kevin Sullivan and the Man with No Name ended with Sullivan being called upon by a mysterious figure who wanted to discuss Hulkamania with him, it became clear things were only going to get worse with this whole angle as it began its transition from being about the Three Faces of Fear to being about the infamous Dungeon of Doom. Sure, where there was the slight highlight of seeing the Great Muta wrestle Paul Orndorff for the IWGP Heavyweight title on this show, and there was also the novelty factor in seeing Wahoo McDaniels and Dick Murdoch go full Tony Storm-esque black and white for their Legends match, but these were only minor highlights, as after they were over, the rest of the card would be made up of Arn Anderson vs. Alex Wright, Ming and the Road Warrior Hawk going 5 minutes, Sting slumming it with Big Bubba Rogers, and in the main event of the evening, Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage stinking out the joint during their 80s WWF style bout against Ric Flair and Vader. Look, this kind of thing might have worked for a certain audience at a certain time, but what Terry Bollea failed to realize in 1995 was that the WCW fanbase were not that audience, and the mid-90s were not the time for such storylines to get over. Still, with Eric Bischoff remaining convinced that wherever Hogan went, the money went too, he continued on down the same path of trying to force it down the throats of fans. Really, all WCW fans could hope for at this point was that the Hulkster's contractually approved absences would become longer and longer as time went on, and they would get a brief reprieve from him at the next pay-per-view of the year as it happened, June 18th's The Great American Bash, as the champ would be a no-show. No, instead this show would mostly be made up of a tournament to crown a new United States heavyweight champion, with this becoming a necessity after Vader had been stripped of the belt back in March after kayfabe injuring Kevin Sullivan's brother Dave Sullivan. How would this tournament play itself out? Well, after the initial televised rounds had seen Sting, Meng, Ric Flair, and Randy Savage make it all the way to the semifinals, those semis would happen at the Great American Bash. In a twist, however, there would be no final. How could this be the case? Well, after Sting got the better of Meng in the first bout of the evening, Ric Flair and Randy Savage ended up going to a no contest. And so, for that reason then, with no one else to challenge him in the final round, Steve Borden was simply awarded the belt in perhaps the most underwhelming way imaginable. And it's not like the rest of the show was much better. No, what else was to be found at the Great American Bash in 1995 would be a damning indictment of where WCW was at this time, as it featured matches like Dave Sullivan and Diamond Dallas Page having an arm wrestling contest, the Blue Bloods duo of Lord Steven Regal and Earl Robert Eaton doing the job to the Nasty Boys, Alex Wright beating Brian Pillman, and perhaps worst of all, the Renegade pinning Arn Anderson to become the new World Television Champion. Why would anyone want to watch this? That was a question many in WCW were asking themselves at the time, as frustrations amongst the roster continued to grow. So hoping to give things a boost by getting some mainstream crossover appeal then, Eric Bischoff used Bash at the Beach on July 16th as an excuse to tie things in with an episode of Baywatch, at that point probably the biggest TV show in the world. And the way he would do this would be to get 5 of his top stars, namely Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Vader, Ric Flair, and Kevin Sullivan to appear on Season 6, Episode 17 of that show, with this serving the dual purpose of getting more eyeballs on the product while also promoting the fact that Bash at the Beach would literally take place at a beach. Yes, these unique locations for shows were always one of the more fun things WCW did during their run, and seeing Hulk Hogan and Vader go at it over the WCW World Heavyweight title inside of a steel cage set up on Huntington Beach in California was certainly a sight to see. Of course, the Hulkster would win this one in the end though, and so would his buddy Randy Savage when he was tasked with going up against Ric Flair in the semi-main event lifeguard match. Basically, just a lumberjack match under a different theme. One person who was not so lucky, however, was Jim Duggan, as when he went up against Kamala, he'd failed to get the job done. And this was exactly what Kamala's manager, the Taskmaster, aka Kevin Sullivan, was hoping would happen. So because he'd bet on the right horse here then, Sullivan would continue going with Kamala as a member of his Dungeon of Doom stable, a stable which would soon become the arch nemesis of Hulkamania. Was there anything else worthy of note which happened on Bash at the Beach? Well, Harlem Heat did win back the World Tag Team titles during a triangle bout pitting them against the Nasty Boys and the Blue Bloods, so there's that. Outside of this though, it was another pretty meh show overall. That said, for those who had been patiently waiting for something big to happen with WCW, their patience would be rewarded soon enough, as we were about to officially enter the era of the Monday Night Wars. Before we'd get there though, Clash of the Champions 31 would take place on August 6th, live from the Ocean Center in Daytona Beach, Florida. And there, the Dungeon of Doom would formally begin their campaign of war against Hulk Hogan when the Hulkster was forced to defend his WCW World Heavyweight title against Kamala. Aside from that, meanwhile, Vader won a handicap match against Ric Flair and Arn Anderson, the Renegade successfully defended his television title against Paul Orndorff, and Diamond Dallas Page continued his slow rise to the top with a victory over Alex Wright. Not that any of this would be the big story come the start of September though. No, at that point the big story would be the fact that after Ted Turner had called Eric Bischoff into a meeting to ask him how he could compete with the WWF, Eazy-E had convinced the billionaire CEO to give him 2 hours every Monday night on primetime TV, directly opposing Monday Night Raw. And so like that began not only the era of WCW Monday Nitro, but also the Monday Night Wars in general, as on the first episode of this show, a major shot was fired across the bow when Lex Luger jumped ship to the surprise of everyone in the WWF. How did Luger's appearance on the inaugural Nitro happen? Well, in the weeks leading up to the show, the man who had at one point been pegged to be WWF's next big top star had been negotiating a new contract with the WWF's then head of talent relations, Jim Ross. But with those negotiations still ongoing by the time his existing contract officially expired, it left him a free agent right as the new show was getting ready to air. So while he was assuring Ross he was with the WWF for the long run, Luger was talking to Eric Bischoff behind his back and working out a deal with him which would allow him to shock the wrestling world by setting the tone for what Nitro would be going forward. A live 2 hours of television in which anything could happen, and so you'd better tune into it instead of Raw if you wanted to see the real action. Needless to say then, this move left Vince McMahon scrambling to respond. But while he was doing this, Eric Bischoff wouldn't be just waiting around. No, he'd be continuing on with business as usual as his next big show of the year, Fall Brawl, was on the horizon. And at this show, one held on September 17th, it wouldn't be just any big match WCW fans were getting. Rather, it would be the big match, as here we would see the return of War Games. Sure, the War Games bout which took place at Fall Brawl in 1995 wasn't a patch on ones which had been seen in years prior, but it was still a spectacle nonetheless, and so fans had something to grasp onto when the babyface quartet of Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Lex Luger, and Sting faced off against the Dungeon of Doom heel foursome of Kamala, the Zodiac, the Shark, and Ming here. And when Team Hogan eventually won and the Hulkster was awarded 5 minutes alone in the cage with the Taskmaster, those fans watched on with curiosity, with their curiosity being piqued further once the Giant made his debut by breaking into the cage and destroying the champion. That's right, even if we had to put up with all the terrible matches and the weird segments like the one where Hogan was transported to a strange world where the water was not hot, at very least, the Dungeon of Doom had now introduced us to Paul White, someone whose gimmick was that he was the long-lost son of Andre the Giant, out for revenge for his father. Unfortunately though, this was just about the only notable thing which happened at Fall Brawl 95, as outside of that, the undercard would be a huge nothing burger, one made up of instantly forgettable matches like Craig Pittman versus the Cobra and Harlem Heat versus Bunkhouse Buck and Dick Slater. Sure, we would get a rare singles match between Ric Flair and Arn Anderson, which was admittedly pretty decent, and Diamond Dallas Page would defeat the Renegade to win the WCW World Television Championship, but two good moments amongst a sea of bad does not make for a great show. And as if you needed us to tell you at this point, Halloween Havoc would carry on that string of bad shows when it aired on October 29th. Though this show wouldn't just be bad, it would reach a whole new level of WrestleCrap, one which has since seen it go down in history as one of the worst pay-per-view events of all time. What happened during it which made it so noteworthy? Well, how about the fact that after Randy Savage and the Zodiac's one-on-one showdown had to be all but aborted once a fan jumped the barricade and got into the ring, things would only go further downhill when Hulk Hogan and the Giant went one-on-one in the truly mind-boggling sumo monster truck match on the roof of the Joe Louis Arena. Yes, a WCW pay-per-view in 1995 was semi-main evented by a monster truck battle. And what's more, this one ended with Paul White apparently dying after he was knocked off the roof by the Hulkster once it was over. Not that fans had to worry about being traumatized by seeing a murder for long though, because after Ric Flair turned on Sting in the most hilarious manner possible in order to reform the Four Horsemen with Arn Anderson and Brian Pillman, and Randy Savage got a quick win over Lex Luger, the Giant would brush off his death fall just in time to face off against Hogan inside of the ring in the main event. And in what was technically his first ever match for WCW, the heel would end up winning the world title here, as even if his victory did come about as a result of a disqualification, according to a pre-match stipulation the Hulkster knew nothing about ahead of time, this meant he got the gold too. So now that the babyface had been dethroned, there was only one thing left to do, and that was for the Yeti to come out and dry hump Terry Bollea into submission. Again, we assure you, we're not talking about WCW 2000 here. But given how bad this one was, we may as well be. And it wasn't like the big title change which ended the show would even mean anything in the long run, because the very next night on Nitro, on account of the screwy way he became champion, the Giant would be stripped of the world title, with this resulting in that belt being held up as vacant, pending the results of a 60-man battle royal to be held at World War III on November 25th. No, you didn't hear us wrong. WCW was going to attempt a 60-man battle royal. Obviously then, this meant there were too many performers to fit in one ring. No, not just 2, but 3 rings would be required here. And so that's why when World War III kicked off that evening, the instant visual it gave fans was certainly a unique one. Could the show live up to this visual though? Well, in a word, no. Rather, what we got here was an event with one good match, that being Diamond Dallas Page versus Johnny B. Bad for the World Television Championship, and a whole host of nonsense as the rest of the undercard saw Big Bubba Rogers go one-on-one with Jim Duggan, Lex Luger and Randy Savage kill time for 5 minutes, and Sting beat Ric Flair in a match that was, by their standards, pretty poor. And then there was that main event, a bout in which there was so much happening on screen at any given time, we literally had to watch 3 separate mini-screens within the larger one so as to have any hopes of keeping up. Obviously then, this left many with a full-blown headache long before the finish came, a finish which saw Randy Savage become WCW World Heavyweight Champion for the first time after last eliminating the one-man gang. But the Macho Man winning the title wouldn't be the big story here once all was said and done. No, the big story would be that, using his "that doesn't work for me, brother" creative control clause, Hulk Hogan changed up his elimination mid-match so that he was pulled under the bottom rope rather than thrown over the top rope, allowing him to say he never really lost as he was never really eliminated. And this meant he was able to show up the next night on Nitro and formally request a rematch he was not granted. Rather, Hogan would be kayfabe suspended for the rest of the year after subsequently getting involved in the Giants' world title match against Savage a few weeks later, and this meant he'd be absent from the final pay-per-view of the year then, Starrcade, on December 27th, a show which this year went by the subtitle of The World Cup of Wrestling. Why was this one going by the moniker of the World Cup of Wrestling? Well, because it would once again be a crossover between WCW and New Japan Pro Wrestling. And this was evident in the fact that almost every match on the card featured representatives of the opposing companies facing off against one another, Forbidden Door style. As to who those competitors were specifically, well, early on in the show, we'd see Jushin Thunder Liger defeat new Four Horsemen member Chris Benoit. Lex Luger get the better of Masahiro Chono, Randy Savage make short work of Hiroyoshi Tenzan, and Sting score a pinfall victory over Kensuke Sasaki. Once that was over though, the main events would feature no New Japan involvement, as instead the second to last match saw Ric Flair, Sting, and Lex Luger battle it out to earn a shot at Randy Savage's World Heavyweight title. And immediately after winning this one then, the Nature Boy would get his shot at the champ in the main event, a match in which, despite it being his second one in a row, he still managed to reign victorious. Yes, Ric Flair was the WCW champion once again. And it was with him as champ that WCW would close out 1995. Was it a perfect year? Far from it. But we'd gotten through the worst of things now because coming up was 1996, and with that, a whole new era of WCW, one which would become known to fans for representing a new world order of wrestling. 1996 was the year which would change wrestling forever, and rather than that change happening in the WWF, it was happening in WCW instead. Yes, this was the year a hostile takeover began, and in the process, a whole new golden era was triggered. But how did it all play out? Well, that's exactly what we're going to be looking at right now in WCW in 1996, a year in review. When we last left off, Ric Flair was the WCW World Champion, the Monday Night Wars were picking up steam, and the Hulk Hogan in Atlanta experiment was crashing and burning before our very eyes. So, needing to shake things up in order to get an edge over Vince McMahon then, Eric Bischoff decided to book an early big moment for 1996 when on the January 22nd episode of Nitro, he had Randy Savage win back the world title from the Nature Boy. And that would set the tone for the rest of the year as being an unpredictable one where anything could happen, with this being very evident at the first major show of the year, Clash of the Champions 32, held live from Caesars Palace in Paradise, Nevada on January 23rd. What happened here that was so unpredictable? Well, for one, Brian Pillman was on the loose, and with this being the period his new loose cannon character was coming to the forefront, it meant when he ran out of the ring during his match with Eddie Guerrero and grabbed Bobby Heenan by his injured neck, it caused Heenan to break character and yell expletives at him on commentary. Yes, there was now no telling what was going to happen whenever Pillman appeared on live TV, and this wasn't the only thing that was taking place at Clash 32, as aside from that, we'd see Sting and Lex Luger defend their newly won World Tag Team titles against the Blue Bloods, all while elsewhere, the Mega Powers were reuniting once more when Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage took on the heel duo of Ric Flair and the Giant. And in a result which surprised some, the Nature Boy would actually get the win for his team here when he pinned the Macho Man in 9 minutes and 51 seconds. Of course, this was never supposed to be the finish originally though. No, it had to be changed at the last minute after Flair reportedly threatened to quit in protest of Hogan using his creative control to try and get yet another victory over him. That's right, Hulk Hogan the Politicker was in full effect in 1996. And despite fans losing interest in him by now, he'd use his power to make sure he was in the main event of the first pay-per-view of the year, Super Brawl 6, on February 11th. Who would the Hulkster face off against at this event? Well, that would be the Giant again, and this time, they'd be battling it out inside of a steel cage. Needless to say then, the match between the two that night was a bit of a stinker, with it mercifully ending after the babyface got the better of his opponent at the 15-minute mark. So with this one doing little to excite fans, it was left to the undercard to give them value for money. And luckily, there would be some notable moments on this undercard, as aside from Sting and Lex Luger pulling double duty when they defended their WCW World Tag Team titles against both Harlem Heat and the Road Warriors in separate matches, we'd also see Ric Flair regain the WCW World title from Randy Savage in another steel cage showdown. That said, perhaps the most noteworthy moment of the entire show happened when Kevin Sullivan and Brian Pillman met in the ring for an I Respect You strap match. Why was this such a talking point after the fact? Well, because almost immediately after things got started, Brian Pillman took his loose cannon character to the next level when he got a hold of the microphone and broke character by telling his opponent, "I respect you, Booker Man," a reference to the fact that Sullivan was one of the backstage bookers at this point in time. And after that, Pillman would walk out of the arena, leaving everyone confused as to what was going on exactly, and a quick improvised bout between Sullivan and Arn Anderson took place. So, what happened?
Well, as it turned out, the whole thing had been a plan created by Pillman and Eric Bischoff to further the idea that he was an unstable madman, though this would all backfire on Eazy-E when Bryan convinced him to give him a legitimate release after the show so as to further sell the incident, a release he would then use to go legally sign a contract with the WWF instead. That's right, Bischoff had been well and truly played, but he couldn't let this get to him for too long as he still had a wrestling show to book. And the next big show of the year wasn't too far away now, with this being uncensored on March 24th. Would this show be able to build any positive momentum for WCW? Not really, no. And that was mostly because of the truly god-awful main event. But before we got to that main event, we'd first have an actually pretty decent undercard, one which kicked off with Conan and Eddie Guerrero doing battle over the United States heavyweight title. And as if that wasn't enough to get the live audience invested, once this ended, it would be on to Fit Finlay versus Lord Steven Regal in a bout so hard-hitting, both men left with broken bones. Yes, it was quite a start to the show, but unfortunately, it would start to go downhill after that, as the following 3 bouts would be true low points. Low points pitting Colonel Robert Parker against Medusa, Starrcade main eventer The Booty Man against Diamond Dallas Page, and The Giant against Loch Ness, someone better known to old World of Sports fans in the UK as Giant Haystacks. Sure, things would pick up again somewhat with the semi-main, which saw Sting and Booker T have a wild Chicago street fight with the Road Warriors, but then it was time for that dreaded main event, the Doomsday Cage match, which saw the Mega Powers fight off the combined forces of Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, Ming, the Barbarian, Lex Luger, the Taskmaster, Z-Gangsta, and the Ultimate Solution, inside of a 3-tiered cage that was so poorly built, it was nigh on impossible to see what was going on at times. And as if that wasn't bad enough, somehow Hogan and Savage would actually win this one despite being outnumbered by 2-8, something which stretched to the levels of credibility even for Hulkamania. Clearly then, with fan response to this one being poor, and with even people backstage seeming to realize it had been a wash, it was time for a change. It was just a shame that change wouldn't come in time for the next pay-per-view of the year, Slamboree, on May 19th. No, that show would mostly be filled up by the annual Lethal Lottery, the one which paired up random wrestlers on the roster in tag team bouts that few actually cared about. But then how could you care about it when we're talking about matches like Diamond Dallas Page and the Barbarian versus Ming and Hugh Morris, or Dick Slater and Bobby Eaton versus Disco Inferno and Alex Wright? You couldn't, it was as simple as that. And if you could care about the 2 main events either, whether that be the Battle Bowl eventually won by Diamond Dallas Page or the world title match pitting the Giant against Sting. But wait, wasn't Ric Flair the champion? Well, yeah, he was, or at least he was up until he'd dropped the belt to Paul White on the April 22nd episode of Nitro in yet another attempt by Eric Bischoff to gain some momentum in the Monday Night Wars. Not that this had worked, however. No, the real game-changing moment wouldn't happen until the May 27th episode of Nitro, as that was when, in a true shock to wrestling fans everywhere, Scott Hall came out through the crowd and announced that he was there to start a war. And as the weeks followed and everyone was trying to figure out if this meant the WWF was invading Nitro, he would be joined by another WWF alumni in Kevin Nash. That's right, the Outsiders had arrived, and with it being unclear exactly what their intentions were this early on, fans suddenly became hugely invested in what was happening on WCW. Were they still working for Vince McMahon? Had they truly jumped ship? And who was this mysterious third man they kept telling us about, the other secret member of their crew? Well, the answer to the first 2 questions was that Hall and Nash had indeed jumped ship after Eazy-E offered them a big money contract, though the initial idea was to portray it as if they were still WWF guys invading the competition. And this was never clearer than the moment they powerbombed Bischoff through a table during an interview segment at the Great American Bash on June 16th. Of course, that wouldn't be the only notable thing happening at the Great American Bash though, as now with a new audience beginning to tune in so that they could see the next chapter of the developing Outsiders storyline, the company did everything they could to give them a show worth watching. But while some of the matches on this card were undeniable hits, such as the Cruiserweight title match pitting Dean Malenko against Rey Mysterio Jr., the Falls Count Anywhere bout between Chris Benoit and Kevin Sullivan, or Sting's showdown with Lord Steven Regal, Others like John Tenta versus Big Bubba Rogers, Diamond Dallas Page versus Marcus Alexander Bagwell, and Ric Flair and Arn Anderson versus Steve McMichael and Kevin Green were not so strong, even if the latter did see Mongo become the new fourth member of the Four Horsemen alongside Flair, Anderson, and Benoit. And the less said about that main event, the better. No, the Giant successfully defending his WCW World Heavyweight title against Lex Luger did not in fact light the world on fire, but to be fair, new fans coming on board weren't too bothered about this as, like we said a moment ago, the thing they were really interested in was the Outsiders angle. Where was that story going to go next? This was the question everyone had on their lips. And we'd get an answer to that on the subsequent episodes of Nitro. As it was there, Hall and Nash announced that at Bash at the Beach on July 7th, they were making the challenge to WCW to send 3 of their best to take on both them and their soon-to-be-revealed third man in a tag team match. Obviously then, for the next few weeks, speculation ran rampant about who this third man was. Was it another person coming over from the WWF, someone like Shawn Michaels or Bret Hart? Or was it someone from within WCW such as Sting or Ric Flair? Well, while we would get an answer to that question on July 7th, before we did, we'd have an undercard waiting for us. And this undercard started off strong with a Rey Mysterio Jr. versus Psychosis banger. Sure, after that, things would slow down somewhat as fans bore witness to not only the John Tenta Big Bubba Rogers rematch, but also Diamond Dallas Page slumming it with Jim Duggan, and Dean Malenko failing to get a good showing out of Disco Inferno. That said, things picked up again somewhat towards the end when Ric Flair defeated Conan to become the new United States Heavyweight Champion, and after that was over, it was finally time for the main event. For those hoping to get the reveal of the third man right away here though, they'd be disappointed, as when the bout began it would be Hall and Nash going at handicap style against the WCW trio of Randy Savage, Sting, and Lex Luger. And even as they were outnumbered, the Outsiders were still able to use underhanded tactics to repeatedly gain the advantage. So that's why it felt so apt that towards the end, Hulk Hogan would come out, presumably to try and get things back on track for the babyfaces. But to the shock of everyone not named Bobby Heenan, it was here that the Hulkster did the unthinkable when he dropped the big leg on the Macho Man, in the process revealing himself to be the third man. Now, to say this was a shocking moment would be an understatement, as for over a decade prior to this, Hulk Hogan had always been the paragon of heroism, even when fans were tiring of his act. So to see him turn to the dark side like this, well, it left those in attendance genuinely stunned, and so angry they began raining down trash upon the ring. And they wouldn't get much happier once Hogan grabbed the mic and told them that they were basically the blame for him turning heel on account of how much they'd been booing him recently. Now, however, he didn't need them anymore. No, now he had a new family around him, one which was about to take over the entire industry. Yes, this, as he put it at the time, was the new world order of wrestling. Needless to say then, in 1996, where North American wrestling was as stale as it had ever been, this hit like a bomb as all of a sudden, despite them being heels, the NWO became the coolest thing in the world to kids all over the United States and beyond. And playing up to this cool renegade biker gang reputation, Hogan and company would spend the weeks which followed regularly showing up on Nitro unannounced to cause mayhem, with them even getting a foot in the door of production through means of black and white promo segments which were paid for by their mysterious benefactor. And that would all lead us into the next big pay-per-view of the year, Hog Wild, on August 10th, as there, not only would the Outsiders be taking on Sting and Lex Luger, but the now rechristened Hollywood Hogan would get a shot at the WCW World Heavyweight title when he challenged the Giant. And wouldn't you know it, with the numbers game being played to their advantage, all 3 NWO members won their respective bouts here, with Hogan even going as far as to spray paint the NWO logo onto the big gold belt after the fact, a true sign that the group really were taking over. What else would happen on this show? Well, we would get a pretty good cruiserweight title bout pitting champion Rey Mysterio against challenger Ultimo Dragon, and Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko would have a bit of a banger. Then, once that was over, Eddie Guerrero would take Ric Flair to the limit in a United States title match. But really, what people were there to see was the next chapter in the NWO storyline. And with them now holding the top prize, it was time for them to follow up on Nitro by announcing that their mysterious benefactor and 4th member was none other than Ted DiBiase. Of course, this wouldn't be the only new member to be added to the group's ranks that summer. No, the Giant and Six would also throw their lots in with the invading force. Hell, at one point, it even looked like Sting was going to switch sides too, and this became a major story leading into Fall Brawl as the WCW originals started questioning Steve Borden's loyalty. Before we'd get there though, Clash of the Champions 33 would take place live from the Denver Coliseum in Denver, Colorado on August 15th, and would see such highlights as Harlem Heat successfully defending their World Tag Team titles against the Steiner Brothers, Rey Mysterio Jr. putting on another banger cruiserweight title defense, this time against Dean Malenko, and in the main event, Ric Flair managing to defeat Hollywood Hogan, though only via means of disqualification. Yes, Terry Bollea still had the gold around his waist, and he'd continue to be champion heading into Fall Brawl on September 15th. There, though, he wouldn't be defending this title, because in an attempt to end the NWO threat once and for all, a team of WCW originals made up of Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, Lex Luger, and Sting had all bandied together to challenge Hogan, Hall, Nash, and Sting to a War Games match. But wait, how could Sting be in this match twice? Well, because in the weeks leading up to the show, the NWO claimed they'd convinced Steve Borden to join the group, and while the Stinger would himself deny this, there was a sense of confusion going into the show as to whose side he was on. Of course, any confusion would be put to rest toward the close of this bout though, because after the man soon to be known as NWO Sting spent the entire thing fighting in the corner of the heels, the real Stinger would come out to fend him off and prove that he had always been loyal to WCW. That said, due to his teammates not trusting him, the Californian no longer wanted to be associated with them going forward either. And so began a story where for the next 15 months, Steve Borden would play a neutral party, one who never hit the ring and instead simply watched everything play out from the rafters, all as he was now dressed in black and white a la Brandon Lee in The Crow. Sure, he was going to have to pick a side eventually, but it would be a long time before fans saw him do this. Instead, they'd have to watch as the NWO takeover continued to gain momentum, with it soon swelling to include the likes of Vincent, Miss Elizabeth, and even referee Nick Patrick. Really, it seemed at this point like they were going to complete their mission of taking over WCW, with the next step in that being to win the tag team titles, and that would lead us into Halloween Havoc on October 27th, the very show where the Outsiders got their shot at then champions Harlem Heat. No prizes for guessing what happened next then. Hall and Nash would win, and if you thought Hogan was going to lose his subsequent match against his old rival Randy Savage, you'd be wrong, as he'd also walk out of the evening still with the desecrated big gold belt around his waist. Elsewhere on the show, meanwhile, Six would get a hard-earned victory over Chris Jericho, and the Giant would make short work of Jeff Jarrett, proving that the NWO could not be stopped at any level. But it wasn't all about the New World Order. Now, aside from that, Halloween Havoc would also allow the Cruiserweights a chance to shine when Dean Malenko won the Cruiserweight strap at a rematch from the month before against Rey Mysterio Jr., all while Eddie Guerrero was putting on a predictably fantastic showing against Diamond Dallas Page. And when it came to Chris Benoit, well, now as a member of the Four Horsemen, he'd be teamed up with Steve Mongo McMichael to take on and ultimately beat Ming and the Barbarian. That said, for as much as this division was cooking, it remained the NWO people were most interested in. And this angle only got hotter once a face from Hollywood Hogan's past showed up in WCW all of a sudden, none other than Roddy Piper. Why was Roddy Piper in WCW? Well, it wasn't because he had a dog in the fight between the company and the NWO. Rather, like Sting, he was a neutral party whose only goal was to put Hogan in his place, because as he repeatedly reminded his rival over the weeks which followed, the Hulkster had never actually pinned him before, not even back during their famous feud in the 80s. Of course, that's not to say Piper had no involvement in pushing the New World Order angle forward at all. No, it was actually him who, with his constant badgering of Eric Bischoff, indirectly led to Eazy-E revealing himself as having been a member of the heel group all along the week before World War III. Did this reveal that the boss was in cahoots with the invading force make a lot of sense in kayfabe? Not really. In fact, some people have retroactively labeled this as the moment the NWO jumped the shark, but to be honest, at the time, the angle was so hot, no one cared. No, all they wanted to see was what would happen next, and the next chapter in the story would be written at the aforementioned World War III on November 24th. Would Hogan and Piper meet one-on-one here? Not exactly. What they would do instead, though, is sign the contract for their showdown at Starrcade 1 month later. And that wasn't all which was happening at this pay-per-view, as in actual in-ring action, we'd see the Outsiders successfully defend their WCW World Tag Team titles against both the Faces of Fear and the Nasty Boys, Dean Malenko rack up another Cruiserweight title defense against Psychosis, Ultimo Dragon put the ludicrous 8-belt strong J Crown on the line during his bout with Rey Mysterio Jr., and in the main event of the evening, the Giant win the 60-man World War III Battle Royal, with this earning him a future shot at the World Championship. Not that he'd get this shot yet though. No, rather than challenging Hollywood Hogan for the gold at Starrcade on December 29th, the big man would instead have to settle for doing a job to Lex Luger, making what he'd do the next night on Nitro make all the more sense in the long run. But this was far from the only noteworthy event coming out of Starrcade that year, as elsewhere on the show, WCW made the most of its boom in popularity by having a quiet banger of a show. One which saw Ultimo Dragon and Dean Malenko battle it out to unify the J Crown and WCW Cruiserweight titles, Akira Hokuto defeat Medusa to become the inaugural WCW Women's Champion, Jushin Thunder Liger and Rey Mysterio Jr. pretty much steal the show, and Eddie Guerrero win the United States Heavyweight title after an all-out war with Diamond Dallas Page. That said, none of these bouts were the main event. No, the real main event was the long-time coming rematch between Roddy Piper and Hulk Hogan. And in a move which surprised almost everyone, Hogan actually did the job for his opponent here when the kayfabe Scotsman submitted him with a sleeper hold after 15 minutes and 27 seconds. Yes, the NWO had been defeated, sort of. And we say sort of because, with this being a non-title bout, the Hulkster remained the champ. So this meant the next night on Nitro, the Giant would demand the shot he was owed from his leader. But with Hogan having no intention of facing off against Paul White one-on-one again, he refused and subsequently kicked the big man out of the group, turning him babyface in the process. That's right, the New World Order wasn't infallible. In fact, the first cracks in their armor were already beginning to show. Did this mean the Giant would defeat Terry Bollea when he finally did get his hands on him at Sold Out in January? Well, that's a story for another day, as this wraps up the tale of 1996. The year where everything changed, and WCW in one fell swoop went from being the eternal second place to the true kings of wrestling. And their run on top was far from over because, for as great as 1996 had been, 1997 was going to be even better. After all, there were still more twists in the NWO angle to come. And let's not forget, there was also still a certain man called Sting hanging about in the rafters, just waiting for the right moment to strike. 1997 will always be remembered as the year WCW very nearly became the only big league in town when it comes to North American pro wrestling. And this was because of how well they were doing. Seriously, there wasn't a single moment during this high watermark year where they weren't absolutely on fire, until there was, of course. But how did it all happen? Well, join us as we take a deep dive into the entire story from start to finish in WCW in 1997, a year in review. When we last left off, the NWO takeover of World Championship Wrestling was in full swing, as not only were the world title and tag team titles being held by Hollywood Hogan and the Outsiders respectively, but recent developments had seen Eric Bischoff himself be revealed as a member of the invading force. So it seemed like there was absolutely no hope of WCW ever being able to mount a serious counteroffensive anymore. And that was a feeling which was running rampant amongst fans leading into Clash of the Champions 34, an event held live from the Wisconsin Center Arena in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on January 21st. Did anything happen on this show to change the general sense of defeat in the air? Not really, as the NWO would actually be mostly absent from this one, with them only really showing up in the main event when Scott Hall took on Lex Luger. Outside of that, this was a show which produced little of note and only further hastened the death of the televised special as a concept. Now, if you really wanted to see the first big show of the year, something the New World Order were going to be all over, then you'd have to wait for January 25th, as that was when Sold Out would take place. What was the gimmick here? Well, it was that Hogan & Co. had funded and put on their own special pay-per-view event, and that now, in a flipping of the script, any WCW wrestlers who appeared on it would be treated like the Outsiders. So this was how you got situations like Eric Bischoff and Ted DiBiase providing commentary over the top of Chris Jericho's beatdown from NWO Japan member Masahiro Chono. And it was also how you got situations such as Scotty Riggs looking completely out of his depth during his match against another new NWO member, Buff Bagwell, with this one serving as the explosion of the American males. But these weren't the only bouts taking place at Sold Out. No, fans would also get to see some upsets. Upsets like the Steiner brothers overcoming the odds by beating the Outsiders for the WCW World Tag Team titles, or Eddie Guerrero taking back the United States Championship from Syxx during a ladder match. That said, while they might have been welcome wins for the visiting team, there would be no such fairy tale story for WCW in the main event, as there, the Giant, fresh off of being booted from the NWO, would fail to take the world title away from Hollywood Hogan, as their bout ultimately ended in a no contest. That's right, the big gold belt was still in Terry Bollea's possession. But for as happy as this made both him and Eric Bischoff, one thing which didn't make the heels happy was the fact Sold Out completely flopped on pay-per-view, as fans just didn't take to the idea of an entirely NWO-produced show. No, for them, this was a step too far and something they generally weren't willing to pay for, so it was that this would mark the one and only time such an event took place. And that wasn't the end of the NWO's problems moving forward either, because in the lead up to the next big show of the year, Super Brawl 7 on February 23rd, Roddy Piper would make his return to WCW and demand yet another match against Hogan, with him hoping to take his WCW record against the Hulkster to 2-0. Would this happen? No, unfortunately, as when the main event of that event took place, it would this time be Terry Bollea who got his win back. As far as what else was happening on the show outside of this, well, we'd see some pretty good cruiserweight action when Syxx beat Dean Malenko to win the Cruiserweight Championship, Prince Iaukea and Rey Mysterio had a barn burner over the World Television Championship, and Eddie Guerrero got the better of Chris Jericho during the US title bout. And as if that wasn't enough, the action would continue later on in the show when Chris Benoit got one over on the Taskmaster in a San Francisco death match, and Lex Luger and the Giant won the WCW Tag Team titles away from the Outsiders. That said, for all the little victories WCW picked up during this ongoing war, the NWO kept coming out on top overall. And this left them confident going forward, confident enough to ignore the fact that Sting was still waiting in the rafters. But then Sting was always in the rafters, watching the goings-on. In fact, he'd be there at Uncensored on March 16th, keeping an eye on things as the undercard gave us such bouts as Dean Malenko and Eddie Guerrero in a no disqualification match for the United States title, Glacier going one-on-one with Mortis as part of the Blood Runs Cold angle, and Prince Iaukea running back his great television title bout from the month before with Rey Mysterio. Of course, the real reason the Stinger was there at Uncensored though was to see the main event, the one which pitted Team NWO against both Team WCW and Team Roddy Piper in a triangle elimination match. What happened here? Well, while Team Piper, made up as it was of Hot Rod, Chris Benoit, Steve McMichael, and Jeff Jarrett, put up a good effort, and while the Team WCW trio of Lex Luger, the Giant, and Scott Steiner gave it everything they had, in the end, it would be Hogan, Hall, Nash, and Randy Savage who were left standing tall. Or at least they were standing tall until Steve Borden made the decision to rappel down from the ceiling and finally pick a side in the ongoing war, with the side he was picking becoming clear as soon as he attacked the NWO with a baseball bat. Yes, Sting was choosing WCW. And so, just like that, it suddenly felt like there was hope for the home team once again. Would this hope last though? That was the question fans had on their minds as the weeks progressed. After all, while he might have picked WCW, Sting wasn't ready to return to action just yet. No, for now, he'd continue to stay up in the rafters, there serving as an ever-present reminder to Hollywood Hogan and company that they were not the all-powerful force they believed themselves to be, and that anytime he chose to do so, he could come down and keep them in check. Perhaps this is why Hogan decided to take one of his trademark sabbaticals at this point then, in the process, mostly leaving the day-to-day operation of the NWO to Eric Bischoff and the Outsiders. How would they handle things in the Hulkster's absence? Well, there would be ups and downs which were clearly apparent at the next big show of the year, Spring Stampede, on April 6th. After all, it was at this show that while Kevin Nash did win the tag team titles for both he and Scott Hall in a singles match with one half of the incoming champs, Rick Steiner, Randy Savage would fail to get a win when he went up against Diamond Dallas Page in an absolute career-making moment for the babyface. So to say it was an evening of mixed results would be about right. But it wasn't all about the NWO here. No, there was plenty of other action on the undercard too. Action such as Rey Mysterio going one-on-one with Ultimo Dragon, Dean Malenko and Chris Benoit damn near stealing the show in a United States title bout, Lex Luger becoming #1 contender to the world title after getting the better of the Giant, Booker T, and Stevie Ray, and Akira Hokuto regaining her rarely seen WCW Women's Championship against Medusa. Yes, the women's division in World Championship Wrestling was never a strong point, so of course that was why the company at this point decided to add a whole new belt to an already dead division, a belt named the WCW Women's Cruiserweight title. How would this one fare? Not well, unfortunately, as after a tournament which climaxed on the April 7th episode of Saturday Night saw Toshi Uematsu become the inaugural champion, the title would almost never be seen on WCW TV again, as it was instead mostly defended in Japan right up until the point it was deactivated alongside the WCW Women's title. Luckily though, the men's division was faring a lot better in 1997, faring so well in fact that the company remained on fire, and that hot streak would only continue into Slamboree on May 18th. Hell, it didn't matter if once again Hollywood Hogan wasn't on this show. No, the product was so hot, and so far in the midst of their 83-week win streak over the WWF in the ratings, they could put on what was effectively a B show, and fans would still lap it up. That's right, this wasn't the greatest of shows in hindsight, but the live crowd showed up anyway in order to see an undercard which featured Lord Steven Regal picking up a win over Ultimo Dragon, Dean Malenko getting the better of Jeff Jarrett in a US title bout, and Chris Benoit put in the most terrifying situation imaginable, a death match against Ming. So when it came time for the top bouts then, they were hot as could be, and this gave things a great atmosphere when the trio of Ric Flair, Roddy Piper, and San Francisco 49ers linebacker Kevin Green took on and defeated the NWO team of Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, and Syxx. The only question after this was over was could WCW keep the momentum going? Well, that was a question we'd get an answer to at the next big show of the year, the Great American Bash, on June 15th, as it was there Randy Savage and Diamond Dallas Page would have their much-anticipated rematch from Spring Stampede. Sadly for Team WCW though, a well-placed interference spot from Scott Hall would see the Macho Man win this one. And as if that wasn't bad enough news for the home squad, this show would also see the Outsiders retain their tag team titles over the makeshift duo of Ric Flair and Roddy Piper. Outside of this, it was a pretty meh show if we're being honest, as nothing hugely noteworthy occurred. No, well, Chris Benoit and Ming would run their death match back from the month before, and Kevin Green would return to pick up a win over Steve Mongo McMichael. The rest of the event was pretty forgettable. So thank God Bash at the Beach on July 13th was going to feel much more important. But then it should have felt more important, as this was the one which marked the return of Hollywood Hogan to pay-per-view. What would Hogan's role be on this show? Well, that would be to team up with celebrity NWO member Dennis Rodman to take on both the Giant and the #1 contender to the WCW World title, Lex Luger. Yes, this was Luger's first opportunity to get his hands on Terry Bollea, and he certainly made the most of it, as after a battle which waged on for 22 minutes and 19 seconds, he'd forced the champ to submit to his torture rack finisher. But of course that wasn't the only thing happening on this show. No, elsewhere, the typical excellent WCW undercard would show up when Chris Jericho took on Ultimo Dragon for the Cruiserweight title, the Steiner brothers had a hard-hitting fight with New Japan's Masahiro Chono and the Great Muta, and Chris Benoit retired Kevin Sullivan. Sure, we did have to put up with a pretty bad Ric Flair versus Roddy Piper match too, but that was a small price to pay for fans considering how well things were going for the company overall. And with the Hollywood Hogan vs. Lex Luger World title bout now being set for the August 4th episode of Nitro, anticipation was at a high as to whether or not the total package would be the one to finally topple the champ. Of course, as people who were watching at the time will know, this was indeed the moment Hogan fell, at least temporarily. Yes, in a true feel-good close to Nitro that week, Lex Luger actually defeated the Hulkster to win back the gold for Team WCW and seemingly put an end to the threat of the invading force. That said, this would prove to be only temporary, as at Road Wild just 5 days later on August 9th, Terry Bollea would get his rematch and, during this, he'd win the title back, proving his loss from a few days prior had only been a momentary blip in his reign of dominance. Was this a little disappointing for fans? Sure. But then they still had Sting hanging around in the rafters, and by this point, most had figured out that he was the true endgame of the NWO angle. Not that he'd be at Road Wild though. No, with this event taking place at the annual Sturgis Motorcycle Rally, there were no rafters for him to hang from. All there was were around 500,000 bikers watching on, as outside of the big main event, the rest of the card was filled out with the likes of Conan scoring a win over Rey Mysterio, Ric Flair getting the better of 6, Alex Wright winning a cruiserweight title match against Chris Jericho, and in the quiet banger of the night, Curt Hennig picking up a pinfall over Diamond Dallas Page. And this wouldn't be the end of DDP's woes that month either, as just a couple of weeks later on August 21st, he'd find himself doing the job all over again. And this time, it would be on a somewhat historical show, as that was when Clash of the Champions 35 took place from the Nashville Municipal Auditorium in Nashville, Tennessee, with this serving as the last in the lineage of Clash of the Champion events produced by WCW. That's right, this once mighty show had finally run its course, as with Nitro providing star power and big matches every week, there was no longer any need for big pay-per-view tier TV specials anymore. Still, while it was sad to see it go, at least Clash of the Champions got a decent send-off here, as outside of the main event which saw Scott Hall and Randy Savage get the better of Diamond Dallas Page and Lex Luger, the undercard would see such highlights as Chris Jericho and Eddie Guerrero going one-on-one for the Cruiserweight title, Raven defeating Stevie Richards in a no disqualification bout, and in high-paced 8-man lucha action, the team of Psychosis, Silver King, Villano 4, and Villano 5 beating Juventud Guerrera, Super Kalo, Hector Garza, and Liz Mark Jr. And once this was over and Clash of the Champions was laid to rest, it would be right on to the next big show of the year, Fall Brawl, on September 17th. Yes, with WCW continuing to have all the momentum in the Monday Night Wars on account of the red-hot NWO angle, there was no time to take a breather. Rather, it remained full steam ahead. And this meant Fall Brawl would be loaded up to the gills with big-time matches, with the whole thing kicking off with Eddie Guerrero and Chris Jericho continuing to prove that no matter how many times they were placed on the opposite side of the ring from one another, they always delivered big time in terms of in-ring action. Of course, they weren't the only ones delivering on the in-ring action here. No, the same thing could be said about the next match too, the one which pitted the Steiner brothers against Harlem Heat. And while things may have hit a temporary lull after that when less than stellar showings such as Alex Wright vs. Ultimo Dragon hit the ring, it would all pick up again in time for the closing bouts. The first of which saw Diamond Dallas Page team up with Lex Luger to make relatively short work of the NWO's Randy Savage and Scott Hall. That said, this wasn't the main event. No, the main event would be all about the return of War Games. That's right, the Double Cage made its triumphant return here as Buff Bagwell, Kevin Nash, Conan, and Syxx all represented the New World Order in a bloody brawl against the Four Horsemen quartet of Ric Flair, Chris Benoit, Steve McMichael, and Curt Hennig. Who won this one? The NWO, of course, after Hennig switched sides. And that made them feel even more powerful than they had before, even if by this point, some fans were beginning to grumble about the increasingly swollen size of their roster, with these fans arguing that it was watering down the entire concept and making it come across as less cool than it had been when it was just Hogan, Hall, and Nash. Not that WCW cared about such complaints, however, as most people watching were still heavily behind the entire angle, something the TV ratings proved each and every week as they continued to reign dominant over the WWF. But then why wouldn't they, as by now, with Starrcade approaching, everyone could sense where things were going. Sting finally returning to the ring to face off against Hollywood Hogan and defeating him to end the threat of the New World Order once and for all. Before we get there though, we'd still have a couple of shows to get through, the next of which was Hollywood Havoc on October 26th. What happened at this show? Well, as was typical of WCW undercards of the time, the cruiserweights would shine brightly here when, after Chris Jericho and current-day NJPW Booker Gato went one-on-one, an all-time classic took place between Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero. Yes, this was that match, and even today, it's just as good as it was back then. A true 5-star classic in every sense of the word, which ultimately saw Ray come out the victor. The only problem with it, in fact, was that it was so good, nothing else which came after it could live up to it. No, while bouts like Curt Hennig versus Ric Flair and Randy Savage versus Diamond Dallas Page were fun, they simply paled in comparison to what Ray and Eddie had delivered on this evening. And that's not even getting into the main event, an utter stinker which saw Hollywood Hogan and Roddy Piper cap off their WCW trilogy in one of the worst steel cage matches of all time. A match which couldn't have been worse if it tried, and had it come along during a period where the company wasn't white hot, would have probably been treated with much more vitriol. But it did come along during a white hot period, and so WCW carried on after it was over without missing a step. And the way they did this was to announce just 2 days later at a press conference held at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas that yes, at Starrcade it would be Hogan versus Sting for the WCW World Heavyweight title. That's right, over a year after he'd taken to the rafters, the Stinger was finally calling his shot. But while this left anticipation for Starrcade at nuclear levels, there was still one more show to get through before this, with that show being World War III on November 23rd. What happened here? Well, in the prelude to the biggest show of the year, the undercard would see such bouts as Perry Saturn taking on Disco Inferno for the World Television Championship, the Steiner brothers going 2-on-2 with the Blue Blood over the tag team titles, and Steve McMichael managing to temporarily avoid a match with a young upstart named Bill Goldberg when he took out Bill prior to coming down to the ring to challenge last-minute substitute Alex Wright instead. And once these showdowns were over, fans would also get to see Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero run things back one more time, all before Curt Hennig and Ric Flair put on something of a hidden gem over the United States Heavyweight title. That said, for as good as these last two bouts were, neither were the reason people had bought their tickets that night. No, the real reason people had done this was to see the 60-man World War III Battle Royal, a bout which saw the likes of Chris Benoit, Booker T, Chris Jericho, Lex Luger, Diamond Dallas Page, Randy Savage, and Hollywood Hogan all enter, but which was ultimately won by Scott Hall. So as a result of this then, Hall would be awarded a shot at the WCW Heavyweight title. Not that he'd get this right away though, because the next matchup over that belt would take place at Starrcade on December 28th, with this being the long-anticipated climax to the NWO angle pitting Sting against Hollywood Hogan. Yes, it was time for the grand finale to end all grand finales, the most anticipated wrestling match since Hogan and Andre the Giant a decade prior. And as if anticipation wasn't running high enough for this one, in the lead up to the bout it would be announced that Bret Hart, fresh off the events of the Montreal Screwjob, would be making his WCW debut there as the special guest enforcer. Would Eric Bischoff be able to stick the landing and deliver that final killing blow to the WWF? Well, we'd find out before the night was over. Before we did though, we'd have to first get through the undercard. An undercard which started with Eddie Guerrero and Dean Malenko putting on another banger over the Cruiserweight title, and then moved on to Goldberg continuing his undefeated streak with a quick victory over Steve McMichael. What happened after that? Well, Raven and Perry Saturn had a pretty good Raven's Rules match, and once this was over, Diamond Dallas Page put a nail in the coffin of the NWO when he took the United States title away from Curt Hennig. And that wasn't the only nail driven into the coffin of the New World Order towards the end of the show, because in the semi-main event, Larry Zbyszko would defeat Eric Bischoff to wrestle away control of WCW from him. So all that was left then was for the main event to see Sting finally topple the Hulkster. It was an easy win, the most open of open goals, but in one of the biggest botches in wrestling history, this one ended in a muddled mess when Hogan pinned Sting for a clean 1-2-3 toward the close of the bout. Of course, it wasn't meant to be a clean finish. No, it was supposed to be a fast count from crooked referee Nick Patrick, which would lead to Bret Hart restarting the match as he didn't want to see anyone else get screwed. But with the rumor being that Terry Bollea didn't want to do the job, and so he'd paid off Patrick before the show to count slow instead, the whole thing fell apart spectacularly as things were restarted and Sting got an anticlimactic victory. That's right, WCW had blown it right at the finish line, as well the show would end with the heroic moment of Sting being lifted up by the babyface members of the locker room, now the new WCW champion. It didn't feel like a victory. No, it felt like what it was, a disaster. How would Eric Bischoff deal with this disaster and try to keep the momentum going after the fact? That's a story for another day, as this marks the end of 1997. And what a year it was, a year where WCW were hotter than they had ever been, but where they had ultimately fallen over at the worst possible moment. Still, even if the NWO hadn't been vanquished and Sting felt less like a conquering hero and more like a paper champion, there was still one more bullet the company had left in the chamber to use against a WWF that was fast gaining momentum, and that bullet's name was Bill Goldberg. If 1996 was the year WCW blew up in terms of popularity, and 1997 was the year it reached its apex, then 1998 was the point the downfall started to begin. No, it wasn't a complete collapse quite yet. That wouldn't happen until a little bit later. However, there was definitely a sense as this 12-month period went on that times were not as great as they once were. But how did it all happen? Well, join us as we take a deep dive into the WCW in 1998, a year in review.
When we last left off, WCW had just botched the match of the decade and, as a consequence, the climax to the entire NWO angle. And the way they'd done this was by having Sting get a very controversial and inconclusive victory over Hollywood Hogan at Starrcade 97. Was this caused by Hogan politicking? Was it a genuine accident on referee Nick Patrick's part? Who knows? All that mattered now was that as a result of the finish, on the January 8th episode of Thunder, the WCW World Heavyweight title would be vacated, with its fate to be decided during a rematch between Sting and Hogan to be held at a later date. Yes, the company was going to try and rectify things by doing Take 2 of Starrcade. Not that this would happen yet, though. No, first we'd have to get through Sold Out on January 24th, a show which, unlike last year, was no longer an NWO-produced affair. Rather, it was simply another WCW pay-per-view on the calendar in this second incarnation. And that meant anything which made the first show unique was gone, and all fans got in exchange was a pretty meh event in which the limitations of Eric Bischoff's booking style were starting to become apparent. After all, with this one giving us such bouts as Kevin Nash versus the Giant, Lex Luger versus Randy Savage, and Larry Zbyszko versus Scott Hall, it was clearer than ever that the NWO were here to stay, and that this angle was going to be milked until there was nothing left in it. Sure, there were some non-New World Order related things on the show, such as the cruiserweight action that came from the likes of Chris Jericho, Rey Mysterio, Juventud Guerrera, and more, and we did get to see people such as Chris Benoit and Booker T continue to rise up the card with victories. But really, it was all too apparent now that Eric had one major card to play, and that this card was fast becoming tiring to watch. Hell, even the introduction of Bret Hart into the company hadn't been able to breathe some new life into the NWO angle, as, almost immediately after his debut, it became clear WCW had no idea what to do with the Hitman. And that was exactly why, just 2 months after he'd become the biggest babyface in the industry following the events of the Montreal Screwjob, he was now stuck in a heatless feud with Ric Flair that neither man seemed all that interested in. Still, it wasn't like all was lost for the company quite yet. No, even if WWF were now beginning to skyrocket in popularity with the introduction of Mike Tyson and the rise of Steve Austin, WCW had some goodwill left. And that would see many fans stay tuned in to see how they'd fix the whole Starrcade debacle in the next big show of the year, Super Brawl 8 on February 22nd. How would they fix things here? Well, unlike last time, Sting won in definitive fashion, meaning when he ended the show by holding the world title above his head, it felt like he was actually the rightful champ. Sure, it wasn't the same as it would have been if he'd done this 2 months prior, and some magic had undoubtedly been lost because of that, but at least the ship had been righted to some degree. As to what else happened on the show, well, like with most WCW undercards of the time, this one would be pretty decent, as it would give us matches like Booker T winning the World Television title from Rick Martel, Chris Jericho getting the better of Juventud Guerrera in a title versus mask Cruiserweight Championship affair, and Goldberg continuing his rise with a quick pinfall over Brad Armstrong. Hell, even the semi-main events would be decent here, featuring as they did Diamond Dallas Page versus Chris Benoit, Lex Luger versus Randy Savage, and The Outsiders versus the Steiner Brothers. That said, even if the show overall was pretty good, and the company had gone out of their way to try and make things right, it felt very much like too little too late, as the tides were now beginning to shift in the Monday Night Wars. What WCW really needed at this point was something new to revitalize it and make it feel fresh again. Unfortunately for fans though, as far as Eric Bischoff was concerned, what he was going to give them was more NWO instead. That's right, at the next big show of the year, uncensored on March 15th, Sting's first big title defense against Scott Hall would play second fiddle to the infighting amongst the New World Order, as the main event of that show was Hollywood Hogan going up against Randy Savage inside of a steel cage. And it wasn't like the undercard was much better in this respect, as it was also filled with more NWO members doing their thing. Names like Conan, Kevin Nash, and Kurt Hennig. Yes, we did get to see Diamond Dallas Page get a victory in the United States title bout, and Booker T put on a quiet banger with Eddie Guerrero, but the feeling amongst fans was now very much becoming that these guys were only there to fill an upper mid-card role, and that there was never going to be a point they'd truly be allowed to ascend to the main event. Though as far as many were concerned now, the main event scene was always going to be clogged up with Hollywood Hogan and his cohorts. Hell, even Bret Hart couldn't break through that glass ceiling. And that would be evident in the fact that at Spring Stampede on April 19th,
he wouldn't even be on the show. Rather, this show would see the Hitman be nowhere to be seen, as mere weeks after WWF finally gained a victory in the ratings and broke WCW's 83-week win streak, Bischoff decided the best way to counter this was to have Sting main event with Randy Savage. And while this was a decent match, it just couldn't compete with the likes of what Steve Austin or D-Generation X were doing over on the other channel anymore, especially as by the end of it, Sting would have lost the title a mere 2 months into his reign, making the year and a half of build toward him finally toppling the NWO feel completely pointless in hindsight. Yes, it's true, there were some highlights to be found at Spring Stampede, highlights such as Booker T and Chris Benoit fighting it out over the television championship, or Raven and Diamond Dallas Page having a decent Raven Rules match for the United States title. But again, it felt very much like these performers were stuck in mid-card roles no matter how well they performed. And that was evident in the fact the real semi-main event spot on this card was saved for Hollywood Hogan and Kevin Nash teaming up to take on Roddy Piper and the Giant in a baseball bat on a pole match. That said, at least this was keeping Hogan away from the title scene, right? Well, yes it was, but only temporarily as it happened, because in a prime example of taking 2 steps backward, the next night on Nitro, WCW decided the best thing to do in order to spice things up again was to have new champ Randy Savage lose to Terry Bollea, with this meaning that, yes, once again, the NWO were on top. Really, at the risk of repeating ourselves, at this point what we should have been seeing was Steve Borden go on a dominant run as a top dog, all while the NWO gradually split up and fell away in prominence until they had disappeared completely. But in 1998, Eric Bischoff was convinced the only way forward was to have the heel group remain dominant and be the focus of storylines. And so, that was why, at the next big show of the year, Slamboree on May 17th, the Stinger would be relegated to going after the tag team titles instead when he and the Giant teamed up to take on, and ultimately defeat, the Outsiders. What else happened on this show? Well, to be fair, we would get some pretty good undercard action such as Fit Finlay and Chris Benoit having a banger over the television title, Eddie Guerrero going one-on-one with Ultimo Dragon, Goldberg adding another checkmark to his win column in his bout against Perry Saturn, and Dean Malenko getting the biggest pop of his career when he disguised himself as Cyclope to win a Battle Royal, granting him an immediate shot at Chris Jericho's Cruiserweight title, a shot he would go on to win. Hell, even Bret Hart had a better showing than he had on other nights here, with his match against Randy Savage being a brief sign that he still had it. That said, this was all for nothing in the end, because in the weeks following Slamboree, WCW would take another major step back when, in a moment no one was asking for, Sting decided to turn heel and join the NWO. That's right, the man who for a year and a half had been the shining beacon of the home team was now inexplicably switching sides and betraying everything his character had once represented. But to really explain this one, we need to go into a little more detail about the chaos within the New World Order itself at this point, as it wasn't the main NWO group the Stinger joined, rather, it was the NWO Wolfpack. You see, by now, frustrations between 2 of the faction's original members, Hollywood Hogan and Kevin Nash, had grown so bad it had caused things to split as everyone in the group was forced to pick a side. And this meant half would stay with the Hulkster in what was now being referred to as NWO Hollywood, all while the other half would join up with Big Sexy in his new Red and Black offshoot, one which came complete with new theme music. Was this an interesting concept? Sure. But by now, the NWO was becoming so played out as a concept, it was getting harder and harder to get invested. And with Sting joining forces with the Wolfpack at this point, it only made fan malaise around the product grow that much more. Still, for all the frustrations audiences had over the seemingly never-ending angle that was the New World Order, there was one bright shining ray of hope for WCW's future that they remained fully invested in, and that was Bill Goldberg. Yes, after making his debut in late 1997 and slowly rising up the ranks, Bill had at this point amassed a massive win streak which had seen fans become hugely invested in what he was doing every time he came out through the curtain. So over had he gotten, in fact, that on the April 20th episode of Nitro a couple of months before, the company had felt the need to book him to defeat Raven for the United States heavyweight title. And this meant he'd roll into the next big show of the year, the Great American Bash, on June 14th, still the champ, and still undefeated. Who would his opponent be on this night? Well, that would be Conan, with the Georgian native making short work of the heel here.
And once that match was over, further highlights on the undercard would include Chris Jericho and Dean Malenko having another great cruiserweight title bout, Chavo Guerrero getting the better of his uncle Eddie, and Booker T and Chris Benoit closing out their legendary Best of 7 series over the World Television title with a win for the former. As to what was happening in the main event scene, well, this would unsurprisingly be filled with New World Order action, as after Hollywood Hogan teamed up with new NWO member Bret Hart in order to defeat Roddy Piper and Randy Savage. You heard us right, Bret Hart had now fallen into the role of lackey for the NWO. Wolfpack Sting beat the Giant to gain control of the World Tag Team titles the pair were in possession of in a stipulation so stupid you would have sworn it was booked by Vince Russo if you didn't already know better. Honestly, while the undercard was still consistently delivering here, by now, the never-ending stranglehold the NWO had on the main event scene was proving to be such a detriment to WCW, it felt like they'd never regain their momentum and catch up to the WWF once more. All they had left to play at this point, in fact, was the Goldberg card. And so that was why in early July it was announced that on the July 6th episode of Nitro, a show held live from the Georgia Dome, the undefeated babyface star would be challenging Hollywood Hogan one-on-one for the WCW World Heavyweight title. Yes, it was a huge bout to say the least, and one which gained a lot of fan interest as they wanted to see if this was going to be the moment Goldberg's streak ended or the moment he finally became the man. Which would it be? The latter, of course, as in arguably the company's last truly great moment, and one of the last times they'd ever defeat WWF in the ratings, Bill was able to pin the champ in front of 41,000 screaming fans to finally become world champion. Now this was what fans were looking for. And the goodwill leading out of the event was so strong, no one had even cared that Goldberg had to unceremoniously vacate the United States title after it was over, as he was deemed unable to defend both belts at once. No, finally, WCW had been given that second chance after the failure that was Starrcade 1997, as they had a red-hot champion and an interested audience all over again. All they had to do now was scale back on the NWO and focus on the Georgia native instead. You can probably guess where this is going then. At July 12th's Bash at the Beach, Bill would find himself playing second fiddle to Hollywood Hogan and his friends, as while he was stuck in the semi-main defending his newly won gold against Curt Hennig, the closing match of the show would pit the Hulkster and Dennis Rodman against the team of Diamond Dallas Page and Utah Jazz power forward Karl Malone. Needless to say then, this did little to make the Georgia native feel like the star of the show. No, all it did was solidify the fact that the NWO were the real draws. That's right, even if fans were ready to move on from the whole thing, WCW wasn't. And so, as we moved over to Road Wild on August 8th, the New World Order were front and center again, as this time, rather than the show be main evented by the champion, Goldberg would instead be stuck in a battle royal. All while Hollywood Hogan was once again going on last, this time by teaming up with Eric Bischoff to take on DDP and Tonight Show host Jay Leno. Yes, Jay Leno main evented a WCW pay-per-view in 1998 over Bill Goldberg. And if that doesn't give you a good idea of the fundamental problems we were dealing with here, nothing will. Still, at least the rest of the show was decent, right? Well, we suppose, but by this point it didn't matter if Chris Jericho and Juventud Guerrera put on a great match, or if Rey Mysterio Jr. and Psychosis had another in a long line of bangers. The reality was, all of these guys were stuck in mid-card limbo, with there being no opportunity for them to rise any higher up on the card. So because of that, at a certain point, fans started to treat them like mid-carders, even if they knew how good they were. And this led to a self-fulfilling prophecy where the only thing that could really draw for Eric Bischoff was the increasingly tired and stale NWO angle. No prizes for guessing what this meant for the Fall Brawl main event once the time for that event came on September 13th then. Yes, with this show seeing the return of War Games, it would be all about Team NWO versus Team WCW versus Team Wolfpack. Before we get to that though, we have to talk about one of the Southern Wrestling Company's biggest missteps in a long line of missteps this year. And this was the fact that in the weeks leading up to the show, the Ultimate Warrior had debuted on Nitro. Why was Warrior here? Well, following the success of Hogan vs. Piper the year prior, it was felt that bringing in another ghost from Terry Bollea's past would make for a great program to draw some fan interest back into the show. The only problem with this, though, was that Jim Hellwig was not Roddy Piper. And this became evident during his debut promo, a rambling, incoherent mess which went way over time and left the audience watching bored and confused by the time all was said and done. And that's not even getting into the outright bizarre segments which followed this over the next few weeks. Segments such as the Warrior appearing in a mirror and being invisible to Eric Bischoff, but being clearly visible to both Hollywood Hogan and the audience watching at home. Still, even if it was a mess, the wheels were in motion now, and so the main event of Fall Brawl would see Jim Hellwig team with Diamond Dallas Page and Roddy Piper to represent WCW and ultimately come out the victors, with this setting up the big singles showdown between the two former WWF stars the following month. That said, this wouldn't be the most notable story coming out of the event. No, arguably the most notable story would be that a trap door placed in the ring for the Warrior to enter through would cause a severe back injury to the British Bulldog earlier in the night after he unknowingly bumped on it, with this leading to him having to take some time off and then being fired by the company after they accused him of faking it. Honestly, we weren't in 2000 yet, we promise. But we were getting there. And this was evident in the next big show of the year, Halloween Havoc, on October 25th. Why is this show so notorious? Well, because it's the one featuring one of the worst wrestling matches of all time, Hollywood Hogan vs. Ultimate Warrior Round 2, a match so infamously bad that it probably gave Matthew from Botchamania enough material to buy himself a house. Seriously, no words can truly do justice to just how awful this bout was. It really has to be seen to be believed. And it wasn't the only disaster on this show either, because on account of it going long, the main event classic between Diamond Dallas Page and Goldberg got cut off by the pay-per-view feed while it was still in mid-match, meaning fans watching at home all got screwed out of seeing the finish. Because of this then, WCW had to refund hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of pay-per-view charges, all while they were also forced to air the match in its entirety for free the next night on Nitro. What a disaster. And if you've noticed that we haven't really talked much about the undercards for the last couple of big shows, that's not an accident. No, if WCW didn't care about this anymore, then why should we? Okay, we will say one thing about the undercard to Halloween Havoc. It featured the implosion of the Steiner brothers as Rick and new NWO member Scott went one-on-one, with this marking an early example of the big bad booty daddy approaching his final form. Outside of that though, there was nothing of note here. And the same could be said when describing the undercard of World War III when that happened on November 22nd. No, the most notable moments of this show were the 60-man World War III Battle Royal ultimately won by Kevin Nash, and the main event which saw Bret Hart finally get some shine by taking on Diamond Dallas Page. Sure, the Hitman would lose here, in the process dropping the United States title he'd been holding for a while by then, but at least it was something noteworthy for him to do after months of getting little to nothing. Of course, you might have noticed someone who wasn't on this card, WCW World Heavyweight Champion Bill Goldberg. That's right, the top babyface in the company was nowhere to be seen here. In fact, he wouldn't be seen again on pay-per-view until December 27th, as that was when the final big show of the year took place, Starrcade. What happened at this show? Well, in the climax to the year for Eric Bischoff's company, all the dangling story threads from the prior 12 months would come together, and the still undefeated Goldberg would finally send both NWO Hollywood and NWO Wolfpack off to pasture once and for all. Or rather, we wish that it happened. Instead, what we got was an undercard made up of bouts like Billy Kidman versus Rey Mysterio Jr. versus Juventud Guerrera, Conan versus Chris Jericho, and Diamond Dallas Page versus The Giant all get overshadowed by a terrible Eric Bischoff versus Ric Flair match, and a main event in which Kevin Nash inexplicably became the man to end the champion's 173-0 win streak. That's right, in a moment no one was asking for, a well-timed interference spot from Scott Hall with a taser had seen Goldberg finally be felled by Big Sexy. Who had come up with this idea? Nash himself, as he felt the run of the top babyface star had already reached its peak. Of course, pretty much no one else agreed with him, least of all Bobby Heenan, who famously referred to this as the moment WCW killed the Golden Goose. But unlike with Sting from the year prior, there was no way of trying to fix this mistake. So it was then that for the second year in a row, World Championship Wrestling closed things out by cutting their own knees off, with the only reasonable explanation for them doing this being that certain members of the roster with creative influence wanted to make sure they remained on top at the expense of everyone else. Yes, the rot was setting in fully, and things were only going to get worse from here. But as for now, that's where we'll leave things, as this marked the end of 1998 for WCW. Sure, it would be easy to say this was the year where the wheels completely fell off, but believe it or not, it wasn't. No, the true jump the shark moment in many people's eyes wouldn't come until a few days into 1999, an event which we'll leave a teaser for here by saying it was the finger poke heard around the world, one which certainly didn't put butts in seats, as we expected. 1999 was not a great year for World Championship Wrestling. No, after the heights that had been 1996, 1997, and even parts of 1998, we were now fully into the era of the collapse. And this was evident in almost everything which would take place over the next 12 months. But how did it all happen? Well, join us as we take a deep dive into the entire story in the WCW in 1999, a year in review. When we last left off, WCW had just killed the Golden Goose by having Bill Goldberg's streak come to an end in truly lame fashion when Kevin Nash defeated him for the World Heavyweight title at Starrcade 98. But if you thought that was as bad as it was going to get, you'd be very wrong, because less than a week later, on January 4th, Eric Bischoff pulled off the double blunder of the century when he not only gave away the fact that Mick Foley was going to win the WWF World title on Raw that same night, inadvertently causing millions to change the channel, but he also booked what to many represents the true jumping the shark moment for the Atlanta-based company. Yes, this was the night of the infamous finger poke of doom. A night when, after returning from a hiatus and challenging Kevin Nash for the top prize, Hollywood Hogan swerved us all by laying a single digit on Big Sexy's chest, causing him to collapse to the ground in comical fashion. And after that, the Hulkster simply pinned his opponent to win back the gold and reveal that both NWO Hollywood and the NWO Wolfpack had been working together secretly once more and were now reuniting officially. Why were the NWO now back to their 1997 status? Because Eric Bischoff had no more ideas left, that's why. And his lack of ideas and insistence on continuing on with the storyline, which had no end, would only push fans further away as the first big show of the year, Sold Out, arrived on January 17th. What happened at this show? Well, outside of Goldberg getting some measure of revenge over Scott Hall for his part in screwing him out of the title the month prior, not much. No, here was an event that truly fell into the realms of C-Show, with the only thing even approaching a highlight being the Fatal 4-Way match for the Cruiserweight title pitting Billy Kidman, Rey Mysterio, Juventud Guerrera, and Psychosis against one another. Really, this was the last thing WCW needed, as with audience perception getting lower and lower by the week, putting on a good show was incredibly important in gaining some sense of goodwill again. But if fans were waiting for a good show for the next event of the year, Super Brawl 9 on February 21st, they'd be sorely disappointed. And the reason they'd be disappointed is because at Super Brawl 9, it was lowlight after lowlight, with things starting out with some heatless undercard matches like Booker T versus Disco Inferno and the Four Horsemen versus the West Texas Rednecks, and then from there progressing to the colossally dumb move of having Rey Mysterio Jr. team with Conan to lose a hair versus mask match to the Outsiders. That's right, rather than make a fortune merchandising Rey Mysterio masks, Eric Bischoff had decided that the Californian was only going to get over if he lost his. And things were only going to get worse from there, as after Scott Steiner pinned Diamond Dallas Page in the television title bout and Scott Hall returned to win the United States title from Roddy Piper, Hollywood Hogan and Ric Flair would main event a pay-per-view in 1999 and would absolutely stink out the joint in the process. But this wasn't even the worst of it. No, the worst of it was that in order to win, the Hulkster had to get help from David Flair. Yeah, we were now in the era of heel David Flair, so you knew some wrestle crap was about to come. Would it come in uncensored on March 14th, though? Of course it would. But we'll get to that catastrophe of a main event in a moment. First, we want to look at the undercard, an undercard which actually had some potential on paper, as it featured Billy Kidman defending his Cruiserweight title against Mikey Whipwreck, and Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko going up against Kurt Hennig and Barry Windham. That said, for every bout like these, there was a Stevie Ray versus Vincent street fight, or Kevin Nash jobbing out Rey Mysterio Jr. in just 6 minutes. And the less said about Hack's Falls Count Anywhere match with Bam Bam Bigelow, the better. No, we'll save our displeasure for the main event, a barbed wire steel cage first blood match between WCW World Champion Hollywood Hogan and Ric Flair. Why was this one so bad? Well, aside from the fact it was the second time these two past their prime stars had main evented a pay-per-view that year, there was also the fact that the Hulkster lost by pinfall. No, you didn't hear us wrong. A first blood match ended by pinfall when referee Charles Robinson refused to acknowledge the fact that Nate Chaboy had been busted open toward the end.
We swear this wasn't from WCW 2000. No, the truth was that, while we were getting close to that infamous year, we were still in 1999 for the time being. And with Flair now the world champion again, that meant he'd have to defend against all the top contenders at Spring Stampede on April 11th. And we say all comers because here the main event would be a four corners match pitting Slick Rick against Hollywood Hogan, Randy Savage, and Diamond Dallas Page. Okay, we all know what's going to happen here, right? Hogan uses his creative control card to win the belt back? Well, no, because in a rare highlight of 1999, it was actually DDP who came out on top to start his first reign as WCW World Heavyweight Champion. That's right, Diamond Dallas Page had reached the mountaintop and broken through that glass ceiling so few people in Atlanta were ever able to do. And this wasn't the only good thing happening on Spring Stampede either, because elsewhere on an actually pretty decent show, we'd see Rey Mysterio win his Cruiserweight title bout against Billy Kidman, Scott Steiner take home the United States title after a war with Booker T, and Bill Goldberg continued to regain momentum with a win over Kevin Nash. Sure, it would have been better if this was leading to the obvious Goldberg-Hogan rematch, but never underestimate WCW's ability to screw up a good thing. And if you need any further evidence of that, you only need to look to the fact that, following the brief peak that was Spring Stampede, Slamboree would come around on May 9th and deliver an absolute valley of a show. Seriously, so bad was this one, it completely overshadowed the fact that in the weeks leading up to the event, DDP had inexplicably dropped the world title to Sting and then won it back the very same night, because there's no better way to make your top prize feel important than have it be passed around like a hot potato. And as if that wasn't a stupid enough move, at Slamboree, only 14 days into his second reign, Page would lose the belt again, this time to Kevin Nash. What else was happening on this evening? Well, in the undercard, we'd see Raven and Perry Saturn win the World Tag Team titles in a three-way, pitting them against Rey Mysterio Jr. and Billy Kidman and Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko. Then, once that was over, Rick Steiner would put an end to Booker T's time as television champion. Aside from that, there was Conan vs. Stevie Ray, one of the worst matches in WCW history, and if this wasn't enough to turn fans off, there was also Bam Bam Bigelow vs. Brian Knobbs, Charles Robinson vs. Gorgeous George, no, not that one, the other one, Roddy Piper and Ric Flair fighting over the presidency of the company, and Sting and Goldberg going to a no contest when, 8 minutes in, Bret Hart ran in to attack Bill. Of course, the reason the Hitman had attacked Goldberg was because he wanted a match with him. Not that this would happen yet, though. No, we'd still have to wait a while for that showdown to take place on pay-per-view. In the meantime, we'd have to make do with another all-time bad show on June 13th, with this one being the Great American Bash. And the reason this one was so bad was because, following a truly dire undercard which gave us Hack going one-on-one with Brian Knobbs, Van Hammer beating Mikey Whipwreck, and Buff Bagwell getting the better of Disco Inferno, things continued to go low when Ernest Miller met Horace Hogan, and Ric Flair and Roddy Piper had yet another showdown no one was asking for. But all of that wouldn't have been so bad had the main event delivered. Unfortunately for WCW fans, however, while the first of those main events would see Diamond Dallas Page become a champion once again when he and Chris Kanyon defeated Chris Benoit and Perry Saturn for the tag team titles, the actual last match would be a snoozer between Kevin Nash and Randy Savage, a snoozer which saw Big Sexy walk out just as he had walked in, WCW World Champion. So with things going the way they were, is it any surprise a bunch of young talent walked out? And that was exactly what led to Chris Jericho leaving at this point and joining the WWF instead. Needless to say then, this left a big hole in the mid-card, and the hole he left was especially apparent at the next pay-per-view of the year on June 11th, the truly abysmal Bash at the Beach. Why was this one so abysmal? Well, because outside of the main event, a whole situation we'll get to in a moment, absolutely nothing of consequence happened on it. No WCW were now in full fly-by-the-seat-of-their-pants mode as their booking crumbled under the weight of trying to catch up to the WWF, a company who by this point in time was a very distant number one in the pecking order. Don't believe us? Just look at the card for this show. Ernest Miller vs. Disco Inferno, Rick Steiner vs. Van Hammer, United States champion David Flair defending his belt against Dean Malenko. Who could ever have cared about such things? And for that matter, who could have ever cared about the weird undertones in the feud between the No Limit Soldiers and the West Texas Rednecks, the Junkyard Invitational ultimately won by Fit Finlay, or the inexplicable boxing match between Buff Bagwell and Roddy Piper?
Truly, this was terrible. And it was only going to get worse in the main event, as that was where Randy Savage won the WCW World Heavyweight title during a tag team bout. No, you didn't hear us wrong. In a tag team match pitting Savage and Sid Vicious against Kevin Nash and Sting, the title changed hands because that was a thing now, apparently? Again, we swear this isn't 2000 yet. No, this was still 1999, but as you can all see clearly now, 1999 was proving to be a very bad year for World Championship Wrestling in itself. And that would be even more evident when you took into account the fact that the very next night on Nitro, only 24 hours after winning the gold, Randy Savage lost it, this time to a now babyface red and yellow clad Hulk Hogan. Yes, with the NWO all but sputtering out into non-existence at this point, Hogan had decided to go back to his old 80s ways again. And this meant heading into the next big show of the year, Road Wild on August 14th, he'd be trying to relive the past as the incoming heroic champion. As you can probably guess though, fans weren't having any of this, and they also weren't having any of the main event stipulation, the one which stated that should Kevin Nash fail in his attempts to take the world title away from the Hulkster, he'd be forced to retire. But then, why would they have any of this? After all, there was no way Nash was going to hang up his boots for good, he had too much money to make yet. And this was evident in the fact that, while he would do the job here, he'd be back on TV before the year was out. Elsewhere on the card, meanwhile, things would not be much better, as WCW's descent continued on at a fast pace. Of course, that's only to be expected though when the undercard gives us such lowlights as Buff Bagwell versus Ernest Miller and Randy Savage versus Dennis Rodman. Sure, there were some decent moments here, moments like Harlem Heat regaining the tag team titles from Jersey Triad members Bam Bam Bigelow and Chris Kanyon, or Chris Benoit and Diamond Dallas Page having a decent United States title bout, but overall this was not a good show by any measure. In fact, it was a perfect snapshot of what WCW had become by now, a company which had lost any sense of who or what it was, and whose terrible creative and woeful pay-per-view efforts were quickly leading to viewers tuning out in even greater numbers as each week progressed. Obviously then, a change was needed, something that would fundamentally shake things up. And luckily, or unluckily, depending on how you look at it, that was about to happen. Yes, it was on September 10th that after finally deciding enough was enough and that new leadership was needed, Ted Turner gave Eric Bischoff the boot. Who would he replace him with? Well, that would be the supposed architects of WWF's Attitude Era, two writers who had just jumped ship from the WWF, Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara. That's right, Russo-mania was about to run wild, and we were about to get some television so bad it had to be seen to be believed. But before this pair formally took over the reins of creative, there would be one more pay-per-view event, with this one being booked by a makeshift committee instead. What was this show? Why, that would be Fall Brawl on September 12th, an event which started with the Filthy Animals taking on Vampiro and the Insane Clown Posse, and only went downhill from there as the follow-up bouts featured Lenny Lane versus Kaz Hayashi, Berlin versus Jim Duggan, and Rick Steiner versus Perry Saturn. Hell, even a Goldberg Diamond Dallas Page rematch from the year before couldn't save this one. No, by the time it was over, all people were talking about was the main event, an overbooked mess between Sting and Hulk Hogan, which saw interference spots from DDP, Bret Hart, Sid Vicious, and Lex Luger. Still, at least when it was over, Terry Bollea was no longer the world champion. No, Sting now held that particular belt. But would he continue to hold it for long with the new booking team in place? That's a question we'd find out the answer to soon enough. Before it did though, Vince Russo would do something legitimately good on his first week on the job, because it was on the October 4th episode of Nitro, the first Nitro he and Ed Ferrara were in charge of, that he signed off on an Owen Hart tribute. That's right, after the King of Hearts' tragic passing at Over the Edge earlier on in the year, it was felt by Russo, someone who was a friend of Owen's, that his brother deserved a chance to do something in his honor on screen. And so that was why it was here that, in what may very well have been the highlight of the calendar year for WCW, Bret Hart and Chris Benoit put on a clinic so good it actually made it into the opening credits for Malcolm in the Middle. Unfortunately though, this would be about the only good contribution the former WWF writers made to the Atlanta-based promotion in 1999, as after that, things would go downhill. And considering how bad things had been during the last months of Eric Bischoff, it's saying a lot to say things got worse. How bad would it get? Well, At the next big show of the year, Halloween Havoc on October 24th, fans would get their first real taste of what the new creative team could do. And as it turned out, what they could do was not very good. No, while there were some good pairings to be found here, pairings like Eddie Guerrero versus Perry Saturn, Sid Vicious versus Goldberg, and Diamond Dallas Page versus Ric Flair, the writing surrounding everything was woeful. Take, for example, Sid's situation at this point in time. After all, this was the point where, in an attempt to replicate Goldberg's win streak from the years prior, WCW had come up with the bright idea of having the Millennium Man destroy everyone and rack up similar numbers. The only problem with this, though, was the fact that by the time we got to Halloween Havoc, any sense of legitimacy the streak had was destroyed on account of him getting extra wins after doing something as simple as interfering in someone else's match and hitting them with a powerbomb. Yes, this was the level of stupidity we were at now. And that wasn't even the stupidest part of this show. No, the stupidest part came when, in the dress rehearsal for Bash at the Beach 2000, the WCW World Heavyweight title bout between Sting and Hulk Hogan ended abruptly after the Hulkster came out to the ring at the start of the match dressed only in plain street clothes and whispered something in his opponent's ear, all before laying down on the mat. At this point then, looking confused, Sting simply covered Hogan and got the 3 count, leaving the match to end before the bell had officially rung. And if you're looking for an explanation for all of this, that explanation is Vince Russo thought it would be a cool swerve, bro. And he also thought it would be a cool swerve if later in the evening, Sting then defended his belt again, this time against Goldberg, and Goldberg beat him out of nowhere in 3 minutes. What a mess, but okay, at least Goldberg was the champion again now, except he wasn't, because the next night on Nitro, the belt would officially be vacated after Steve Borden came out to the ring and argued he'd never agreed to defend it against Bill at Halloween Havoc. So because of that, a tournament was booked to crown a new champion. Again, we remind you this is only a precursor to how dumb things will get once we finally reach WCW 2000. Where would this new champion be crowned? Well, that would be at the next big show of the year, November 21st's Mayhem. But this wasn't the only thing happening at Mayhem. No, outside of that, it was out with the old and in with the new as Evan Courageous won the Cruiserweight title after defeating Disco Inferno for the honor, Norman Smiley became the inaugural WCW Hardcore Champion, and Kurt Hennig retired following a loss to Buff Bagwell. Sure, there were plenty of lowlights here too. Lowlights such as Vampiro versus Berlin and David Flair versus Kimberly Page. And the less said about the fact Sid Vicious lost an I Quit match to Goldberg without ever actually saying the words I quit, the better. But overall, this was a coherent show from Vince Russo, and it all ended on a positive note. What was that positive note? Well, after the semifinals of the tournament to crown a new WCW World Heavyweight Champion saw Chris Benoit and Bret Hart beat Jeff Jarrett and Sting respectively, the Hitman finally got his due when he tapped out his opponent with a sharpshooter in the final and was able to raise the big gold above his head. Yes, it had only taken 2 years, but World Championship Wrestling finally remembered they had Bret Hart on the roster and that making him a top champion might actually be a good idea. How sad it is then that his run on top would be so short as things were about to fall apart completely for him. Before we get to that point though, Nitro would give us some further bizarre moments in the lead up to the last pay-per-view of the year. Moments such as the television championship being vacated after Scott Hall literally threw it in the trash. What a swerve, bro. They'll never see that one coming. But let's move past all of this for now and just get right to Starrcade on December 19th, as there's certainly a lot to talk about with that one. Hell, this was the show which featured the WCW pay-per-view introduction of Vince Russo's favorite concept, the something on a pole match. And here that concept would take the form of a crowbar on a pole match pitting Diamond Dallas Page against David Flair of all people. Then, as if that wasn't enough bad wrestling for one show, this mammoth 13-match card also featured the Mamalukes defeating Disco Inferno and Lash LaRue, Vampiro winning consecutive bouts against Steve Williams and Oklahoma Ed Ferrara's abysmal Jim Ross impersonation, and Norman Smiley getting the better of Ming in a hardcore title bout. No, you didn't hear us wrong. In a hardcore match where the only rule was there was no rules, Haku got beaten by Norman Smiley. But wait, there was still more to come, as after that, Kurt Hennig came out of his month-long retirement to help Creative Control defeat Harlem Heat and Midnight. Jeff Jarrett and Dustin Rhodes had a stinker of a bunkhouse brawl. Lex Luger and Sting had an even worse singles bout, and Kevin Nash beat Sid Vicious in a powerbomb match, not by hitting him with a powerbomb as the rules stipulated, but by simply telling the referee he had and having that referee blindly believe him. Really, the only things which came close to being highlights were Medusa becoming the first female cruiserweight champion in WCW history after she beat Evan Courageous, and Chris Benoit having a pretty decent ladder match with Jeff Jarrett over the United States title. But for as much of a respite as this was, we still had the main event to come, the one pitting Goldberg against Bret Hart for the WCW World Heavyweight title. Yes, this is the one where in a trademark overbooked cluster, Vince Russo attempted to replicate the Montreal Screwjob when he had Goldberg lose while locked in the sharpshooter toward the end of the bout, despite never tapping out. But that wasn't the real legacy of this match. No, the real legacy was the mule kick Bill delivered to the Hitman toward the close of things, a kick so bad it left the champion severely concussed. Not that this concussion stopped him from being booked in matches though. No, the very next night on Nitro, in fact, after the world title was vacated again due to the controversial finish of the Starrcade main event, Bret and Goldberg would wrestle in round 2, and this time the Calgary native would pick up at least one more concussion, all en route to becoming WCW World Champion for the second time. What was the end result of all these accumulated head injuries? Retirement, and sooner rather than later, but we'll have to cover that story another day because this marks the end of 1999. What a year it was though, one which proved that even before Vince Russo came on board, WCW was already in freefall. That said, for as bad as it got, this was only the pre-show for what was to come, because up next was the big one, possibly the worst year any wrestling company has ever had and ever will have, WCW in 2000. Every form of entertainment has an "it's so bad, it's good" category. Think of movies like The Room, for examples. And as far as wrestling is concerned, well, that has WCW in 2000. Yes, never before has any 12-month period ever given fans so much generationally terrible material, and we're fairly certain nothing ever will again. So let's waste no more time and get down to looking at it all today in WCW in 2000, a year in review. When we last left off, Bret Hart was the WCW World Champion and had just successfully defended his belt against Goldberg in the main event of Starrcade. In the process of doing so, however, he'd taken a mule kick to the head and been left with a pretty bad concussion. How would WCW take care of his health following this? Well, they put him in a number of additional matches before he had time to recover. And all that led to a situation where, following another head injury picked up during a hardcore bout with Terry Funk on the January 6th episode of Thunder, he'd be forced to vacate the belt after developing post-concussion syndrome. Of course, it wasn't just the title reign of the Hitman which was coming to an end here though. No, it was his in-ring career as well. And that meant WCW would lose a major talent right as the first pay-per-view of the year, Sold Out, was happening on January 16th. What would WCW give us in lieu of a Bret appearance here? An all-time bad show, that was what. Need an example of what made this one so terrible? Well, how about the fact that the opening catch-as-catch-can rules match between Billy Kidman and Dean Malenko ended after 2.5 minutes when the Man of 1,000 Holds legitimately forgot the rules and left the ring, with this leading to him being disqualified. And things wouldn't get much better from there either, because after the remainder of the undercard saw such lowlights such as Vampiro versus David Flair and Crowbar, the Mamalukes versus the Harris Brothers, and Oklahoma versus Medusa for the Cruiserweight title take place, the main event would end with Chris Benoit winning the vacant world title in a bout against Sid Vicious. Why was this a bad thing? Well, because prior to the show, Benoit had given his notice that he was leaving the company on account of Kevin Sullivan taking over as head booker, something which had happened after Vince Russo was sent home for suggesting Tank Abbott win the big gold belt. And despite Sullivan thinking that having him become champ would be enough to convince the crippler to stay, in the end, this was not to be, as the following week he, Eddie Guerrero, Dean Malenko, and Perry Saturn all jumped ship to the WWF. Needless to say then, this was a major blow to WCW, as in one fell swoop a massive part of their future stars were gone. And not only that, but for the second time in less than a month, the world title would need to be vacated. Pretty bad, right?
Well, it was only going to get worse from there, because on January 25th, only 24 hours after winning the vacant belt on an episode of Nitro, Sid Vicious was stripped of it by new on-screen commissioner and second of 7 on-screen commissioners for this year alone, Kevin Nash. Why had Nash stripped Sid of the belt? Because he wanted to give it to himself, something he did only moments later. That said, he wouldn't make it out of the night as champion, as before this Thunder taping was over, he'd have lost it back to Sid again. And yes, for those counting, that's the 4th world title change already this year, 7th if we include vacant reigns. Honestly, if anyone was still watching at this point, they only had themselves to blame. But then some people are just gluttons for punishment, we suppose. Why else would they continue to tune in for Super Brawl 2000 when that took place on February 20th? It certainly wasn't for quality wrestling. No, this show, well, not as offensively bad as Sold Out, had nothing to recommend about it. All we got, in fact, was a lame undercard featuring Booker T and Big T fighting over the rights to the letter T, Tank Abbott pulling out a shoot knife on Big Al after beating him in a leather jacket on a pole match, and in a match that was billed as a special main event in order to get around a legal issue with Kiss, The Wall defeated the Kiss Demon in under 4 minutes. Could the actual main events give us anything better? No, in a word, as they would see Ric Flair and Terry Funk have a terrible Texas death match by their standards, Lex Luger do the job to Hulk Hogan, and in the final bout of the evening, Sid Vicious retained the World Heavyweight title against Scott Hall and Jeff Jarrett. But that wouldn't be the end of the Sid-Jarrett beef, as on March 19th at Uncensored, they had a singles contest with the gold on the line. And in a move which might surprise you considering how many title changes there were this year, the world title didn't change hands here. No, believe it or not, Sid retained again. What else happened at Uncensored? Not a lot. But then not a lot is actually a good thing for WCW in 2000, as it means not a lot could go wrong. Sure, there were plenty of lowlights here, lowlights like Norman Smiley and the Demon taking on Lane and Rave, the Harris brothers doing what nobody asked for and winning the tag team titles, and Ric Flair once more doing the job for Hulk Hogan in the infamous Yapapai strap match. But there was nothing here that could be considered Russo levels of bad. Of course, all of that was about to change though, as just days after Uncensored, Vince Russo would return to his position as head of creative, and this time he wouldn't be alone. No, now, along for the ride with him was Eric Bischoff. What was the pair's plan to turn the fortunes of WCW around? Well, that would be to reboot the entire company, meaning that on the April 10th episode of Nitro, every single belt would be vacated. Yeah, it wasn't exactly what you'd call a great idea. And it didn't lead to any lapsed viewers coming back. Rather, all it led to was a terrible company-wide angle starting between the babyface Millionaires Club of old, established talent and the heel new blood of hungry up-and-comers. And yes, we can see the problem with this one immediately, just as you can. Who thought it was a good idea to make the young up-and-comers who just wanted a shot at the main event the heels going up against the out-of-touch old millionaires? Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff, that's who. The same people who thought it was a good idea for the new blood to also include 36-year-old Shane Douglas, 38-year-old Scott Steiner, and 39-year-old Bam Bam Bigelow. But as it happened, none of these people would win the tournament to crown the new world champion at Spring Stampede on April 16. Rather, it would be Jeff Jarrett who did this when he beat Diamond Dallas Page in the finals, with this making him the 5th WCW champion of the year. As to what else was happening at Spring Stampede, well, Terry Funk would become Hardcore Champion, Chris Candido would become Cruiserweight Champion, Shane Douglas and Buff Bagwell walked out of the night with the tag team titles, and Scott Steiner was crowned new United States Champ. And as all this was happening, another champ was entering the company, ECW World Champion Mike Awesome. Yes, this was the weird period where the soon-to-be Fat Chick Thriller signed with WCW while still in possession of the ECW title. And that led to the bizarre scene of him returning to Philly a few weeks later while under contract with Ted Turner, and there dropping the belt to WWF guy Taz. But if you thought that was the craziest title change of this year, you'd be dead wrong. Because one night after Diamond Dallas Page won the WCW World title from Jeff Jarrett on an episode of Nitro on April 24th, David Arquette would step into the ring with the champ during a Thunder taping to take on the duo of The Chosen One and Eric Bischoff. And per the rules of this match, because Arquette won the match by pinning Eazy-E, this meant he was now the WCW World Heavyweight Champion, a move Vince Russo had gone with as he thought it would help him to promote the truly awful Ready to Rumble movie the company had produced. That's right, the belt once held by Harley Race, Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes, the one with the lineage that went all the way back to George Hackenschmidt, was now in the possession of Dewey from Scream. Of course, you don't need us to tell you how badly this one was received at the time. Hell, it's since gone down in infamy as being the final killing blow for WCW in many people's eyes. And it would lead to another all-time whopper of a match when at Slamboree on May 7th, Arquette defended against both Jeff Jarrett and DDP in a triple-decker steel cage match, the same one which had been used in the final scenes of the aforementioned Ready to Rumble. Who won this one? Thankfully, it wasn't the Hollywood star. No, it was Jeff Jarrett instead, with this happening after Arquette turned heel on Diamond Dallas Page towards the close of the bout. That said, the most memorable thing about this show today isn't who won the main event, and it's certainly not the woeful undercard made up of Shawn Stasiak versus Curt Hennig, Lex Luger versus Buff Bagwell, and Shane Douglas versus Ric Flair. No, it's the fact that in one of the most tasteless moves possible, things ended with Chris Kanyon being thrown off the top of the cage and apparently being crippled, all in the same building Owen Hart had died only 1 year earlier. What a catastrophe. And things hadn't reached the bottom of the barrel yet either. No, for an example of how nonsensical things had gotten on Nitro, the June 5th episode saw Eric Bischoff win a hardcore title from Terry Funk, Vince Russo defeat Ric Flair in a steel cage bout, and Kevin Nash beat 5 New Blood members all by himself. Oh, and did we mention that in the weeks leading up to this, the WCW World title had changed hands 5 more times, as Ric Flair won it from Jeff Jarrett on May 15th, the belt was declared vacant and again awarded to the Chosen One on May 22nd, Kevin Nash won it on May 23rd, he gave it to Ric Flair on May 29th, and then Flair lost it back to Jarrett later that same evening. And for those still keeping score, this not only marked the 15th and 16th world title reigns of the Nature Boy's career, but by the time Double J won the belt back, it marked the 13th world title change of 2000, 18th if we count vacancies. Seriously, it couldn't get any worse than this, right? Oh, just you sit yourself down and wait, because after the Great American Bash took place on June 11th and delivered a ludicrous Human Torch match between Sting and Vampiro, a terrible Hulk Hogan-Billy Kidman encounter, an even worse bout between Ric Flair and David Flair, and a Bill Goldberg return from injury and immediate heel turn which left everyone baffled as to why such a thing would be done, Bash at the Beach would happen on July 9th and would deliver a whole year's worth of wrestle crap in the space of a few hours. Okay, if we went into full detail with this right now, the video would be an hour long. So for the sake of brevity, here's the cliff notes. Midway through the show, Hulk Hogan challenged Jeff Jarrett for the World Heavyweight title, and in a worked shoot situation only 2 men in the ring plus Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff knew about, the Chosen One immediately lay down and let the Hulkster pin him with his foot, all before then walking out of the ringside area in disgust. Why had things played out this way? Well, because Hulk Hogan had used his creative control card to veto the original finish. So in lieu of this taking place, a compromise had been created where it would be sold as Jarrett getting pissed off and leaving, with Hogan later returning and dropping the belt to someone else. The only problem was, after that happened, and the Hulkster was heading back to his hotel with Eazy-E, Russo cut a promo in the ring lambasting the apparent new champion. Sure, as far as he was concerned, this was all in keeping with the story, but Hogan felt he went too far when he called him bald. And because of that, both he and Bischoff would legitimately refuse to return, with Bolea instead filing a defamation lawsuit against WCW. As for what happened to the title now, well, the main event would see one of the very few rays of good for World Championship Wrestling in 2000 happen when, in an impromptu match, Booker T beat Jeff Jarrett for the vacated strap. And believe it or not, Booker would actually keep hold of the belt for long enough to head into the next big show of the year, New Blood Rising, on August 13th as champion. Who would he defend against here? That would be Jeff Jarrett. But no one remembers this moment from New Blood Rising, and they certainly don't remember Sting versus the Demon or Miss Hancock versus Major Guns in a, let's check our notes here, Mud Rip Off the Clothes match. No, they remember 2 things and 2 things only.
The first of which is Buff Bagwell defeating Chris Kanyon in a Judy Bagwell on a forklift match, a match which came mere weeks after the Viagra on a pole match between Billy Kidman and Shane Douglas, and the second of which being Goldberg refusing to follow the script during the three-way bout with Kevin Nash and Scott Steiner. No, you didn't hear us wrong. In an attempt to convince fans that what they were seeing was real, Vince Russo booked Goldberg to refuse to go up for a powerbomb towards the close of this match and then walk out of the arena, with the implication being that he was sandbagging Big Sexy and refusing to go along with the planned finish. We wish we were making this up. Hell, even the commentators would then have to embarrass themselves by talking about how the remaining two men in the match now had to improvise as Bill wasn't doing business. Is anyone surprised this company would be out of business less than a year later? And that wasn't even the stupidest part. No, arguably, the most stupid part came a month later at Fall Brawl, as that was when Vince Russo, in anger over Goldberg not doing as was written for him, booked the Georgia native in a one-on-one match with Big Papa Pump, where the gimmick was, this time, there would be no script. Seriously, whatever you think is bad about modern wrestling isn't anywhere close to being this bad. And as you can probably guess, this wasn't the only bad thing happening in WCW around the time, as on the August 28th episode of Nitro, Booker T's month-and-a-half-long reign as world champion would be brought to an end by Kevin Nash. Sure, Booker would win it back when the time came for the rematch inside of a steel cage at Fall Brawl on September 17th, but this would also make him the 16th WCW champion of 2000. As to what else happened at Fall Brawl, well, Lance Storm beat General Rection for the United States title when now apparent Canadian loyalist hacksaw Jim Duggan played the role of biased special guest referee. A 14-man tag between the Filthy Animals and the Natural Born Thrillers went to a no contest, and Scott Steiner beat the now babyface once again Goldberg by technical submission. Yes, this was one of the better shows of WCW in 2000, and that's honestly one of the most damning statements we can make about the state of this company back then. Surely it couldn't get any worse at this point, right? Wrong, because on the September 25th episode of Nitro, in a steel cage match, Vince Russo took on Booker T for the World Heavyweight title and, after technically escaping the cage first, ended the night as the new world champion. That's right, Vince Russo himself was now the champ. But at least we'd get to see someone beat him up to win it from him, surely. So there was that silver lining? Well, no, we wouldn't get this either, as 1 week later on October 2nd, the King of the Swerves would vacate the belt and put it up for grabs in the dreaded San Francisco 49ers match to be held later that evening. A match which was eventually won by Booker T, with this representing his third title run within a 3-month period. And this would lead us into Halloween Havoc on October 29th, a show which, by the standards of WCW in 2000, wasn't that bad, though it did still include some truly laughable moments such as the dreaded First Blood DNA match between David Flair and Buff Bagwell, where the rules stated the winner would have to give over a blood sample in order to find out if they were the father of Stacy Keibler's unborn child. No, seriously, this really happened. Outside of that, however, things were relatively normal, with the keyword being relatively, as the rest of the card was made up of stinkers such as Reno versus Sergeant AWOL for the hardcore title, Mike Sanders and Ernest Miller going one-on-one in a kickboxing match, Booker T defending the world title against Scott Steiner, and in the main event of the evening, Goldberg slumming it by beating both members of Chronic in a handicap match. What else would you expect from a company that was 5 months away from dying, though? After all, by this point, almost everyone involved had clearly given up trying. And this was even more evident in the next major event of the year, a German-only pay-per-view named Millennium Final, which was held on November 16th. Obviously then, this was a show specifically for the live market and wasn't aired in the US. It was basically a souped-up house show, similar to the way UK-only pay-per-views like Capital Carnage were booked over in the WWF around the same time. And that was why the card left much to be desired, with some of the lowlights being Mike Awesome winning a Battle Royal, Kwee taking on Elix Skipper, Ernest Miller becoming the new WCW commissioner after beating Mike Sanders for the honor, and General Rection winning the United States title from Lance Storm. Sure, some of the top guys were there too, but they weren't exactly bringing their A-games. So when the main events of Booker T versus Scott Steiner and Sting versus Kevin Nash finally hit the ring, there weren't a lot of high star rankings to be thrown about. But then this was WCW in 2000. There were never a lot of high-star rankings to be thrown around, and that certainly didn't change at the penultimate show of the year when it came around on November 26th, Mayhem. No, Mayhem continued the rapid decline of the company, as just over 3 years on from the peaks of the NWO angle, World Championship Wrestling was now in its death throes, putting on cards filled with matches like Mike Sanders vs. Kwee for the Cruiserweight title, Mancow vs. Jimmy Hart, and a triple threat hardcore title bout between Crowbar, Big Vito, and Reno. Yes, it's true that none of these were main event matches, but it wasn't like the main events were drawing anymore either, because so much bad Vince Russo booking had essentially shattered the trust of the audience by this point. And that's a shame, because for as bad as things were, there were still some fresh faces in the main event scene who had the talent to turn things around had things been different. Yes, while Diamond Dallas Page was doing everything he could to keep the tag team division afloat as he teamed with Kevin Nash to win gold from Chuck Palumbo and Shawn Stasiak, Goldberg remained over during his utter destruction of Lex Luger. And then there was Booker T, one of the only bright spots of this entire year. He was about as deserving of a world champion as the company had back then. But alas, this would not be enough to see him leave Mayhem with the belt around his waist. Rather, he'd fall to Scott Steiner, with this mercifully being the last world title change of the year. So in honor of that fact, let's take a second to do a brief recap. Over the course of 2000, the WCW World Heavyweight Champion was held by a total of 11 different people, with one of these being the booker of the company and another being a Hollywood actor. And in terms of title changes, well, there would be a staggering 19 of these, 25 if you include vacancies. What else is there to be said? Nothing, really, so let's just move on to the last pay-per-view of the year, WCW's final swing at achieving infamy in 2000, Starrcade, an event held live from the MCI Center in Washington, D.C. on December 17. What happened at what would turn out to be the final ever Starrcade? Lots of bad wrestling and absolutely nothing which lived up to the legacy of the original Super Show. That's what. No, rather than a Hogan Sting or a Flair Steamboat taking place, what we got here instead was the likes of Big Vito and Reno versus Chronic, General Rection versus Shane Douglas, and the Harris Brothers and Jeff Jarrett versus a completely bored-looking Filthy Animals combo of Rey Mysterio and Conan. Hell, even Goldberg putting his WCW career on the line during his match against Lex Luger couldn't spark any interest in this one. No, things were far too gone for that. And if that couldn't get people invested, the main event of Scott Steiner versus Sid Vicious for the World Heavyweight Championship certainly wasn't going to be able to get the job done. No, the truth is, as the show went off the air with Big Papa Pump holding up the big gold belt, it was a picture-perfect image of a once mighty powerhouse ending not with a bang, but with a whimper. Sure, it wasn't over quite yet. In fact, there would still be a few months left before the company closed its doors for good. But really, WCW was already dead in spirit as 2000 drew to a close, and a large part of the reason for that was how catastrophically bad this year had been in terms of the on-screen product. Need an example of how bad things were from a business perspective? Well, there's the fact that over this 12-month period alone, the company, which had, up until recently, been the #1 wrestling promotion in the world, lost $62 million in total. So now that we've got to this point, there's the obvious question everyone wants to know the answer to: who killed WCW? Well, we'll save that for next time, as next time it's the last video in the series, the one covering 2001 and the final days of Ted Turner's once mighty promotion. So bring your best black formal wear, because we're about to hold the funeral of World Championship Wrestling. 2001 was the year that instead of going to Jupiter like Stanley Kubrick predicted we would, we'd all instead be on Earth, watching the downfall of a once mighty wrestling promotion. That's right, after the heights of 1996, 1997, and even 1998 had given way to a catastrophic 1999 and an even worse 2000, it was finally time for World Championship Wrestling to be put out to pasture. But how would it happen? What would the aftermath be? And perhaps most importantly, who killed the company? Well, that's exactly what we are going to be looking at right now, so join us as we take a deep dive into WCW in 2001, a year in review. When we last left off, Scott Steiner was trying to bring some stability back to the WCW World Championship after it had changed hands no less than 25 times in 2000. But while he was doing this, behind-the-scenes machinations were starting to become the real big story as Time Warner, the parent company of World Championship Wrestling, began the process of going through a corporate merger with AOL,
a process which would leave the former's founder and WCW's biggest cheerleader, Ted Turner, out of power by the spring. But we'll get to all that soon enough. For the time being, let's focus on the television product the Southern Wrestling Company were putting out as the new year began. A product which can be summed up by that video of Sid breaking his leg in the most horrific fashion possible at Sin on January 14th. Yes, after the embarrassment that had been the Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff produced 2000, things were already broken beyond repair. And now, all they were left to do was limp on for a few more months before finally being put out of their misery. It doesn't matter if there was something of a push to start going with some younger talent now, all in the hopes that this would freshen things up a little and bring some lapsed fans back. It was all already too far gone for that. So even if Chavo Guerrero and Shane Helms did their best to tear things up in the opener of Sin once it began airing, it couldn't do anything to turn fan perception around. And the same could be said about the rest of the card which followed too, regardless of whether we're talking about Ming beating both Crowbar and Terry Funk in a hardcore title match, or the Natural Born Thrillers winning the WCW World Tag Team titles from the Insiders. Of course, that's not to say this pay-per-view was some kind of hidden gem or anything. No, it still had more than its fair share of the company's, by then, trademark nonsense. And this can clearly be seen in the fact that it featured Ernest the Cat Miller beating Mike Sanders in just under 6 minutes, Reno and Big Vito stinking out the joint, and Team Canada and the Filthy Animals having a god-awful penalty box match. And that's not even getting into the main event, the first of which saw Goldberg, who was now being forced to recreate his 173-0 win streak or else be fired by Vince Russo, team up with jobber and power plant trainer Dwayne Bruce to take on Lex Luger and Buff Bagwell. Yes, what fans were being asked to go with here was the idea that should a member of Totally Buff beat the man once known as Sergeant Buddy Lee Parker, Bill Goldberg's career would be over. So when Luger and Bagwell actually did come out the victors, it left the audience cold. And the atmosphere wouldn't exactly pick up during the final bout of the night either, as this was the one where, while taking part in a Four Corners world title match against Scott Steiner, Jeff Jarrett, and a mystery fourth entrant who was, for some reason, later revealed to be Road Warrior Animal, Sid would suffer a catastrophic leg break when jumping from the second rope, with his injury being so bad it effectively ended his in-ring career. Obviously, he wouldn't win this match then. No, Sid would be the one eating the fall from the Big Bad Booty Daddy as he continued his reign of dominance. And this reign would continue on for a lot longer than Ming's hardcore title reign as it happened, because mere weeks after winning this belted Sin, he'd revealed that he'd jumped ship to WWF when he made an appearance at the Royal Rumble. As for what else would be going on in WCW between Sin and the next pay-per-view, Super Brawl Revenge, well, a new heel supergroup would be formed, with this one being named the Magnificent Seven and featuring Scott Steiner, Ric Flair, Jeff Jarrett, Lex Luger, Buff Bagwell, Rick Steiner, and Road Warrior Animal. Needless to say then, the Magnificent Seven didn't exactly light the world on fire when they debuted. No, there was quite simply nothing that was going to turn WCW around anymore. So things continued to limp on as Super Brawl Revenge came around on February 18th, with this being a show which saw things open up with Shane Helms, Evan Courageous, Kaz Hayashi, Jamie Noble, Shannon Moore, and Yoon Yang mixing it up in a 6-way elimination match. Who would win that one? Well, that would be the future Hurricane. And once this was over, others soon-to-be WWF stars would be getting victories too, as Sean O'Haire and Chuck Palumbo would successfully defend their tag team titles against Mark Jindrak and Sean Stasiak. As for the rest of the undercard, well, some of the most notable moments would be Chavo Guerrero retaining his Cruiserweight title against Rey Mysterio Jr., Rick Steiner defeating Dustin Rhodes to keep hold of the United States title, and Ernest Miller becoming the new WCW commissioner after pinning Lance Storm for the honor. Yes, even if things weren't quite as bad as they had been in 2000, there were still some pretty dumb match stipulations at this point. And the main event would only add to this because after Chris Kanyon beat Diamond Dallas Page and DDP subsequently pinned Jeff Jarrett all within a 17-minute period, the main event 2 out of 3 falls loser leaves WCW bout for the WCW World title would see Scott Steiner beat Kevin Nash by 2 falls to 1, with this meaning that in the space of 2 months, WCW had booked Goldberg and Nash, 2 of his top guys, off of TV for no particular reason. Not that it would have mattered much had they been there though, because the end was growing nearer for the once mighty promotion, regardless of whether or not they were still trying to add new titles in the form of the Cruiserweight Tag Team straps, the inaugural holders of which would be Kid Romeo and Elix Skipper. And that would lead us nicely into the final WCW pay-per-view ever, Greed, on March 18th. What happened at this one? Well, behind the scenes, everyone was trying to figure out where the future of the company lay and who was going to own it in a month's time. On screen, it would be business as usual as the show opened up with Romeo and Skipper getting a big win over the Filthy Animals in the Cruiserweight Tag Team title match. And after that was done, Shawn Stasiak would beat Bam Bam Bigelow, Shane Helms would successfully defend his Cruiserweight title against Chavo Guerrero, and the Natural Born Thrillers would manage to fend off the challenge of Totally Buff in the World Tag Team title bout. Of course, none of this was the reason people had come to the show though. No, those in attendance had paid to see the main events. And the first of these would feature a rare highlight of WCW in 2001, as it saw Booker T get the better of Rick Steiner and in the process become the new United States Champion. Then after that was done, Dustin and Dusty Rhodes would stand victorious in a tag match against Ric Flair and Jeff Jarrett, all before the final ever pay-per-view match the company ever put out saw Scott Steiner retain the WCW World title against Diamond Dallas Page. Why was this the final pay-per-view match the company ever put out? Well, because despite Eric Bischoff having plans to buy WCW and rebrand things with a show called The Big Bang on May 6th, the situation would take a dramatic turn when, on March 23rd, it was announced that Vince McMahon had actually purchased it instead. That's right, the owner of the WWF now owned WCW too. And so like that, the Monday Night Wars were over. Before the McMahons would fully take control of things though, World Championship Wrestling would get a chance to have a final send-off in the form of one last episode of Nitro taking place on March 26th. What happened at this show? Well, a few titles would change hands, as not only would the Filthy Animals duo of Billy Kidman and Rey Mysterio win the Cruiserweight Tag Team titles from Kid Romeo and Elix Skipper, but Booker T would beat Scott Steiner to become not only the United States Champion, but the WCW World Champion too. And once those bouts were out of the way, the doors would be closed on the promotion once and for all, with two of its most iconic stars going up against each other one final time. That's right, in what was the last match WCW ever produced, Sting and Ric Flair would meet again in a far friendlier encounter than in the past. So as this one finished with the Stinger standing tall then, there was a sense of happiness mixed in with the sadness too, as at very least, if it had to end, it ended on a way which felt right. Well, we say this was the ending, but the real ending was the now famous simulcast segment which saw Vince McMahon come out to the ring on Raw in order to decide what he was going to do with his competition that he now owned, all while the Nitro audience watched along via live satellite. But while this was supposed to be a victory lap for Vince, it ended up being a humiliation for him, because in a move that shocked the wrestling world, Shane McMahon would show up in a WCW ring unexpected as Nitro closed out, with him here announcing that it was actually he who bought the company, and that he was going to be running it going forward. Yes, the invasion angle had begun, and although it was now owned by the WWF, WCW was going to live on for a few months yet. While Vince McMahon and company tried to figure out what they were going to be doing with this storyline though, the Southern Wrestling promotion would be put on ice for a little while. And this period of absence gives us a perfect chance to talk about what exactly killed the company in its original incarnation in the first place. Was it Vince Russo? Was it Eric Bischoff? Was it the AOL Time Warner merger? The truth is, they all did it. Yes, the destruction of WCW was a case of a death by 1,000 cuts. As well, it's true the final nail in the coffin was Ted Turner being ousted from power during the AOL Time Warner merger, and new boss Jamie Kellner not being a fan of having wrestling on his network. It was a lot easier for him to justify making this decision when he explained to stockholders that the promotion had lost tens of millions of dollars over the last year alone as a result of catastrophically bad booking from Vince Russo and woeful mismanagement from Eric Bischoff. And that's not even taking into consideration the roles people like Hulk Hogan and Kevin Nash played in the whole thing, with the backstage politicking hobbling the company at every turn, even when it was supposed to be at its peak. So yes, everyone deserves a piece of the blame for WCW's demise.
But then there is also the fact that the WWF was on fire at the turn of the millennium, and this was enough to help them steal much of their competition's audience away. And back over in the WWF during the spring of 2001, following an ill-judged decision to turn Steve Austin heel at WrestleMania 17, Vince McMahon was hoping to regain this momentum once more by booking the angle to end all angles, WWF versus WCW. Not that it was always meant to be this way though. No, initially the new boss had wanted to run the two promotions as entirely separate entities, with WCW taking over Raw with Shane McMahon at the helm, and the WWF finding an exclusive home on SmackDown with Vince in charge. But after finding difficulty getting his newest acquisition a TV deal of their own, the decision was made instead to fold World Championship Wrestling into his original company and make them one and the same. So it was then that the trigger was pulled on WCW invading the WWF when, on the May 28th episode of Raw, Lance Storm became the first man to jump behind enemy lines when he interfered in a bout pitting Steve Blackman and Trish Stratus against Perry Saturn and Terry Runnels. How would the WWF roster react to this? Well, by themselves declaring war on any WCW wrestler who dared to show up on their television. But that would only lead to WCW countering further by having their world champion Booker T interfere in the main event of King of the Ring on June 24th, and in the process legitimately injure Stone Cold Steve Austin. So with that move made then, it was on big time. And the only way things could progress from here would be a pay-per-view special pitting the two sides against one another, one suitably titled Invasion, which took place on July 22nd. Well, we say it would be the two sides going up against each other, but in truth, by that point a third player had entered the game, as ECW, a company who had themselves gone out of business earlier in 2001, also got tied into everything. But rather than this become a three-way feud, it was decided by Vince McMahon that only Team WWF could be the babyfaces in the situation, so because of that, Team WCW, led by Shane McMahon, would partner up with Team ECW, led by Stephanie McMahon, to form the heel Alliance supergroup. Who would the Alliance send to destroy the WWF at Invasion then? Well, not their best, as the undercard of this show would feature underwhelming bouts such as the APA versus Chuck Palumbo and Sean O'Haire, Billy Kidman versus X-Pac, Albert, The Big Show, and Billy Gunn versus Chris Kanyon, Hugh Morris, and Shawn Stasiak, and Trish Stratus and Lita versus Stacy Keibler and Tori Wilson. Yes, as you can see, a big part of the problem here was that the star power on the heel side was severely lacking. And the reason for that was because, not wanting to upset their existing pay structure, the WWF neglected to buy most of the top guys out of their guaranteed Time Warner contracts, with this meaning the Invasion would not feature people like Sting, Ric Flair, Bill Goldberg, Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Lex Luger, Scott Steiner, and Eric Bischoff. Of course, that shouldn't suggest none of the notable names were there. No, Diamond Dallas Page would be present, although his new character of stalker obsessed with The Undertaker's wife Sarah would do more to damage his career than anything Vince Russo ever did. And while Booker T was on hand, it wouldn't do much to make the main event of Invasion feel like an even fight, as that one would see Team Alliance be made up of the WCW World Champion, DDP, Rhino, and the Dudley Boys, as they took on the Team WWF collective of Steve Austin, The Undertaker, Kane, Chris Jericho, and Kurt Angle. Obviously then, there was one side who had a clear advantage here, and that was why, in the days leading up to the show, the decision was made to have Stone Cold defect and join Team Alliance, in the process taking the WWF title over to that side with him. Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect than what was intended though, as it made WCW feel even limper, with fans immediately recognizing that they were so bereft of main event stars they needed someone to come over from the other side in order to bolster their numbers. Hell, the very fact that Steve Austin would choose to side with the company who had once fired him by FedEx made absolutely no sense at the best of times. But that wouldn't be as bad as the Invasion would get. No, by the time SummerSlam came around on August 19th, it was only going to get worse, because there we'd see the invading force take further beatings when Lance Storm lost an Intercontinental title match against Edge, Rhino got jobbed out by Chris Jericho, the Brothers of Destruction unified the WWF and WCW tag team titles after beating Diamond Dallas Page and Chris Kanyon, and Booker T lost the WCW World title to The Rock. Even Steve Austin got beat by Kurt Angle via disqualification here. Really, the only person who was coming out of the alliance looking strong by now was Rob Van Dam, an ECW guy. And that pattern would continue at Unforgiven on September 23rd, as there, less than 2 weeks after the 9/11 attacks, aside from RVD getting a win over Chris Jericho in a hardcore title bout, it would be a bad night overall for WCW, as Booker T and Shane McMahon would fail to beat The Rock in a handicap match for the WCW World title. Chronic would get absolutely demolished by the Brothers of Destruction, and in the main event, Steve Austin would drop the WWF title to Kurt Angle in a patriotic moment designed to send the crowd home happy after one of the worst moments in American history happened. Of course, this would only be a temporary reign for Kurt though, as on the October 8th episode of Raw, Austin would win his gold back, returning the WWF title to the side of the Alliance. And this would lead us right into No Mercy on October 21st, where Stone Cold and Kurt Angle would meet for a third time for the WWF title, though this time with Rob Van Dam being added into the mix to turn it into a triple threat. Before we get there though, the undercard would see such lowlights as Lance Storm and the Hurricane failing to beat the Hardy Boys, the newest Alliance member Christian dropping the Intercontinental title to his former partner Edge, The Undertaker making short work of Booker T, and the mega powers of WCW's women's division exploding when Stacy Keibler and Tori Wilson had a lingerie match. And as if that wasn't bad enough for Ted Turner's former company, the WCW World title match would see two WWF guys in The Rock and Chris Jericho fight over the belt, all while Stephanie McMahon interfered towards the end to give the proceeding at least some sense that the Alliance was still involved. Yes, the invasion angle was not going very well, as many fans had lost interest in a storyline which didn't come close to living up to the expectations they had for such a major interpromotional war. And it wasn't like they'd even get a happy moment to end No Mercy, because in the main event triple threat, fan favorite Rob Van Dam would fail to take the WWF title away from Steve Austin. But this wasn't the end of the Alliance's woes. Hell, they'd only just be getting started, as on the October 22nd episode of Raw, the heel faction lost 4 titles, with these being the WCW United States Championship, the WCW Cruiserweight Championship, the WWF European Championship, and the WWF Tag Team Championships. And because of that, on the October 25th episode of SmackDown, Billy Kidman, Rhino, the Hurricane, and the Dudley Boys would all be fired by Shane and Stephanie McMahon as a result of their defeats. Clearly then, something was going to have to give soon. And that something would not come long after, because it was on the October 29th episode of Raw that Vince McMahon would come out to the ring to announce it was time this whole invasion thing came to an end. So, to ensure it did come to an end then, at Survivor Series on November 18th, there would be an all-star winner-take-all 10-man tag pitting the best of Team WWF against the best of Team Alliance, with the losing team being forced to disappear for good. But while this seemed to set the stage for a grand finale, there would be one further spanner thrown into the works before Survivor Series could come, as later on during that episode of Raw, despite originally being pegged as a member of Team WWF, Kurt Angle would defect and join the Alliance. And this meant the rosters for that final showdown would have to be changed to The Rock, Chris Jericho, The Undertaker, Kane, and The Big Show on one side, and Steve Austin, Kurt Angle, Shane McMahon, Rob Van Dam, and Booker T on the other. You can see what the problem was here then. In the final showdown of this battle, which had started between the WWF and WCW, only one actual WCW guy was there. And it wasn't as if there were many other representatives of that roster to be found elsewhere on the show either. As in the undercard, we'd see all the secondary titles be unified in matches between WWF guys. Take, for example, the United States title Intercontinental title bout. That one pitted Edge against Test. And when it came to the merging of the WWF and WCW tag team titles, this would see the Dudley Boys go up against the Hardy Boys. Did this suggest the Alliance was going to lose the main event and be forced to disband? Yeah. And in the end, that's exactly what happened, because after Kurt Angle revealed himself to be a double agent for Vince McMahon towards the end of the bout, The Rock was able to get the better of Steve Austin and pin him 1-2-3. So like that, WCW was finally well and truly over. But there is one last postscript to be added here, and this is the fate of the WCW World title. That wouldn't be deactivated until 1 month later at December 9th's Vengeance, when Chris Jericho won a one-night tournament to unify both the WWF and WCW title and become the first ever undisputed world champion. Was this a sad way for the once prestigious prize to go out? Yes. just as it was a sad way for WCW as a whole to sputter away into non-existence. But then, given how the last couple of years of its existence had gone, it was probably a fitting way to close things out. Of course, even if things did go off the rails toward the end, it should never go forgotten that for a while there, World Championship Wrestling was the last bastion of what many considered to be real old-school wrestling. And for a period, it was even able to make this style successful enough that it became the #1 promotion in the world. And because of that, today it lives on in the memories of those who were around to see it firsthand when it was truly the king of wrestling.